Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Giannis, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, Giannis. Thank you. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hold up, y'all. I need to move some cords here. How is everybody doing? Good morning, guys. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Let me play the intro just so I can start sharing. I'm not done setting things up quite yet. I don't feel like we're gonna get. I'll be honest with you. I was thinking about this. I said we probably look. I could be wrong, but I don't know if we're gonna get a verdict today. So we're just. I have yesterday's transcripts, which we've already read a good portion of them because of the jury instructions, which actually are in the transcripts. So if you didn't watch yesterday's video, like the last, what is it, the 2-hour video that I did after the verdict deliberation, that's a good majority of that. But where I wanted to go was I wanted us to go to verdict watch. Excuse me, juror number 25. Wanted us to talk a little bit about juror number 25 and what was actually said in the transcripts, what actually happened in the courtroom, what the foreperson said, which is juror number 5. So I wanted us to do that there, and then we're going to keep an eye on Inner City Press and maybe play a couple of media sources that are being set out there as we're waiting, because I highly doubt that you're going to. They're literally going. The jury's going into the courtroom straight to deliberations. There's no. There's no meeting of the minds or anything like that. We're literally just keeping an eye out to see if there's any more notes coming through. And making sure we don't miss anything. So there was transcripts yesterday, but a good portion of them were the jury instructions. Then I want us to look at the verdict sheet and kind of maybe look into that a little bit, see where everybody lands with it. So do me a favor, hit the like button, and let's get this intro going to get our blood pumping, because I'm tired, y'all. I am tired. I was supposed to do a video yesterday, and my eyes said no. So I went to bed. Here we go. Hold up. Wait a minute. Bruh. Did you hit the like button? Drop some rabbits in the chat. Let's go.
Hit that like, hit that like. Welcome to the chat. Let's chit chat, hit chat. Hit that like, hit that like. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop them, drop them, drop them. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop them, drop them, drop them, drop them. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. If you want the tea, come see me. Rabbit hole is the place to be for real news, not fake news. Celebrity news, breaking news around the clock. Real talk, best on the block. I rock, I rock, I rock, I rock. Real talk, best on the block. I rock, I rock. Hit that like, hit that like. Welcome to the chat. Let's chit chat, chit chat. Hit that like, hit that like. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop some drop 'em, drop 'em, drop 'em, drop 'em. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop 'em, drop 'em, drop 'em, drop 'em. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. True crime is my specialty. Exposing the industry. Unsolved mysteries. Sticking to reality. Fair use commentary. Talking about cults. Trying to get results. Exploring cults. Exploring. Researching. Debunking. Investigating. Being nosy. Super nosy. Being messy. Being shady. Rabbit hole news. That's me. The chick with ADHD. Unmedicated. But quite educated. Hit that like. Hit that like. Welcome to the chat. Let's chit chat. Hit chat. Hit that like. Hit that like. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. Drop some rabbits. Drop some drop 'em. Drop 'em. Drop 'em. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. Drop some rabbits. Drop 'em. Drop 'em. Drop 'em. Drop 'em. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. Hit that like. Hit that like. Let's go. Let's go. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show.
Alrighty. Now let me check a couple things here. I'm gonna have a couple tabs open just to keep my eyes open on things. Let's see. Hold up 1 minute, guys. Okay. 1 second, y'all. 2 hours ago from Inner City Press. Somebody said this was legit fun to read. Hope you continue. Somebody said, "Oh, I'm going to continue." But first, U.S. Sean versus Combs to verdict today. 2 hours ago. Thread will start around 9 a.m. So he's going to start a thread at 9 a.m. Whenever anyone says something in the courtroom, for example, on how judge will answer juror questions about rug distribution, nothing is in the docket yet. So we're going to keep an eye out on Inner City Press, who plans to start a thread on anything that might come up. Now, let me share my screen real quick. Yanis, did you just thank you so much for that super chat? Do your thing, Rabbit, and blessings to Little Bunny. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Already blessing. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody coming through. You said it is 7:08 here, getting ready for work, and I'm exhausted already. But y'all have a good morning. Me too. You said I got to watch you on my TV today for a few hours while cleaning. Thank you, Savannah. Shout out to everybody. Cheeks in the house. Thank you, Spokes. Thank you. Miss Toby, how you guys doing? Yeah, hey Moni, how are you? Whew, man, we're getting through. We are basically on this long stretch at this point. And it is the first of the month. So that's crazy, y'all. Cassandra, how are you? Your song is fire. Thank you, Corrine, Tasha, everybody come through. Nebby's in the house. Miss Courtney's Renee, Miranda, Dazzler, Belen, how are you? Belen's tired. Shout out to you guys. Samantha, it's Jeannie, Yanni, Judith. Shout out to everybody. Coronados de Gloria, is that how you say your name? Shout out to you. Thank you, Nebby. Everybody come through. Okay. Welcome everybody. Sorry. I need to get through the greetings here because once you forever. Hey Tony, how are you? Okay. So yesterday they had the judge and the jury. The judge read instructions on the law, how it's applicable, where the statute falls, what the government is accusing Sean Diddy Combs of. He basically broke it down. And I was wondering, because I'm listening to the breakdown and I'm also looking at the charging sheet, which we also have, right? I'm like, when I heard that there was a juror that was confused, well, where was the confusion at? A lot of the material is very dense, so I suspected that somebody was going to be confused about something, or they might have like already taken a vote, which a lot of you guys said they could have taken a vote already, maybe, and then started deliberating right away instead of looking at maybe exhibits to support their decisions, if that makes sense. Which, in my mind, logically, that's what I would do before I even say, I might have an idea in my mind of what I think the outcome is going to be, and then say, oh, no, 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 that's not it. I need to go look at maybe something to support it, or I have a question about something. I need to look at something else to support where we're at, right? Like, that's how I would see that situation. I don't know how you guys would deliberate if you were in that courtroom. You said that the distribution thing is confusion. A lot of people felt that. The way I understood it, and I thought it was perfectly explained, is if I have a prescription medication for something, Dazzler, Rabbit, I knew I called it because I said this is going to be confusing. Somebody's going to call it out. On the instructions, the way I see this in distribution, right? If and we talked a little bit about it yesterday. If I have a prescription for something, right, and Dazzler or Cheeks, I give them my prescription. Say I have something that's a controlled substance too, or something like that, something to that end, and it's prescribed to me, and I just happen, to give Cheeks or somebody in the chat my prescription. Whatever, we're partying it up, okay? I used to take Adderall all the time for my ADHD. I don't anymore. They're not prescribed that prescription. That would be distribution of a controlled substance too, and that would be a felony. People do it all the time. You're not supposed to, but it does happen, right? Like people do give other people their prescription medication. But for the purposes of this, maybe that's where the confusion fell through. But the reference that they had was the jury instructions form, which does highlight the substances, right? So there's that. Now, I want to, before we even get to the transcripts, I want to go to Diddy docket, because Diddy docket has the verdict, the verdict charge form, okay, or the verdict sheet. And I posted this on the community wall, and already you guys, some of you guys were saying, "Oh, he's guilty of all of them," yada yada yada. Y'all are entitled to your opinion. I have a lot of questions about some of these because I don't know if they're as black and white as people think that they are. And that's just my opinion. So, like racketeering conspiracy count one. How do you find the defendant not guilty? Guilty. If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count one, which types of racketeering acts do you unanimously find them involved in the offense? Acts involving kidnapping. Okay, they have to prove, not prove, prove, not prove. Notice how it doesn't say guilty or not guilty. Those are just the acts, the predicate acts, right? Do you guys feel like in the chat that the kidnapping was proved or not proved? And we could go through each and every one of them, maybe do a poll for them. Acts involving arson. I could tell you right here, for me, my vote would be not proved. I've been very vocal about that. Acts involving bribery. I could tell you right here, in my opinion, this was proved. Eddie My Angel was an example of bribery, and to conceal a crime, even though they said it was to conceal a, what is it? It was a PR situation. I didn't see it. I didn't see it that way. Acts involving witness tampering. Okay. You could say about Jane Doe trying to make her switch up her story, recording her while he's on the phone. Where do you guys stand with that? Acts involving forced labor. Okay. So, like Mia, for example, or Capricorn Clark, when they talked about not being able to sleep for 3 days. And, it really comes down to, as to what the judge said, is what do you feel like is their credibility? Right? What that's for you to weigh in based on the inferences that they have shown to you. Okay. So there's that. Acts involving trafficking. I went back and forth, to be honest, on this one, for various reasons, because it wasn't as black and white as I thought. But then again, trafficking isn't always as black and white. Things get a little bit complicated, in my opinion. So you guys determine that, involving. You said, look at this, proof. Maybe what we'll do, should we do a poll and cut them in, and then you guys vote for each one? We can do that, especially on the RICO. But let me know. Put a one in the chat if you want to do a poll for each one. Now, let me just do something real quick while I have you guys up. Because like I said, this is going to be one of those days where we're not going to get a lot of updates like crazy unless they got a verdict. Okay, so maybe we should do a poll for each one. Is that cool? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Now, hold up. Let me shout out, is it Marceline? Marcelina Cook, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you, love. And Didi just gifted 5 memberships, guys. If you've been blessed by Didi, put some hearts in the chat or some confettis. Thank you, Didi. Thank you, love. Appreciate you. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I think it'll be good. All right. Now the poll, it's not going to take that. Like, you guys will have, maybe I should do a timer or something to make sure that everybody's voting, because otherwise we're going to be here forever. You guys are going to be like, I didn't get time to vote. All right, let's do the first poll. All right, let's do this. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. So we're going to do by the predicate acts, okay? So the predicate acts, of course, are under RICO. And let me type in the first one. So, and notice the language. It says, if and only if you find the defendant guilty of count one, which type of racketeering act do you unanimously find were involved in the offense? Okay, that's interesting language. We're going to put acts of acts involving kidnapping. Let's do that. Kidnapping. We're going to put proved, not proved, and then proved. I need a pen and a paper so I can write this down, y'all. Okay, this is the first one. Again, pay attention to the question. I'm going to write the question in the give me one sec. If and only if it's conditional, okay? This is a if and only if is a conditional question. The defendant, go vote. I put in the first one. And we're going to have it up there for maybe 60 seconds. We won't have it on for too long. Guilty or of count one. Which, hopefully I don't get a character thing, which, I'm trying to type it in verbatim, types of racketeering acts do you unanimously find were involved in offense? Okay, and then it breaks it down. Here it is. This is the question. So go vote for the first one. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want to know what happened to juror number 25. Well, we'll get there, I promise. We'll get there. Can we be patient? Be patient. Okay. Inner City Press just made an update. Okay. U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs, day 34. Jury deliberations, day 2. Amid questions on rug distribution, juror 25. Inner City Press is covering. Okay. Okay. The judge is in this morning and says, while you vote, judge says, Ms. Comey, can we make sure that things that have been emailed in are put in the docket? Inner City Press writes a note. Better late than never. This is what Inner City Press requested in week 1. Okay. Shout out to Inner City Press. So I think we're going to start seeing more documents in the docket. That's a good thing. Okay. Now, I did promise this, so maybe we need to go, we'll read the predicate acts, go vote on the first one, and then we're going to, let me organize myself a little bit more, y'all. Let's read the transcript for what happened, and then we'll go through the predicate acts. Make sure you vote for the first predicate act that's in the poll. All right, so charging document is out, jury instructions are out. They're going back and forth. After jury instructions, there was an objection to a voice note about feeling so corny from Cassie Ventura. The lawyers go back and forth on that. Okay, there was a recess, and then at the very end of the day, this is what happened with juror number 25, and the court says, we received a note from the jury. The note reads that we have a juror number 25 who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. May I please speak with your honor, or may you please interview him? Okay. May I please speak with your honor, or may you please interview him? The foreperson wrote a note to the judge and said that there's a concern that juror number 25 cannot follow your honor's instructions, right? The judge continues. Signed by juror foreperson, juror number 5. Court speaks. Having reviewed the notes and some of the applicable authorities, in the court's view, there's some further information needed concerning the nature of the issue. And so What the court would propose is to write back to the jury with the following note. Without advising the court of any juror's views of the case or the substance of the deliberations, please explain what the nature of the concern is that juror number 25 cannot follow your Honor's instructions. Put in the chat what would be the many reasons why a juror would not be able to follow the court's instructions. It further goes. Is it based on a lack of understanding of the court's instructions, unwillingness to follow the instructions, or something else? This is what the court asks. Is it based on a lack of understanding of the court's instructions, unwillingness to follow the instructions, or something else? That would be the court's proposal. But I'll obviously hear from both sides as to anything they have in mind or that they would wish to address. Court further says, I would note that among authorities that the court reviewed was United States versus Thomas. Okay. This is the case for those legal people in the chat. If you guys want to know, or at least know what some of these cases that they're citing are about, which provides some of the framework for addressing issues that come up during deliberations concerning jurors of this nature. I bet you if we search those cases, we could probably have a better understanding of the nature of the issue of juror number 25. Okay. Ms. Comey responds. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. If it's all right with Your Honor, may we have a minute to digest Your Honor's proposal? May we have a minute to digest Your Honor's proposal? We've also looked at Thomas and some of the related cases. And given how delicate this particular matter is, we'd like to be very careful before we give Your Honor our position. Okay? I think we're getting some hints here about what could be going on here. Okay? You said, I believe juror number 25 doesn't want to deliberate. Their mind is already made up. Mine was 2 after closing arguments. You said he may be saying not guilty because he doesn't want to lock him up for the amount of time. You can't decide based on the time the defendant may receive. You think it's money? You think he's been bought off? I mean, everybody has. I don't think any answer is wrong because we're not there, y'all. You guys are entitled to your question. You think it's a language barrier? Okay. Let's keep going, okay? The court agrees with Comey. So Comey's like saying, like, I don't want to make a decision because we're like doing research. This Thomas case specifically, there's other cases that they're looking at. If they have to excuse this juror, they're going to cite a case in order to excuse juror number 25, right? The court says agreed. Comey speaks. We'd like to take a moment at Your Honor. We'd like to take a moment at what Your Honor has proposed. Take a look at the cases one more time and give our position. The court speaks. Very good. Agnifilo speaks. Yes, Judge, we have a proposal of our own, which is similar, but I think different, Agnifilo says. I received your note. We have only recently started your deliberations. Please resume. If any issue arises, please have your foreperson send me a further note. The reason why I think we prefer our proposal is it certainly points out something important. They're just getting started. We don't know what the nature of the issue is. And I'm hesitant to lay out possibilities as though that is either all the possibilities or that by laying out possibilities, we're asking them to, kind of agree or disagree with certain things that the court has said. Okay, let me stop right here. Very important thing that Agnifilo just said right here. They don't know what the juror issue is. They have no clue. The court doesn't know. Comey doesn't know. Comey's preparing research just in case they have to excuse this juror. Okay, the Thomas case, the Baker case, the Shewell case, these cases, right? Ready already to kind of propose what the reasons why they would excuse a juror during deliberations. Okay, they got 4 other alternates out there. The judge did tell him in the instructions, like, listen, go home, but be on standby on your phone. So this could very well happen where they do a little switcheroo if this continues, right? Agnifilo here says, and it very plain in sight, they're just getting started. They'd only been deliberating for an hour and 15 minutes when we heard, hey, there's a note. Something's going down. Something's going on. There's a note. Okay? He further says in here, we don't know what the nature of the issue is. They don't know what's going on with juror number 25. And I'm hesitant to lay out possibilities. The defense doesn't want to give the reasons why juror number 25 is conflicted, whether it's instructions or something else going on or whatever it may be. He's basically telling them, go back to the room and go figure it out. This is coming from the defense. Okay. So in the court, after Agnifilo speaks, says, meaning that your proposal is you just got started, so try to work through it. Okay. Agnifilo says, yes. Okay. Court speaks. Now let me take a drink of water, y'all. I promise to acknowledge the chat in a little bit, okay? Yes, this is from yesterday. This is yesterday's transcripts, okay? All right. Court speaks. If there's a further issue, let us know. At which point, if we wanted to go down that route, I would suggest we could do that at that time. Agnifilo says, exactly, because we can always ratchet it up. We can't ratchet it back. I think this is benign. It acknowledges that there's a note. I think it points out a very important principle that they're only just getting started. And if there's a further issue, please let us know by way of a note. Okay. But the foreperson has to be very specific about the issue. Like they can't just write the juror thinks so and so is guilty, or the juror thinks so and so is innocent. You know, they can't do that. They have to write very specific things on this note. Hold on. The court responds, does the government have an immediate reaction to that? The government speaks to what Agnifilo is saying, right? Yes, Your Honor. I think we might want to be a little bit more specific. If that is the note that Your Honor ends up sending, giving instructions reminding the jury not to put anything in future notes about where the vote stands or any juror's views on the evidence or the merits of the case. I'm very concerned about not crossing the line into getting any information about what's happening in the jury room. The court speaks. What I'll ask the parties to do, Mr. Agnifilo, you had the note written on some kind of piece of paper or greeting card or something? Agnifilo says, exactly. Court says, whatever it is, could you share it with Ms. Comey? And if the parties can agree on an appropriate response, I'm happy to provide that. So they're agreeing on appropriate response to say to this jury, okay? As to where they stand, okay? Give me one sec, y'all. Okay? Let's see. Whatever it is, could you share it with Ms. Comey? This is where we left off. And if the parties can agree on an appropriate response, I'm happy to provide that. Ms. Comey speaks, Your Honor, for the other cases we're reviewing are United States versus Baker. People write that down. Damn, where's my pen? United States versus Baker, which Inner City Press did write that yesterday, and we were looking at that. United States versus Baker, and they gave us the whole citation there. And United States versus, is it Spruill? Spruill. Let me highlight that. Comey, Your Honor, for the other cases we're reviewing is United States versus Baker, cite there, United States versus Spruill, and then the citations there. We're continuing to research, but we're trying to read as many cases as we can as we think about this issue, whatever the issue may be. Okay? They don't tell us. The court says, very good, we will break. I'm going to stay here and read those cases, but you can do what you need to do. Comey speaks. Thank you, Your Honor. There's a pause. Miss Comey, I'm assuming this is the judge who says, Miss Comey, have you had a chance to? Comey speaks. Yes, Your Honor. I provided our proposed revised language of a note back to the jury to defense counsel. I don't know their view on it. I'm happy to read it for the record, Your Honor. Comey, our proposal would be a slightly different version of the note. So they have to agree on the note that they have to send back to the jury about juror number 25. Our proposal would be a slightly different version of the note. It would be to write a note back saying, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and to their obligation to follow my instructions on the law. With that instruction in mind, please resume your deliberations. If any further issues on this topic arises, please have your foreperson send a further note. Please ensure that any note do not reference or reveal any juror's view of the evidence, the merits of the case, or the breakdown of the vote. Okay? So this is what Comey proposed the notes say. They have to agree on what to send back to jury, guys. I mean, literally. They have to agree on everything. The court says, all right, so what I will ask the parties to do, Agnifilo speaks, I'm sorry, we're not. The government removed, I think, the language that is most important part of our proposal. Okay? Agnifilo doesn't agree with the note. Court speaks. I'm not doing the note right now. What I'm going to say, it's 1:48. So take the next 10 minutes, meet and confer, and see if you could come back to an agreed upon note to respond with. And I'll come back at 2 and we'll figure this out. Agnifilo says, sounds good, Your Honor. Pause. And the court speaks. Do we have an agreed upon response to the note? Okay. So they took a break here in this pause. Okay. Okay. Let's get to it on this little pause right here. Do we have an agreed upon response to the jury's note? The court says. Agnifilo speaks. We, unfortunately, do not, Your Honor. We do not. Agnifilo. Court says, what do we have written down? The parties' competing proposals. Comey speaks. Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Slavic can send it to your chambers via email. The court says, do we have the defense proposal? Ms. Comey speaks. It will be in Ms. Slavic's email. Yes. Court says, okay. All right. Having received both parties' proposal, I would note that in large part, they are the same. There are minor variations between the two proposals. The issue that I have with the defense proposal is that it suggests in the second and third sentence that the issue raised is not an issue that is of any concern and that the jury should return to their deliberations. I would prefer, and I think it's appropriate, to have a neutral response so that the government's proposal simply reminds the jurors of their duties to deliberate and obligation to follow the court's instructions. That's the only difference. In the other respects, the two proposals are the same. So I will provide the government's proposal back. So we'll put that on a court letterhead and send it back to the jury. And we will see if there are any issues to address. Agnifilo speaks. Your Honor, can I very briefly? Court says yes. Agnifilo speaks. I think the reason for our proposal is that there's no suggestions that the juror will not follow the instructions or is refusing to. And the word cannot is tricky. So we don't know what the nature of the issue is, which is why we did everything in our power not to assume that it's an issue of his willingness to deliberate or anything like that, because it might not be that at all. Important key that Agnifilo said. The Agnifilo saying here that there is no suggestion that the juror will not follow the instructions or is refusing to. That's what the foreperson said, right? But Agnifilo is saying here, there's no suggestion. There's nothing that suggests that. Okay. All right. So he further goes, which is why we did everything in our power not to assume that it's an issue of his willingness to deliberate or anything like that, because it might not be that at all. And so, while our proposal is somewhat more, I don't know, inert, but doesn't make any factual assertions that really by any design, because we really don't know what the issue is, because what the note is that the juror, the foreperson, expresses his concern that he cannot, but he's concerned that he refuses to or will not. And cannot is a term that I think throws out open possibilities that might not be aligned with what the government is recommending. Lord have mercy. Let's go back a little bit. And so while our proposal is somewhat more, I don't know, inert, but doesn't make any factual assertions, that's really by design, because we don't know what the issue is, because what the note is that the juror, the foreperson, expresses his concerns that he cannot, not that he's concerned that he refuses to or will not. Okay. So a lot of assumptions being made here, but okay. Agnifilo further continues, and cannot is a term that I think throws open possibilities that might not be aligned with what the government is recommending. Now, Agnifilo continues, I don't want to suggest that the issue is not an issue. What I do want to convey to the jury is, they're just getting started. And without giving them any kind of guidance as to what the issue might be, because we don't know, allow them to come back to us with the same sort of fresh slate that we started with, but with these additional warnings of what the note should not say. So that's the reason for that. And it really is a one sentence difference. I agree with the court. The court speaks. Oh man, hold up. Let me get my drink. Yeah, cannot, will not are two different things. You're right. Y'all, shout out to everybody. Let me tell you guys something. As far as we're gonna get bots no matter what. If I was in the chat, just ignore them and engage in the conversation as you would. Just so you're aware, because people coming, sometimes you get agitators in the chat. Just ignore it. We have mods there; they'll handle it. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, I'm laughing because it's a one sentence different, but like Band-Aid said, cannot and cannot are two different things. It's a tricky word. All right. The court says, all right, and government proposals does not reference any direction or instructions to any juror in particular. It simply reminds every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligations to follow my instructions on the law. It does not reference that juror's note in any way in terms of the cannot language that you identified. However, the defense proposal gives a signal to the jury that they have only recently started their deliberations, suggesting that there is some required duration to the jury deliberations. I don't believe that's appropriate. And as I noted, it sends a message to the jury that a particular concern that was raised, at least at this juncture, is not an issue to be considered. The government's proposal doesn't address that. It doesn't take a position one way or another. It simply reminds every juror of their duty to deliberate and obligation to follow the instructions of the law. And in some respects, the two proposals are the same. So I hear you, Mr. Agnifilo, but I think the government's proposal is the appropriate one. So we'll provide that to the jury, and we'll see if there are any other issues that arise. Are we able to print that out? Yes? Okay, good. If there's anything else from the government, Comey speaks. No, Your Honor. Court. Anything from the defense? No, Your Honor. Okay. Court says, all right. We'll print that out, and I'm going to ask the court's law clerk to print out the letter. If you need, there should be a signature on there to provide it for the parties, just to review briefly, and then we'll send it back, and we'll send it back to the jury. Thank you very much. We're adjourned. Okay, so there's a recess right here, pending verdict. Right? That's what the transcripts say. Okay. Court speaks. It continues. All right. We have two letters from the jury that I believe the parties have seen. So more information comes in. The first one reads, referring to page 37 of the jury charge, if a recipient wants, requests, or asks for controlled substances, and an individual hands over controlled substances to the requester, has the individual who hands over the controlled substances distributed? There's the question, guys. There is the question, okay, that the jury asked that was confusing, right? And they're referencing page 37 of the jury instructions or the jury charge, okay? I've highlighted it. That's the question, so everybody can see it. You said guilty. All right. That's that technicality question that people were talking about. What do you guys make of that question right there? That was one. That's the letter from 4:30 p.m. The second letter, which was sent 5 minutes later, says, we will end at 5 p.m. today and resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So those are the two notes. We will make those court exhibits. Just logistically, given the time, I think we can respond to the first letter at the beginning of the day tomorrow, which would be today, to afford the parties to determine what an appropriate response would be. The court's suggestion to the parties is that the response would be, in response to the juror's question, the court refers to the jury to page 37, lines 1 through 3 of its jury charge, which reads, and then to quote the relevant language from those 3 lines of the jury charge. That would be the court's proposal, but I'll hear from the parties if they have any different views. Why don't we table? If you have an immediate reaction, you can give it to me. But other than that, I think at this time we can bring the jury out, dismiss them for the day. I will give them some logistical instructions about starting their deliberations in the morning, not communicating with anybody about the case, continuing to keep an open mind, etc., etc. And then we can be dismissed and we can discuss anything that we have to discuss with regards to the first note. Okay. This is important. Any issues with that approach? Comey speaks. No, Your Honor. I do have a response to your proposal, but I think since we're going to give that response tomorrow morning, it can wait until after we've dismissed the jurors. Mr. Agnifilo, the court asks. Agnifilo speaks. That's fine with us. We'll wait until tomorrow morning. Okay. The court. Then I will tell the jurors we've received their other notes and we'll respond tomorrow morning. With that, I'll ask the deputy to bring out the jury. Jury's present. Okay. The court speaks. Per the jury's request, it is now 5 p.m., so we will have you excused for today. We have received your other note and will respond to you in the morning. Thank you for all your hard work. Let me give you some closing instructions. Okay. closing instructions. First of all, tomorrow you should arrive before 9 a.m. Same thing as we've been doing. By 8:45 if you can, so that we can resume deliberations. You can continue through lunch break just as you did today. You can obviously take a break if you like to. It's up to you during lunch. But the bottom line is that you will be in the jury room to continue deliberations. Okay. Let me see. He says, I'm not going to bring you into the courtroom tomorrow. You can resume deliberations. I'm just skim reading this because this is like repeat. Once all 12 of you are there, you may resume your deliberations. All right. In the meantime, I have instructed your time. As I have instructed you time and time again, don't talk about the case. Okay. Don't research the case. Right. Leave your notebooks as well as your laptop, exhibits list, jury instructions, all the material. All right. With that, I wish you a very pleasant evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Jury's out. Bye-bye, jury. Have a good night. Okay. Court says, please be seated. All right. Now we got some issues to talk about. Please be seated. Comey. Yes, Your Honor. Comey speaks. So while I agree that the instructions that Your Honor is pointing the jury to is the correct one, my concern is that because the jury's question points to that page, that they're confused about the specific instructions. So I think a more helpful answer and an accurate answer would be to say yes at the beginning and then point them back to those 3 lines, because I think they've clearly read page 37. There is clearly some confusion about whether it matters what the recipient thought or did, which clearly doesn't under the law. So I think the clearest way to be accurate and helpful to the jury is to start by saying yes is the answer to their question. Now we have the question up and we can look it up again. The court speaks. All right, Mr. Agnifilo, you just heard the proposal. So Agnifilo speaks. Yes, excuse me. Agnifilo speaks. Where I heard the proposal, I would like a little more time to discuss it with the team. My initial reaction is that's not going to be our answer. The instruction is set among other instructions. I think that the instructions on this subject has to be in context, but before I offer a counter proposal, I do want the chance to speak to everyone, and we'll come up with a counter proposal as soon as possible and fairly soon. The court speaks. Let me ask you to speak with the government and see if you can come up with an agreed upon response to the jury and inform the court of the party's position no later than 6 p.m. It's 5:10 now. Shouldn't take you more than that time to inform the court. That way we can have a proposal ready when we begin tomorrow morning, and we can address any further issues that we need at the beginning of the day. Agnifilo speaks. Very good. The court. Anything further from the government before we adjourn? Comey. No, thank you, Your Honor. The court. Defense? Mr. Agnifilo. No. The court. Let's plan if there's any dispute. We'll know by 6 p.m. And if so, we should plan to be here at 9 a.m. just to be sure we can get a response back. Okay, so the trial continues for tomorrow. Now, let me look at something real quick. Okay. Okay, perfect. Inner City Press did a video for us. We'll watch here in a little bit. But let me go back. So they have a response. They have to have a response by 6 p.m. about the distribution question, which is right here. And we have the page 37. Let me see if I can pull that up too. Where's my phone? Here it is. Give me one sec, guys. Let's look at the charge sheet, page 37. I thought I had this. I do. What is this? There it is. Okay. We'll look at that. They're having an issue with page 37. Okay. So the question reads, the first one, Referring to page 37 of the jury charge, if a recipient wants, requests, or asks for controlled substances and an individual hands over controlled substances to the requester, has the individual who hands over the controlled substances distributed? That's an interesting point. Okay. I think I know where they're getting at with this. Okay. Now let's go to page 37. Oh, hold up, y'all. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, I think I found it. That's prostitution. Here it is. All right, let me show you my screen. Okay, let's zoom in. This is page 37, and I think they're referencing this part. Possession with intent to distribute controlled substances. This is what was read to the jury. The next category of criminal violation is possession with an intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including Coca-Cola, Oxy, some other word I can't pronounce, the methamphetamine, gamma, acid, K, something, okay. Anyways, the element of distributing or possessing with intent to distribute a controlled substance are, these are the elements: the conspirator distribute a controlled substance or possess a controlled substance with the intent to distribute it. Okay, with the intent to distribute it. There it is. The conspirator did so knowingly and intentionally, and the substance was in fact a controlled substance. Okay. And then he gives various explanations. Now, I want to explain several terms. Distribution means actual, constructive, or an attempt to transfer. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, to hand over something to another person, or to cause it to be delivered, passed on, or hand over to another person. Distribution does not require sales. Okay. This is the breakdown that they were read. Next, what does possession with intent to distribute mean? I will begin with the concept of possession. The legal concept of possession may differ from the everyday usage of the term. So let me explain it to some detail. Actual possession is not what most of us think of as possession. That is, having physical custody or control of an object. As I possess this pen, if you find that an individual had a controlled substance on his or her person, therefore, you may find that he or she had possession of it. However, the person need not have actual physical possession, that is, physical custody of the object, in order to be legally possession of it. If an individual has the ability to exercise substantial control over an object, even if he does not have the object in his physical custody, and that person has the intent to exercise such controls, then he is in possession of that object. That is called constructive possession. Possession of rugs cannot be found solely on the grounds that a person was near or close to rugs, nor can it be found simply because a person was present at the scene where the rugs were involved, okay? Or solely because the person associated with another individual who did control the rugs or the property where they were found. However, these factors may be considered by you in connection with all other evidence in making your decision whether a person possessed the rugs. Okay. So, and then it goes to the definition of control. Control over an object may be demonstrated in many ways. A person can possess a controlled substance because he or she has an agreement with the person who has physical custody of the controlled substance. In addition, an individual may have possession of an item that is not found on his or her person because the individual has a relationship to the location where the item is maintained. So, like the Gucci bag. There's a relationship between Sean Diddy Combs and the Gucci bag. That's his bag. Many of the assistants testify that they use the Gucci bag to put, his medications and stuff like that. Okay. Just giving you guys an idea. Okay. More than one person can have control over the same item. The law recognizes that possession may be solely or joint. If one person alone has actual or constructive possession of a thing, of the thing, possession is sole. If more than one person has possession of it, as I identified possession for you, then possession is joint. Finally, possession and ownership are not the same. A person can possess an object and not be the owner of the object. This is what is meant by possession. Okay. Possession with intent to distribute simply means that a person's possessed a controlled substance with the state of mind or purpose to transfer it to another person. Since no one can read another person's mind, the determination as to the person's intent can be inferred from his or her behavior and any other facts and circumstances you find relevant to the question. Okay, hold up. I'm going to stop right here because it keeps going. Now, again, the question, because this is why I think maybe people get lost, referring to page 37 of the jury charge. Okay. If recipient wants, requests, or asks for a controlled substance, and an individual hands over controlled substances to the requester, has the individual who handed over the controlled substances distribute? That's the question. It's not like I think it's not a very black and white situation for folks. So I think that this is where it really isn't as black and white as people, because he's not saying, look, the question is simple, y'all. The question makes sense to me, but it's not being answered as a simple question, if that makes sense. Let me see if I can remove this. This is the question, because you forget the question after seeing the instructions. Referring to page 37 of the jury charge, if a recipient wants, requests, or asks for controlled substances and an individual hands over, doesn't say what individual, it just says an individual. Who's the individual? Christina Coram? Sean Diddy Combs? Jonathan Perez? Mia? Who's the individual? Is it the individual being charged, or is it the alleged co-conspirators? The unindicted people? Which one is it? If a recipient wants, if I want substance, which, for example, like, let me give you an example. When Cassie said, or even Jane, when they said they had to take substances in order to numb out the situation, who are they referring to? If a recipient wants, requests, or asks for controlled substances, an individual hands over the controlled substance to the requester, has the individual who handed over the controlled substances distributed? I think it's still a yes. I think that would make sense, but yeah. Let me know what you guys think. So that's where the confusion was at. Okay. Now I want us to go. We're going to go to every predicate act, and but before we do, so those are the transcripts for yesterday. Let me know what you guys think about that confusion. Thank you. See, Scuttlebag says passing the blunt is distribution, but not if the person put 5 on it. All of the above. All the above. All right. You think it's an easy yes, MD Gonzalez? So my question would be, what is the specific situation? Well, who is the specific person they're referring to? I'm lost on that. Like, are they talking about, who are they referring to exactly? Because they're saying, referring to page 37, if I'm the recipient and I want the flower, or I want my medication, a controlled substance. Okay. So let's just, just because we're sticking to prescription, for example, Adderall, Addy. If a recipient wants, I'm the recipient, and I request, or I ask for my controlled substance. An individual hands over controlled substances to the requester. Well, let me not use myself. Say that somebody, Pika, for example. I don't know if Pika takes, I'm assuming she doesn't, okay? If the recipient wants, requests, or asks for controlled substances, and I hand it over to Pika because I take it, Pika is not prescribed this medication. An individual hands her the controlled substances to the requester. Has the individual who hands over the controlled substances distributed? Have I distributed the medication? Have I distributed medication to Pika? Have I violated something? I think it's yes, but they're not saying who the individual is. They're not saying who's the requester. They're not saying who's that's distribution. They're not saying like who's requesting it. Is it Diddy? Is it, because there's instances where you can make the argument that Cassie requested something, and because she said so on the stand. She said that she was requesting rugs to numb out certain things that she had to do, right? But I'm assuming they're referencing if Diddy is handing out substances, is that a violation? I think it is. It would be no different than me giving my Addy to Pika or another person in the chat who's not prescribed that medication, right? And that could be anybody. That's right. You're right. That can be anybody. That's right. If your name isn't on the bottle, that's right. Absolutely. Okay. You do? Okay. Even if you have yours. If I have mine, you have yours, we can't even share, right? Absolutely not. Let's get into inner city press video, and then I want us to break down the predicates so that we can vote and kind of see where everybody lands, okay? Okay, let's see what inner city press has to say. This was it 16 minutes ago? Yeah, because I was reading the transcripts. Here we go.
Inner city press here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Tuesday, July 1, 2025. It's day 34 of U.S. versus Sean Combs, day 2 of deliberations. Now, yesterday, almost as soon as the charge was done and they went into the room, very quickly, they came back and said that Juror 25, who we covered during jury selection, was not following instructions. So there was a big debate about what to say. The concern is that if the jury in a note or otherwise lets the parties and the public know what's happening inside the room, there's a big problem with that. Various cases were cited. There is, in fact, a case saying, more than one, that you can remove a juror if they refuse to follow instructions, not for their substantive views, but for refusal. But we haven't reached that stage yet. They've tried to smooth it over. Now, we put up on X for subscribers and Substack stuff from jury selection concerning Juror 25. I don't really know what the rules are. That's why we're having to do it that way, because the judge has made it clear and the prosecutors have made it clear that they can threaten for publication of things that were actually said in court. So I don't know. That's been one problem with this case, with this trial. Another problem with the trial has been the failure to docket things. For example, at 6 p.m. yesterday, there was a joint filing of some kind due by email, but it really doesn't matter if it's email or a letter, about how to answer the drug question. And we don't know. It should have gone into the docket. That's my view. And it does in most trials. So something is going wrong here. But it is what it is. Meanwhile, during a break yesterday, between the jury notes, we went upstairs to Judge Vargas's 14th floor courtroom, where the civil case of Drake versus Universal Music Group.
UMG. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to it, but there's this also happening.
Was being heard. Now, this is the case in which Drake has sued Universal Music Group for Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar, for defamation, but also streamer bot, stream farming. There's a lot of issues at it. We live tweeted it. Got quite a bit of pickup. I would say the majority, at least, it's not a scientific poll. People were pretty skeptical about a rapper suing over a rap beef, but it is what it is. I'm also a First Amendment fan myself, but I just covered what was said, and people seem to find it surprising that it's somehow objective. We're just covering what's said in court. People can reach their own decisions, and ultimately Judge Vargas will rule on this motion to dismiss. She took it under advisement, as usually happens. But the arguments, you can find them. We also put it up on Substack. We put it up on Inner City Press. We put it up all over the place. Now, we've been covering, obviously, the last few days, the U.S. Senate. They've been meeting late at night. It's amazing. These octogenarians, many of them, they're up all night. Most of the votes going like 47-53, 48-52. There was one 22-78 in which Susan Collins had proposed something about rural hospitals. She got some Republican votes. None of the Democrats voted for it. I don't know. What can I tell you? There's a Senate vote today, and there may be the House, depending on what happens. And at the UN, total and absolute corruption. We put in more questions yesterday. You see, Antonio Guterres has taken public money to hire his cronies, Miguel Graca and a guy called Aguinaldo Baptista. We found exactly a similar pattern at UNESCO, in which Azule has hired people. This is what the UN has come down to. As the squeeze of money happens, and they tell other staff, you're all going to get squeezed, some fired in various ways. The friends of the corrupt bosses are all getting taken care of. And we're covering it from the outside, and we've applied to re-enter, and we will not cease. But for now, we're going in here, U.S. versus Sean Combs.
Okay. Shout out to Mel. Mel's like, my pharmacist is a distributor. Yeah, I mean, a licensed one, that's for sure. At least one that has to follow regulations. Thank you, Mel, for this. Let me shout out some people that I missed. Jamie Kelly, thank you for becoming a member. Is it Callisto Go Free Fry? Thanks, Rabbit. I just started what is that? Stewardship, our org nonprofit to protect our indigenous rights. I'm trying to make sure I say it correctly. Is it the Entheogen Stewardship? Is that one whole word? Thank you so much for this. To protect our indigenous rights. Well, good luck to you. I mean, make sure you guys send some information so I can look into it. Please and thank you. And thank you again for the $10. Phoenix Book Girl has been a member for 3 months. Thank you. Thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for becoming a member. And Mel, thank you again for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, hit me up. I mean, send me some information so I can look into it. Thank you. I hope so too. I hope she got to meet Inner City Press. Okay, let's do these predicate acts. Okay, because I want to know what you guys think about these predicate acts. I got some paper here so we can look into it as well. We already started with the first one. Okay, go vote on the first one. Let me see. I could probably shut the first one down. So the language is something to the effect of, damn it, I should have written this down. Hold up, y'all. I'm going to have to retype it again. Where's my comment? See if I can look at my comment real quick. Shout out to everybody coming through, guys. Thank you so much for hitting that like button. Okay. Let me get a little note. So in the predicate, in the RICO, which is what we're looking at right now, and I'm going to zoom in a minute, but I just want to write this narrative. If and only if, which is conditional, you find the defendant guilty of count 1, which types of racketeering acts do you unanimously find were involved in the offenses? In the offense. Okay. This is the question. If and only if. Let's see if I can underline this. I think I can. All right. This is the question that's being asked. If you can't read it, I'm going to put it up here. Okay. That's the question, all right? So in the first one was, let me look at the poll real quick. Acts involving kidnapping is the first one, okay? And then we're gonna time this for a minute. If you haven't voted, go vote. We have 1,000 votes up there. I'm gonna end it soon, so I'm giving you guys like 30 seconds. So the first one is kidnapping. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll now. All right, so 74% said proved. And 25% said not proved. Not. Okay, the next one. See if I can zoom in. The next one is acts involving arson. They said proved, not proved. All right, go vote. Hit the like button, please, guys. Please and thank you. I'd appreciate it. Let's see. All right, hurry up. Go vote because I'm about to end it soon. So you're like, oh, we're voting? Yes, we are. We're going to the Predicate Act. I'm curious to see where everybody lands. Acts involving arson. These are all under racketeering, by the way. Okay. Vote, vote, vote. That's the only one you have a doubt. I don't think they proved it. See, look at even the poll agrees with me. Some of you not proved. I don't think they proved it. I honestly don't think that. I don't think they did a shitty job on that one, in my opinion. You don't like having to vote. You don't have to if you don't want to. Yeah, I don't think the arson was proven. Okay, I'm gonna end it. All right, I'm going. It's gonna end now. Hopefully you guys voted. Okay. Here it is. 43% said proved and 56% said not. What is it? 56% and 43%. Okay. All right, let's go to the next Predicate Act. The next one is bribery. Okay. Acts involving bribery. That would be Eddie My Angel. Okay. Not proved. Proved. Okay, go vote. Let's see what you guys are saying. Thank you, Constance. Thank you for the $10. Says love the what you're doing. Oh my God. So thank you so much, Constance, for the $10. Hold up, let me put it up here. I guess we won't be doing a Koberger trial anymore. Are we not doing a Koberger trial anymore? Now that he's got a new plea deal? Or at least that's crazy. Because we were talking about that same day we were talking about doing the Koberger trial, and then that was that. That was that. Let me know what you guys think. I was not expecting that breaking news yesterday at all. All right. Oh, Pika, I'm looking into this. I really think I'm down for the Barry Morphy trial. You're upset about the plea? I think it really did. I think a lot of people, like I'm telling you, people were messaging me. Can you believe this? I don't know. I don't know, man. It's crazy. But I mean, at least maybe there could be some peace, with this situation. That was not on your bingo card, Wendy? Wendy's like, that was not on my bingo card, girl. Yes. Thank you, Savannah. Bribery involves giving or receiving something of value with the intent to influence an official act or decision. Nothing here was official, not proven, says Savannah. Shout out to Savannah. Savannah, I already know how you voted, girl. Shout out to you, girl. Okay, I'm going to end the poll now. My friends, here we go. Bribery. Eddie, my angel. 88% said proved. And 11% said not proved. Okay. All right, let's go to, what's the next one? Acts involving witness tampering. Okay. Acts involving witness. Did I spell that wrong? I did. Witness tampering. Not proved. Proved. Okay. Go vote. Guys, can we get to 1,000 likes? I really would appreciate it. Acts involving witness tampering. So like when he called to Jane Doe and he was recording her and like that kind of situation, trying to tell her that he was going to release her S tape or something like that, the tape with other men. Okay. Oh, I'm kind of curious to see where you guys land with this one. Yeah, he never said don't. Well, I mean, it's up. Listen, go vote. Diamond Hicks, don't be yelling in my chat. Just go vote. Let your voice be known at the polls. Jeez. Lord have mercy. Oh, Payne Eddie. Well, true. Payne Eddie Whitney. Well, bribery. I think it's both, isn't it? Yeah, sending April. This is another one too. Sending money to Mia via the bodyguard. Something like that. Pika, they're like yelling at me. I'm like, what the hell are you? Get it together. Go vote. Damn. Moya, I use two kinds. So today I'm using the Two-Face, and then I use the Benefactor or Beneroller. I'll have to pull it out. I'll show you what I use. I use two kinds of eyeliners. Today I'm only using one though. Yeah, he wanted to tamper Mia and Jane. There you go, lovely one. You said that was extortion. I thought Regina was extortion. Yeah, Cassie's mom would be an extortion more. Okay, I'm gonna my moms are funny. No worries, Diamond Hicks. I was like, what did I do? What did I do? Y'all remember Mad TV? What did I do? What did I do? Okay. I'm gonna end the poll now. It's all good, Diamond Hicks. I'm like, why am I getting yelled at? Witness tampering, 82% said proved, and 17% said not. Okay, number 5. Okay, acts involving forced labor. Not proved, proved. Acts involving forced labor. Go vote. Okay. If you are to believe Mia's situation, not sleeping for 3 days, not getting paid, which, by the way, her not getting paid, I think, proves that she had to hire a employment lawyer to get back pay. Okay. I didn't Capricorn have to do something. I don't know. It escapes me. I don't think she did, but yeah, Capricorn had to do the same, right? I don't know. Savannah, but it doesn't stop the act. The simple act of having to get an employment lawyer and having to follow up with that. That, my friend, is I mean, you're not getting paid. You're not getting compensated. The fact that you have to even hire a lawyer and then settle outside, even if you receive compensation, it's still not okay. It's still the act of the labor situation. Now, somebody did say, I found this point to be very compelling. Somebody said that, well, why didn't they file any, EEOC complaints or labor department complaints? I'm like, well, probably the same reason why they didn't go to HR, because what were they going to do about it? Lawyers are expensive, guys. I'm telling you, lawyers. I mean, luckily, one of my good friends, when I worked for government, they were in employment law. And so if I ever needed anything, I mean, that was a thing. But it gets a little bit trickier because I remember my position was a kind of upper manager type. And so it's always good to have somebody on deck, especially if you're like in an administrative or manager or supervisor role. You want to be able to have all that. Just be careful with stuff. Who was HR? HR, I think, was Vashta Wilson. Who's the other person? Tony Fletcher Bias, or something like that, who never testified or anything. I feel like there's a lot of holes in a lot of things, but that's just my thought. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. Okay, acts of forced labor. Okay, hold up. Robin was the accountant. She wasn't working with Combs. It sounded like it was like a contractual relationship. So forced labor is 86% and 13% not proven. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one, which I believe. Okay. Acts involving trafficking. Okay. So this is going to be the umbrella of that. Okay. Trafficking. All right. Here we go. We're going to do a poll. Now, this is going to be interesting here, y'all. Acts involving trafficking. Not proved. Proved. Okay, go vote. Damn. Okay. Look at this poll. Oh, shit. You guys are not playing on this one. Damn. The way that you guys jumped on that poll. um Oh my god. Look. The other one was like pulling teeth to have you vote. Look at this poll. Okay, we're gonna get don't get the question confused. Acts of S trafficking. There's gonna be prostitution in the next question. Those are two, S trafficking and prostitution, two different ones. What it's very specific. Acts of S trafficking. Very specific. Don't get it confused with prostitution. That's gonna be a separate poll. That's right, minds, y'all. You're absolutely right. Nina B says, I keep getting kicked out of the channel. Anyone else experiencing that? Oh, I don't think so. Okay. Anybody else gonna vote? Because I'm gonna end it. We've been getting anywhere from 300 to 400 votes. Okay. Sounds like everybody's done voting. At least that's participating. Oh, hold up. Okay. All right. Okay. See if it gets to 400 votes. The one says I'm getting kicked off too. Really? Maybe there's something to do with YouTube. Damn it, YouTube. Okay, here we go. S trafficking. 89% said proved. And 10% said not proved. Damn. You guys are not playing. Okay, number 7. Now this is very specific, okay? Here we go. Acts involving transportation for purposes of prostitution. I was going to say prostitution, but prostitution, we're going to say. Or prostitution. Not proved. Proved. Okay, go vote. I'm writing this down. I should have done a fill in the blank form. That would have been cool. So that way I could have put the results. I mean, I have it on paper. I could probably put them in and then post them on the community wall so you guys can see them. Acts involving transportation for prostitution, for purposes of prostitution. Okay, proved, not proved. Then the next one is going to be acts involving distribution, rugs, okay, let me look at the poll. You think of roasted chicken? Prostitution? Okay, let me see how far are we. Oh, damn. Look at this poll too. Acts involving transportation for purposes of prostitution. Sheila, El Diddy is guilty of all counts. Throw him in jail. Do not pass. Go straight to jail. Oh my gosh. Not El Diddy. Lord have mercy. I was thinking about that yesterday. I said I should really clip that and put that everywhere. How us Latinos talk about Diddy. El Diddy. ¿Y cómo está este Diddy? ¿Y cómo va el caso de Diddy? That's my dad. My dad's like, ¿y qué está pasando con el caso de Diddy? ¿Qué onda con el caso de Diddy? El Diddy. That's how we say it in Spanish. El Diddy. ¿Estás mirando el caso del Diddy? Yep. El Diddy. El Diddy. Okay, hold up. Let me see what you guys are saying. I'm glad I made you guys laugh, but I'm serious. Shelly just reminded me of that. Thank you for doing that. Flying colors. Okay. All right. Ooh. Okay. Look at this poll. All right. Here we go. Acts involving prostitution. 92% said it was proved, and 7% said it was not. 92%. Damn. And 7% said no bueno. No. Okay. All right. Here's another one. Acts involving rug distribution. This is the question that they had. We just went over it. Like, we're not going to go over it again, but we went over it pretty well as far as their confusion. I think it's a yes. I think that would be a yes, but I don't know how you guys would answer that. Did I spell distribution wrong? I did. And I'm going to check Inner City Press and see if we have any updates. Distribution. Do you think that they're going to come up with a verdict today? Acts involving rug distribution. Not proved. Go vote. Another note? Court update, Rabbit? Oh, shit. Okay, I'm coming. All right, hold up. No, not another note. All right. Here we go. Switching up. This was a minute ago. Well, 4 minutes ago. Hold up. Another note has merged from the jury. It has yet to be read out in court, nor has Sean Combs been brought back in from the holding cell. For now, lawyers are milling over. Combs lawyers Shapiro, Driscoll, Steele, Agnifilo, ETL hunched over laptop. Okay. Let me see what is CNN. I don't think CNN is even in there anymore, but let me check. You never know. They might surprise me. I did have to buy a subscription of their crap. Yep, 5 minutes ago. This was 5 minutes ago. The jury has sent another note. 57 minutes ago. Combs briefly talks to his mom in court before heading back to the cell. Defense attorneys and prosecutors are now adjourned. This was 57 minutes ago. Okay, so he got to talk to Janice Combs. He said, just relax. It's going to be all right, he said. He added that he loved her outfit. I guess people overheard the conversation. She's wearing a green and cream zebra print outfit. "59 minutes ago on referencing distribution. The word distribution means actual, constructive, and attempted." We read this. We're not going to reread that again. They just referred them back to the definitions. Okay. We're waiting. While we wait, go vote since we have a poll there. Let me see what you guys land. Oh, hold up. Did I miss your super chat? D-Boy says, thank you for your hard work. Found you when DJ would direct. I know. Shout out to DJ. Making up words. BJ. Shout out to BJ. D-Boy, thank you for the 10. Shout out to BJ. Y'all, BJ is amazing. Shout out to her. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jury's not playing. Wait. Captain said, juror number 25, you better get on your job. El cochino de Diddy. That's right. Notes could just be questions. Jury asked for the transcript. Well, let's see. Is that the update? I'm surprised that that's just not available to them all the way. You know, if that's what they're asking for, we don't have an update yet. Oh, CNN says, yep, you're right. The juror asked for transcripts of 2 witnesses' testimony. The jury is asking for transcripts from 2 witnesses. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said. That's what they're requesting is transcripts from 2 witnesses. Which ones are those? Who are they? This was 5 minutes ago. CNN. Let me show you my CNN screen, y'all. The jury asked for 2 transcripts of 2 witnesses' testimony. The jury has sent another note that was 8 minutes ago. Okay. I thought that the transcripts would have been available to them. Why do they have to ask for the transcripts? Wouldn't that just make sense? Like the transcripts are there. Well, I mean, they had a lot of witnesses. That's what I'm saying, Maggie. That's my exact same question. It's like, why don't they have the transcripts in the room available to them? That makes no sense to me. Like, what? Yeah, you'd think like you have the exhibits, they took notes of their own, but there's no way to keep up with that. Yeah, Disco D, but I'm telling you, you could sit there and take notes for many, many days, but like they should have the transcripts and the exhibits so they don't have to ask about specific transcripts. That makes no sense. Why do they have to ask for them though? That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought. I don't know. That's also in the instruct. No, but I get this. But why wouldn't they just be available already for them, so they don't have to ask for them? Like, I'm just wondering. I don't know. Listen. That's their question. Is just a request for transcripts, and then they had to pull them out of a holding cell for that. I don't know, man. Your voting is not coming through, like on the button. Damn, YouTube. Okay. I got 500 votes on the rug distribution. Well, I mean, that's a good thing. Let's be very clear. I think it's a good thing that they're asking for transcripts, because they want to make sure that they get the information correctly. I think that's good. This is a pretty diligent jury, don't you think? Like they want to make sure that they get all their information. I think the rug distribution is a question that, can bring a lot of confusion as well. So I get it. I think it's a good thing that they're asking for transcripts. They don't want to guess on what a person said if they don't have them there. Well, let me know what you guys think. Yeah, not rushing. And honestly, I wouldn't. I don't know if it's something you can just rush. Who knows? Who knows what? It could mean a bunch of things. Let me see if we have an update, guys. We're going through the predicate acts. That's for those that are coming in. We're going through the predicate acts, trying to figure out where everybody lands. And let me just say, this is interesting. The percentages, at least. Okay. No update from Inner City Press. Everybody's like, y'all, everybody's flipping out at Inner City Press in the chat. They're like, what's going on? Yes. You played the instructions yesterday where they have the transfer. I'll have to check. I can't remember, y'all. I'll have to check. I don't think they have. They're just asking for transcripts. The jury just changed my mind into thinking that they're going there seriously. This makes me go back to 3 or 4 days now for the verdict. You think it's 3 or 4 days for the verdict? I don't think there's going to be a verdict today. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it didn't give me the impression that we had a verdict today, that we would be having one. Absolutely, lovely one. I agree with this. You know, they should take time. Life sentence is no joke for a person's life, and he's already 50. Absolutely. I agree. Okay, let me close this poll because we're waiting. I'll keep an eye on Inner City Press for an update too. CNN, no update yet. Let's close this poll. Okay, damn, everybody voted. Okay, for the rug distribution, 89% said proved, and 10% said not. All right, then the next one, while we wait, hold up. Do we have an update? Oh, okay, that's something different. Shout out to the people in the chat that letting me know when we have updates. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Here's another form of a question. If and only if, so we are done with the rug distribution. If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of racketeering activity include trafficking of Cassandra Ventura? This is a very specific kind of question. Okay. So if you found him guilty, which if we were to say, hold up, if and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of racketeering activity include trafficking of Cassandra Ventura? So this is count 1. How do you find the defendant? So if you found him guilty or not guilty, then that's going to determine your answer for if and only if you find the defendant of guilty of count 1. Did the pattern of racketeering include trafficking of Cassandra Ventura? If and only if, I'm going to type it up, you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of racketeering activity include trafficking of, we're going to say VC Ventura, okay? So to shorten our letters. Now hold up. I think we have an update. Okay, here we go. We have an update. Give me one sec. Oh, damn it. It's not what I meant to share. Room. At 10:44, Agnifilo, Shapiro, Steele, Westmoreland huddle back by the gallery. AUSA Comey turns and confers with Combs Xavier Donaldson, seated the middle table. Door to holding cell half opens. U.S. Marshal checking to see if it's time to bring Sean Combs out. Okay. Are they gonna? They're gonna talk to each other. It sounds like. Mm-hmm. Thank you for any law. This means that if they found him guilty of count one, otherwise, yep. Otherwise, if they did not find him guilty, there would be no question to the jury. So if you found him guilty of count one, you would be able to answer Cassie Ventura, right? Like you would say guilty because it meets the pattern. If you did not, then it would be, not guilty, right? For count one. But hold up. Yeah, it's the wording. It's the wording. Hold up. I'm trying to see if we're gonna get an update here. Are they gonna have a hearing or a meeting of the minds or what? No update from CNN. CNN was the one that told us that the jury asked for transcripts of 2 witnesses. But are they gonna meet? Or what? That's the question that I have. I love the verdict watch. The verdict watch. Oh, BJ's doing it. Shout out to BJ. This is amazing. We'll probably play her video in a little while. I'm trying to see if we can get an update though. For those that are just joining in, juror number 25 had a issue. They went back and forth. They haven't decided yet. I know that the government is like pulling up research as far as citing sources of instances in which juries members have been dismissed. So that's kind of where we're at with that one. But nothing definitive. And it doesn't even sound like the attorneys even know what to make of, like how to proceed, because they don't know like what the issue is with juror number 25 exactly. Okay. Okay, here we go. We have an update. Sean Diddy Combs has been brought out, and his lead lawyer, Mark Nifolo, is talking with him. Shapiro and Westmoreland are working together on something on Shapiro's laptop. Okay, that's where we're at. Laptop. Let's see. It's Federated States of GM. It's count one pertains to Cassie and Jane Doe. It's in the charging. It's in the verdict sheet. So it's actually, but they're both separate lines, if that makes sense. So if you found him guilty of how do you find the defendant guilty of count one? If you said not guilty or guilty, like if you said guilty, it's going to impact. It's going to ask you about the pattern. Did you find him guilty on this pattern of racketeering for Cassie Ventura? And then Jane. And Jane is a separate, but it's in the sheet. We're waiting for an update. At 9. Deliberations begin at 9. Yes. Shout out to my friend Elaw in the chat. Shout out to my friend Elaw in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're waiting for an update. That's cool that she's out there. I'm really excited. It's good to have BJ out there too. But no update, guys. I wonder what they're like. Are they just having a meeting of the minds or what? You said, what happened if today ends up being a hung jury or deadlock? What's the next step? Does Puff get to go home? No, not always. You can have a mistrial and then the person goes back until the next trial. It just depends on what they decide to do. You can have a retrial. They can have a deadlock, which would then call for a mistrial, right? They could totally, all of this could happen. Um, the more and more I think about it, I think that I don't think all the charges are going to stick, in my opinion. At least from what I'm gathering, does it seem like it might be that. But if it's not that, then there might be also like a deadlock. I'm kind of like in between. I don't know if all charges are going to stick, if that makes sense, because I think that that's a lot of people are kind of wondering if that's the case. Who knows? He stays in custody, but it's up to the prosecutors if they're going to recharge or what they plan to do. Mm-hmm. You think, Landa, you think that they're going to have a verdict? They're moving along well? Damn. People are nervous. Well, at least people that feel like they have. Listen, I don't know. Just depends. We're waiting for an update. I'm going to type up the question here pretty soon. Do you think that threats PD made to JLo allegedly? I heard about this. I don't think he did. I think if anything, Diddy's probably like upset that he's not getting the support from people. You know what I mean? Like the likes of JLo, because he kind of made her career in that side of the industry. You know, she was a known name in the Latino community, but she wasn't very known in the if it wasn't for Diddy and her affiliation to him, you know, in the early 2000s, I think this would be a whole different story. I think that he does feel some type of way about the fact that maybe more people aren't supporting him. I'm pretty sure. You said the judge will never permit hanging today. After 3 weeks, yes, verdict is possible today. It's a possibility that there might be a verdict today. We're waiting for an update, guys. Let me see what CNN is saying. Nope, that was 20 minutes ago. While we wait, I'm going to type in this question. Well, I think I have the question already ready. So again, the question is if and only if, conditional, okay? If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of racketeering activity include S trafficking of CV? Okay, let me see. And that's also under and this is a yes or no question. No, yes. Pay attention to how it's asking the question, guys. How come I can't post this? It's not letting me post it. Why? Give me one sec. I think I've reached my limit of polls. It's not letting me post the poll. Maybe I'll close out of this, see if it happens. Okay, I think we have an update. 10:54 a.m. Emily Johnson goes back and hands a piece of paper over to Sean Combs' lawyer. AUSA Comey goes and sits next to Combs' Xavier Donaldson and shows him something on her laptop. We're waiting for an update. So AUSA Emily Johnson goes back and hands a piece of paper over to Sean Combs' lawyer. AUSA Comey goes back and sits next to Combs' Xavier Donaldson and shows him something on her laptop. Okay. Let me see if I can do a poll. It wasn't letting me do one. I think I have a limit on how many polls I can do. Why, YouTube? Why? Why do you do this to the people? Hold up. Why do you do this to me? What did I do? Ay, 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 Dios mío. ¿Qué está pasando? Let's see. Oh, yes, I've reached my poll limit. My question is too long. I'm writing it exactly how it is. Did the pattern of racketeering activity include trafficking of CV? If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of, we have to shorten these words. 28? Instead of racketeering activity, I'm going to put RA because it's literally counting how many words I got. RA include trafficking of CV. That's why it's not letting me post it. If I have to make these characters shorter, why? If and only if, instead of you, I'm going to put the letter U. Guilty of count 1. Instead of 1, I'm going to put the number. Did the pattern of RA include ST? You guys know what ST stands for. And then the answer is pretty yes or no. Yes, it's on the legal format. Yes or no. Yeah. I had to shorten the question, guys. No, I had to look at how much I've had to shorten it. It was 122 characters. Why did I lose my connection? Did I really? No? Okay. Don't give up. Oh my God, y'all. Okay, we're waiting. CNN, no update. We're waiting. I'm here. I know I'm here. Are y'all here? Mary Summers, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting. I don't know. Is it the internet flipping on us? Can I read count 1 again? I'd have to go back. I could. Give me 1 second. Oh, I have to go find it. Give me 1 sec. I'm also trying to keep an eye out over here. Okay, he says, I'm really going to summarize each count. All right, so this is count 1. Real quick. Count 1 charges that from at least in or about 2004 through in or about 2024, the defendant conspired or agreed with others to conduct to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of an enterprise through pattern of racketeering activity in violation of Title 18 under United States Code. Okay, that's as much as I can read on that. Now hold up. No update yet. Ooh, sorry, I had to turn on the light. So the pull up is regarding Cassie. That's all it's not regarding Jane Doe, it's regarding Cassie, okay? Just so people are aware. All right? So that is the internet tripping? The poll is posted, it's right. I did not all the way. I still need to do her closing, so I'm going to set up AI to do it just because I'm just so behind. I got way too behind on it, but I never finished it. And I got to figure out, I'm trying to also get a little bit of creative about how I can do about, because I have all the transcripts basically. I have all the transcripts from the first day all the way through. So I need to figure out how to that'd be Cassie Ventura. How to share it where the watermark is on it. And because people like, there were so many people that would come into my chat talk about, where can I get them for free? They're not free, y'all. Transcripts are not free. And I would get emails about, I know how'd you get them for free? I didn't get them for free. I didn't. Okay, sorry. Baby Bunny, she has a coloring book and it didn't flip the page and she freaked out. She freaks out over that. Let's see. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, and I mean, you guys, like, I literally think I lost my voice for a couple of notches. I'm still kind of recovering from it. But we got the information as best as we could out. So what I wanted, like I said, I'm not done. I just have to figure out how to do it in the way in which people aren't stealing them, but at the same time, the information's out there. Does that make sense? I have to be kind of mindful of that. They want Banna's testimony? Shut the front door. How do you know, Danielle? Wait. Who said it? I didn't think they would want Banna's testimony. Why? Who said that? Yeah, I have to watermark it. And then I also, like, at least I figured out I could do the AI through Speechify. But the problem with Speechify is that oh no, Rabbit, I'm bullshitting. You had me going, girl. You had me going, girl, on that. I promise y'all I will. Oh my goodness, y'all. Let's see. Yeah, this is what weekly. That's what you're. By the way, all those prices are on the website. Y'all can check it. It's at the Southern District of New York. Court reporters and numbers there. I don't know why people thought that somehow I was like, no, like people need to figure it out. And that's where I'm gonna leave it at. Let's see. I voted no, but I meant to say yes, says Raquel. All right, we're waiting for an update, y'all. No update yet. Are they still in the courtroom? Let me see, my friends. I'm laughing because I literally thought it was Banna. Oh, did BJ go live on there? She did. Let me see if I can get some. I haven't watched it. Hold up. Hope she's okay that I play it. Think she will be okay. I hope that's okay. I'm curious to know about the update. Y'all know I'm dying for an update. Hold up. While we wait. Okay. I am going to speed her up a little bit if that's okay with people. Hopefully the quality is okay.
So today we're going to be talking about some stuff that has gone on already in court. Right now it is 10:40 a.m. and there's things going on in court. Now, where we left off yesterday, the government was proposing to answer Diddy's the jury's question in a certain way. But Diddy and them were like, no, we don't want to answer the question that way. The question that the jury had asked was, they've been sending these notes back and forth. They are deliberating in the Diddy case, and they're sending these notes back and forth. And the judge got a question yesterday, and the way that it works is the two different sides get to kind of try to basically negotiate, like put each one of them. It's really ideally, the two parties would agree to an answer and then bring the answer back and give the answer back to the jury. But it's like highly regulated. It's highly, I'm always scared I'm going to get in trouble for doing something I'm allowed to do, but it's highly regulated and all that. So there's a lot of rules, there's a lot of procedures. So yesterday, right before the jury went home for the day, they had asked a question along the lines of, and I don't have my microphone on too, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Let me know if you can hear me. I know it's not going to be the same as like when I have my good mic, but so the question they asked was basically along the lines of, if, let's say we have two people, right? Two friends, friend A, friend B. If friend A wants to take a substance and asks friend B, hey, give me that substance, and it's a controlled substance, and friend B passes it over and says, okay, yeah, sure, here's your substance, that's illegal or whatever.
Yeah.
Is that distribution? Does that count as distribution? Is that a distributor?
Listen to the scenario. We just talked about that, right? Shout out to BJ. Listen to the scenario that she's giving.
And yes, I mean, I didn't ask ChatGPT. Girl, I went in there and I copied and I pasted into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said, absolutely. Even if it's your friend you're giving it to, and also even if it is for free and you didn't even sell it, you didn't make no money, you just gave it to them, and it's even if it's personal use amount, even if it's not a lot. So yes, it seems like yes is the answer to the question. But so the feds were like, yeah, let's answer the question as yes. Let's say yes, and then point the jury back to the part in the jury instructions where it says that part. Agnifalo's team, no, they don't want to say yes. They don't want to answer yes. They don't want to say yes. Yeah, kiss for smooches, like that's why they tell you don't share your meds, right? It is a crime. And if you do it too many times, it might be a RICO, girl. So, I mean, just be careful out here. But so Diddy's side was like, no, we don't want that.
Don't be sharing your meds. It's a crime. And then if you do it too many times, it might be a RICO. Shout out to BJ.
We just want to, tell them something else, or, don't tell them yes. Just maybe point them back to the, they didn't exactly know. They were like, can we have till 6 o'clock tonight? And we will send you in what we think it should be. And the judge was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. So this morning, 9 o'clock, about an hour and a half ago, it comes out. The judge has sided with the government. Okay. And I have the Inner City Press tweets up here, and he was inside the courtroom. So about an hour or so ago, like less than 2 hours ago, the judge is like, Ms. Comey, can we make sure that when you file things that it's in the docket? It's interesting now when the jury is deliberating, he's finally, reminding them of this, but here we are. Inner City Press is like, better late than never. I requested that in week 1. We're in week 8. Okay, and the judge is like, I'm adopting the government's answer. The judge said, I'm going with what the government wanted to put in there. And Diddy's lawyers, Driscoll, they're always trying to put something in for an appeal. So they're like, wait, can we just put something on the record, Your Honor, about sole possession? This is the definition. This definition of distribution is, what did he say? It's going to mislead the jury. And the judge said, hold on. Both sides agreed to this definition of distribution. So now you're telling me you don't agree to this definition of distribution? And the judge said, you didn't object to this definition before. So what's the problem? What's really going on? And Maureen Comey goes, Your Honor, they're trying to mislead the jury. Diddy's side, so the prosecutor's like, Diddy's side is trying to mislead the jury. And the judge said, well, the jury has asked a specific question. So the two different sides, Mark Agnifilo and them, and then the feds and them, put in their two different answers, the two different things they wanted, their competing answers to the jury. And the judge is like, I'm going with the prosecutor's one because they asked a specific question back there in the jury room, and we need to give them a specific answer, because if we don't give them first of all, the judge like, I have a duty. I have to do this the right way. And if I don't answer the jury's specific questions, then they may be inclined to go and look elsewhere, which is against the rules. So yes, we will point them back to the rules on the jury instructions, but we're also going to tell them, probably yes. Now, again, I don't know what exactly the government submitted, because as you saw, the judge is like, can you make sure that the stuff that you're sending in to me makes it to the docket, Maureen? Like, I don't know why this hasn't been being said for the last 2 months, but whatever. So I can only assume that it's, yes, because yesterday, that is what on Inner City Press's tweets, the government wanted them to go with yes as an answer. Thank you so much, Tina Bailey, for the 149. Shout out to the mods in the chat. Shout out to Diamond. I see you in here. And who else is in here, but shout out to the mods. Okay, so the judge says they have a specific question, and so this answer is a specific answer. Then Diddy's lawyer is like, basically just, he wants to preserve it for appeal. So he's like, can you at least just make an exhibit out of our proposal so that when we appeal you, that, the appeals court can see what our proposal is. The judge is like, yeah, sure, no problem. So anyway, already early this morning, they were getting accused of trying to mislead the jury, Diddy's side. Okay, but then just about 20 minutes ago, there's another note. Okay, so I wanted to come through here and tell y'all, breaking news 20 minutes ago, there was another note coming through from the jury.
Yep.
13 minutes ago, Inner City Press is like, they still haven't read it out in court, and Diddy hasn't been brought back from the holding cell yet. But for now, the lawyers are milling around, and Diddy's lawyers, Alexander Shapiro, Jason Driscoll, who I thought was a black man. He is not, girl. He is white as me. He is white as me. He is the color of paper. Okay, this is not a black man. I thought he was. I guess the only black man that Diddy has is Xavier Donaldson. Okay, so for now, the lawyers were milling around.
Well, and then you have Nicole Westmoreland too. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
It was Alexander Shapiro, Jason Driscoll, Brian Still, Mark Agnifilo et al. Hunched over a laptop. So 2 minutes ago, oh my God, y'all, it's happening right now. 2 minutes ago, as Mark Agnifilo, Alexandra Shapiro, and Brian Steele and Nicole Westmoreland were huddled back by the gallery, the assistant U.S. attorney returned, and she was conferring with Xavier Donaldson. So the two sides. So the judge gets these notes. Court has to get called back into session. So like each day is like adjourned, but I mean, each day there's like several times where it's like, okay, we're adjourned, but the jury is staying to deliberate until 5. So people are just kind of waiting around, including all these lawyers, just in case the jury has questions, concerns, needs any clarification, because it can't just be the judge just sitting there doing this stuff, because, a man's whole rights are on the line. So the people have to be in here, the lawyers got to be somewhere around and all of that. So we are right now, 10:48 a.m., right in the middle of first jury note of the day. Thank you so much, Kellyanne Powell, for the 10-pound super chat. Thank you for being here today for us. Shout out to you. Thanks so much for that. So right now, as we speak, the jurors have come back with another question. They have come back with another note for the judge, and the lawyers are each side, both sides. They're talking about it now.
Hold up. We have an update from CNN. CNN says Combs is back in the courtroom, and his sister and mom are also in attendance. Sean Diddy Combs back in the courtroom as he waits for more information about the jury. Latest note, his sister and mother are also back inside the courtroom. So is there more to the note other than needing the transcripts? I wonder, but let me keep playing.
Who do we have? Mark Agnifilo, Alexander Shapiro, Brian Steele, Nicole Westmoreland. They're huddling. And then Xavier Donaldson is talking to the feds, talking to Mari and Comey. Then they bring Diddy out. No, excuse me. The door to the holding cell is half open. And then what it was a U.S. Marshal checking to see if it was time to bring Diddy out. Okay. 4 minutes ago, Diddy was brought out, and his lead lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, is talking with him. Okay, so they bring Diddy out. This is happening right now. I'm reading it live. It's on the, I don't have, on this like up and down live. I think yesterday is the first time I really went live on a YouTube live. So I don't really know how to do this. Sorry if I'm like missing comments and stuff. It's like a whole different thing here. I'm used to my little StreamYard setup and my little laptop moment. Okay, but 10:46 a.m. Diddy has been brought out, y'all. And he's talking to Mark Agnifilo. Alexander Shapiro and Nicole Westmoreland, the two of the ladies, are working together on something on Alexander Shapiro's laptop. Or on somebody's laptop. I mean, Inner City Press said it was Alexander Shapiro's laptop. But let me just Google like live Diddy updates or whatever to see if it has, because somebody in the comment in the chat earlier, like as soon as I got on, was like the jury is looking for transcripts from 2 witnesses. Verdict prediction, I don't know what that is. Diddy live updates. Let me do that, because I really was going live just to tell y'all about this first thing, which is like the judge is going to allow this definition or this, yeah, like they're going to say like, what is distribution? And it's just handing it to your friend, even if they ask for it. Because I predicted yesterday, shout out to Oklahoma Outlaw Audits in the chat. I predicted yesterday, like I was kind of like, you know, maybe they're not going to convict him on RICO, because like people just have this idea in their mind about what is RICO, and they just don't want to convict people for RICO for a substance charge or for whatever. But I thought maybe they would be able to get him on the, or they would be willing to convict him on the voluntary institution stuff, which could be up to 20 years alone on those 2 counts. But y'all, the fact they're asking about what is distribution like this, and the fact that the answer and the specific thing, they're like, even if someone asks for the substance, it still is distribution. And then they were like, yeah. I'm like, I wanted to come on here and tell y'all that they might be getting him on RICO. You know, we talked about this last night in my live from last night. Jay-Z countersuit against BuzzFeed was dismissed. Someone said, I don't know if this is true, but I am just reading. Shout out to Mouse in the chat. Let me see. Yes, CNN is reporting that the jury is asking for transcripts of 2 witness testimony. They're asking for transcripts from 2 witnesses, according to the prosecutor.
No update yet.
Which witnesses? I don't know. Also, Diddy was talking to his mama this morning. Just relax. It's going to be all right, he told her. Oh my God, y'all. Diddy was talking to his mama. Listen. Defense attorneys and prosecutors are now adjourned following the brief court session this morning. Meanwhile, the jury is continuing deliberations. Diddy stopped to talk to his mom, Janice, seated in the gallery before leaving the courtroom this morning with the marshals. Diddy leaned over and whispered to her, telling her he was heading back to his cell. Just relax. It's going to be all right, he said. He added that he loved her outfit. She was wearing a green and cream zebra print outfit. Okay, let me read y'all something else from CNN.com an hour and 17 minutes ago, but it does speak to that earlier distribution situation, which, again, y'all, just to remind you, the only place that distribution comes up in this trial, and the only place that it would be important at all, is the RICO charge. Thank you, Morning Laurie, for the $4.99 super stickers. Cute little fox blowing kisses and hollering. My God, my goodness, white and green zebra print. So
hey, so let me say something, y'all. I'm not okay with the chat kind of like whatever issue you guys have on another content creators chat, go bring that over there. Don't bring that over here. I'm really good with a lot of content creators, so make sure you, because that just causes a mess in the chat, and I'm just not gonna allow it, especially if it's gonna be bashing BJ or anything like that. Like, I just don't do that. Okay, so that's not, I'm not okay with that. If you have an issue with whoever, go bring that up over there, not here. We don't do that here in this chat. I don't. So I just deleted a couple messages. I don't know who said that was okay. Keep it cute, okay? Thank you.
Demure. I mean, girl, I'm just glad she's wearing a color. So, but earlier that distribution thing,
we have an update.
The judge said he would send the jury a note saying, quote, in response to the jury's question, the court refers the jury to page 37, lines 1 through 3. And then he quotes the language from the instructions. The word distribution means actual, constructive, or attempted transfer. So this is what the judge, this is CNN.com. Okay. So this is important. This is interesting. And also it's a little bit different from what I previously said. So let me make sure to amend with this new reporting I'm seeing from CNN.
Hold up. I think we have an update, guys. Give me 1 second. Hold up. Judge says at 11:18 a.m., we received a note. So the judge is speaking now. We received a note from the jury asking for testimony of Cassie Ventura as to the Intercontinental and Cannes incident and the Daniel Phillips Essex Hotel incident. Daniel Phillips' testimony on that as well. AUSA Comey says, we have a disagreement. The judge, first, let me know if either side minds me bringing the jury out and speaking to them. Comey speaks, we don't see that. Hold up. Oh, there you go. Wow. Thank you. AUSA Commies, we don't see a need. Agnifilo, I've conferred with Mr. Combs and we don't see a need either. Okay, judge says, as to any further notes, let me know. Wait, what? So they don't see a need to bring in the jury out? Okay, let's get some clarification on this. At 11:18 a.m., the judge, we received a note from the jury asking for testimony of Cassandra Ventura as to the Intercontinental and Cannes incident and the Daniel Phillips Hotel incident. Daniel Phillips' testimony on that, as well as, and then AUSA Comey speaks, we have a disagreement. The judge says, first, let me know if either side minds me bringing the jury out and speaking to them. AUSA speaks, we don't see a need. Agnifilo says, I've conferred with Mr. Combs, and we don't see a need either. Judge says, as to any future note, let me know. Okay. So they finally agreed on something. So did they agree on not bringing out the jury about this issue? There's no update on CNN. Is that what I'm hearing? Hey, everybody. Hey, Sylvia. The jury's not playing. That's my understanding. Sylvia, shout out to you. That's my understanding. Did they agree? On that? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So did they agree on not bringing out the jury? Is that what it sounds like? I think we're waiting for more clarification on this. Can't remember. Daniel Phillips was the S worker, was one of the first S workers, who I believe was Cowboys and Angels. And it was one that actually became friends with Cassie, my understanding. And they had like he apparently witnessed Diddy, putting his hands on her, that kind of situation. So he testified to that. Daniel was not an assistant. He was an S worker or an escort, if that makes sense. Yeah, Daniel was an escort. So Daniel was the first entertainer. That's right. Who testified. Absolutely. He was the S worker. Okay. So shout out to everybody in the chat. We have an update. AUSA. Okay. The Punisher is a different S worker. The only two S workers witnesses was Daniel Phillip and the Punisher. Freezer meat guy. Okay. AUSA, we have a disagreement about the redirect about the Cannes incident and the events immediately following. The answer was to what happened when Sean was angry. It referred to the freak off that occurred upon landing in New York. Okay. Judge says, I would likely cut it off sooner. Garagos, I have nothing to add. AUSA, we may need to speak with the court about the continent. Judge says, let my deputy know when you're ready and I'll come back. The jury is not out. They're kind of going back and forth. And then they say, adjourn. That's it. Adjourn. Okay, let me see if CNN has an update, y'all. No updates. No update. No, not the Punisher. Freezer meat will forever take you out. He felt bad for Cassie. That's right. He was the one that felt bad for Cassie. He talked about how he held her when she had been hurt or something like that. But yeah. That's right. So I wonder what they needed. Well, it's adjourned. I don't think we're going to get anywhere. Hold up. Let's see. Yeah, adjourned. Something that they'll cut off sooner. Let's go back a little bit. We have a disagreement about the redirect about the can incident and the events immediately following. The answer was to what happened when Sean was angry. It referred to the FO, the freak off that occurred upon landing in New York. The judge says, I will likely cut it off sooner. Gara goes, I have nothing to add. Johnson, we may need to speak with the court about the intercontinent. The judge, let my deputy know when you're ready and I'll come back. Okay, and then it adjourned. No update from CNN, so we don't. I feel like there's maybe not a lot of clarity in this, so I guess we'll see. But I'm gonna play a little bit of BJ. Thank you. Yeah, everything was brought back to court. Did they want to see, I guess, hear more on one side? No worries, Veronica. A lot of people thought he was the assistant. It was it's another worker. Okay, let me play this and I'm gonna keep an eye on CNN and then we gotta get back to these predicate acts.
CNN. The judge did not allow for the jury to hear the answer or to see the answer straight up, just yes. Rejected that from the prosecutors. This is what he says, according to CNN. In response to the jury's question, the court refers the jury to page 37, lines 1 through 3. And then he quotes the language from the instructions. He says, quote, the word distribution means actual, constructive, or attempted transfer. So even if you try to transfer it to someone else, then it is the definition of distribution. Even if you didn't even do it, but you attempted to and it fell through the cracks on the pier on the boardwalk and somebody saw you trying to hand it to them, that's distribution according to this language in the jury instructions. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person, something meaning the substance, of course, or to cause it to be delivered, passed on, or handed over to another person. Distribution does not require a sale. So this is from the jury instructions. And so the answer to the jury's question ended up just being the judge saying, look one more time at the definition. So the jury seems to be specifically wondering, okay, but what if somebody asks for it? And it's like, well, somebody said yesterday on Twitter, if a crackhead asked a crack dealer for some crack, he wanted it. And if he gets it handed over, that's distribution, even if it was for free. Okay, that is illegal. And I understand a lot of people don't think it should be illegal. Some states have tried to outlaw that, but we're talking about federal laws here, okay? And I think it's very important people to know what the federal laws are and they aren't just going on their feelings, okay? Because you get in a lot of trouble for that. The judge rejected, this is CNN, the judge rejected other proposed language from both the prosecutors and the defense attorneys. The defense had suggested referring the jury back to the full set of instructions. So Diddy's lawyers just wanted to say, just look at the rules. And the judge was like, what? It's like, all those, are you crazy? No, we need to specify where they should look at the rules because that would be so confusing if we just say, just look.
Okay, hold up. I think we have an update. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Let me share with you my CNN screen. Jury requests key testimony transcripts in trial. It's about a minute ago. So the judge is on the bench. The jury sent a note at about 10:15 a.m. asking for several transcript sections. Here's the first one. Cassie Ventura testimony regarding the intercontinental incident. Number 2, Ventura's testimony concerns the events at Cannes and those that immediately followed. Number 3, Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions / freak-offs with Daniel Phillip. Number 4, Phillip's testimony regarding the hotel incident with Ventura. Sorry, y'all. Phillip testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura. The parties are reviewing transcripts to identify excerpts that respond to the jury's requests. Okay, so they're reviewing excerpts to respond to the jury's requests. So they're going to have to go back to like transcripts, basically. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, we just we're on CNN right now. What is this? You get stickers? I want stickers. Okay. Yeah, Dorothy, we're on CNN right now. This is CNN. The jury sent a note at 10:15 asking for several transcript sections. I just assume, I don't know, maybe this is just a really bad assumption, but I'm assuming that these transcripts would be like readily available to everybody, or like that you're bringing like here's a big and these transcripts are, it's a lot of pages. I would assume it's in the thousands at this point. These transcripts, I don't know, they're asking for specific transcripts, and then they're having to deliberate about what transcripts are being delivered to them. The parties are reviewing the transcripts to identify excerpts that respond to the jury's request. So Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding intercontinental incident. Ventura's testimony concerns the events at Cannes and those that immediately followed. Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions with FOs with Daniel, and Daniel Phillips regarding Essex Hotel incident with Ventura. The parties are reviewing the transcripts to identify the excerpts. Yeah. I know, right? It's like they won't give them the entire thing. They'll just give them excerpts. Okay, sorry. I had to stop it for a minute. The jury should have had the info. As what? Well, assuming, let me tell you something. You may think you're a good note taker, but you can't capture all that information in notes. Even if you take really good notes, there's just no way, guys. There's no way. You're sitting there for however. And now I only went to jury for 1 week, and I took notes throughout the whole time. But I could tell you that even in the best circumstances where I took really good notes, I missed some stuff, and I had questions about stuff. And then, like, honestly, it's so hard not to like want to compare what other people's thoughts are, if that makes sense. I think they're maybe going to that trafficking part of the charge, if that makes sense. That's what it sounds like to me. But I don't know, guys. It's kind of hard. Like, you would think that you could you would have taken notes, but that's not the case. Mind y'all, thank you so much for the $10. You said the intercontinental incident is where I have concerns about the intoxication clause in jury instructions. CV herself said PD was messed up the wrong way. Yeah, like he had taken a substance, and even Agnifilo testified to that, right? Like, there's that. Oh, this is hard to open. Hold up, y'all. It's so hard. Okay, I got it. It's a little jelly. Yep, you just bite it. Thank you. Mind you, I agree. CB herself said PD was messed up the wrong way. Like he had something in his eyes. He wasn't himself type of situation. Yeah. I guess we'll see. How this kind of goes down. Hold up. Oh my God. How come I can't put that down? I believe Essex. No worries, Rose Gold. I have horrible pronunciation, and I work on it every day because of it. You're good. You guys can help me. If I say something wrong, I would actually really ask you guys to help me pronounce it, because I'm hooked on phonics for life. But yes. No, don't throw it. Thank you. English is hard. Yes, it is. Hold up. Intoxication or drugs use doesn't make it illegal to commit crimes. Really more of a thing for the judge to consider during sentencing. Yeah. But what about all the other times? Bad rugs, them too. Okay, sure. Lydia, I mean, are they looking at a specific event? Is that what they're looking at? Is this what it sounds like? Thank you. Thank you, Pinky Blue. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would just say the Essex. Y'all are funny. Okay. All right. So okay, so CNN did the breakup or the breakdown, not the breakup, the breakdown for us. These are very specific things that they're asking. We're waiting for the sitter to get here, but she gets it later. I'm always trying to help you out. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm telling you. But if they're asking for specific, we were getting to that one question. Hold up. Let me see. Where did we leave off? I know. Okay, so 733 votes. If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count one, did the pattern of RA, which is racketeering activity, include S trafficking of CV? I had to condense the question. So I think that's where they're literally looking at the first charge. They're looking at one of the predicates on Cassie Ventura. That's what they're doing. This is why they're asking specific details on what happened with Cassie in the Intercontinental Hotel. I think that's what they're doing. They're kind of deliberating specifically on that issue. That's what you said, right, April? Like, that's what it seems like. They have to be doing that because, let me go. Did I lose I hope I didn't lose the tab. Hold up. Let's go to Diddy docket real quick before we go to BJ again. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The question on Diddy docket, or excuse me, the verdict sheet. The very first one, it says count one, racketeering conspiracy. The very, very first question says, how do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty? That's the first question, okay? Then the one that we left off, which is the one on the poll, if and only if you find the defendant guilty of count one, did the pattern of racketeering activity include S trafficking of CV, Cassie Ventura? Okay, so some of you guys on that poll said 86% is saying, yeah, I'm gonna end the poll now because we have to end it. That's a lot of votes. If and only if CV, yes is 85% and no is 14%. Now, it's asking the same question of Jane Doe too. Okay, so we're gonna break that down. While I'm gonna play BJ's video, and then I'm gonna type up this question. Okay, it takes me a minute because I have to cut down the characters, guys. So let's do that.
That would make them maybe think like they shouldn't be asking us questions. So no, we're not going to be doing that, Mark Agnifilo. But it doesn't look like he actually allowed them to just simply put yes, which is truly the answer. But I can understand how, that is a whole RICO charge. If you say yes, you're basically saying, yeah, he did RICO. Because the people who testified, we had testimony after testimony after testimony after testimony of people saying, I bought stuff for Diddy. Diddy told me to buy stuff. I got stuff and Fahim was involved. I got stuff and KK was involved. I got the stuff from Guido, but Guido I got connected with through KK, right? Like all of this. And if there's even 2 instances of that distribution, even 2, then the RICO has been proven. Now, you do need 2 predicate acts, right? So there's like separate elements. So you need 2 separate predicate acts to make up a pattern of racketeering. As long as 2 of the people, as long as 2 enterprise this distribution thing, and then it actually got distributed, attempted distributed, then that's it. That's all you need as far as proving that those crimes did happen. So then one other of kidnap, arson, bribery, those other 8 things we went over last night, just one other thing has to have happened that meets all the elements, and then boom, RICO. And again, y'all, I still would be surprised if he gets found guilty on RICO, but from the basis of these questions, it appears like they're on that part right now, trying to figure it out. Now, let me go back to Inner City Press and see if he has tweeted anything else. Okay. So the most recent tweet that we read was
All right, go
10:46
vote.
a.m. Diddy has been brought out.
Okay, put in there for Jane specifically. Now we did Cassie's. We're looking at Jane, okay, which is on the sheet. Go vote. What do you feel like with Jane specifically? Not with Cassie. Now this is Jane. See how I'm kind of curious to know where you guys land with Jane on this one. This is gonna be interesting. And see, it would be great if we can get 700 votes on that one. But hey, I mean, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Let me hit play on this.
His lead lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, is talking with him. Alexandra Shapiro and Nicole Westmoreland were looking at Alexandra Shapiro's laptop. And so then 10:54 a.m., 5 minutes ago, the assistant U.S. attorney went back and handed a piece of paper to Diddy's lawyers. Okay, so they're trading papers. They're passing papers, notes back and forth. And then Maureen Comey goes and sit next to Xavier Donaldson, and she shows him something on her laptop as well. So both of the sides are just working with each other right now, passing notes in open court, trying to figure out what's going on. But it does look like the jury was asking for specifically for transcripts from 2 witnesses. Now, which witnesses is it? I don't know, because I'm looking at CNN right now. Let me see if I can find some other live update. BBC, let's see. Jury sends another note. Okay. So I don't see any other outlets that are doing updates like this except CNN and BBC. Both of those are not saying whose transcript is being asked for. Let me go one more time to Inner City Press. Okay. So that's all I really have for this one. I'm going to come back live in probably like a few minutes or whatever. Whenever it's actually, we know whose transcripts are being requested, I'll come back live again and let y'all know. Make sure that y'all got your notifications on and you're just checking back in. I'm going to be live a few times today, but I also have some other stuff that's due. So I'm going to be in and out throughout here. But thank you for coming through, and make sure that your bell is on and you're just coming back, like physically coming back to the channel, because after you go live so many times in a day, then it will just stop. Like YouTube stops sending notifications, which is understandable because like who wants to be getting pings all day? So
they get like 3 notifications a day or something like that, if that makes sense. So it's important. You got the head. Yay! I don't have any. Give me one sec, guys. Let me hit play on this.
Yeah, maybe they moved past the distribution. Maybe they are actually trying to remind themselves who said what. Because, I mean, I know me. I was sitting there reading it all live and stuff. I mean, I wasn't in the courtroom, but, like, I forget, like, if it was Capricorn who said something, if it was Mia, if it was, sometimes I get these other 2, David James and George Kaplan, confused with each other. So I get kind of confused myself. So I'm glad it does appear that the jury is being diligent. Now, a few days ago, I was watching Law and Crime, and there was this legal expert, lawyer, whatever guy on Law and Crime, and he was saying, like, while the jury deliberations are like super secretive, and we can't go back there or anything like that. Even the judge has to be very careful about what notes he sends back there and stuff. You can get an idea of what they're doing and what they're thinking and how they're moving back there by looking and examining and analyzing which questions they are asking. What questions they are asking are like,
I think they're trying to find out if he's guilty of ST of Cassie Ventura based on just going back to the specific excerpts. I think that's what it is. They're trying to figure out if that's where they're at. They haven't even gotten to Jane yet. Okay.
what is specifically counting as distribution? And now they're asking, like, can we get a copy of the transcripts from these people's testimony? Now, previously I'd heard that you could not do that. I don't know why the person who I was listening to said you couldn't get copies of transcripts. Like, that doesn't sound fair. It sounds like you should be able to request that if you're a jury.
Absolutely. I thought they would have had that available for everybody, but I guess I don't know. I was a little surprised. Like, even before you even go and deliberate, they should have been there. I don't know.
So I don't know exactly what's going to end up happening. Let me check one more time on the inner city press front. Still nothing new. Let me check one more time on the CNN front. But don't worry, y'all. I'm going to come back and update you with what is going on as soon as I know something. The most recent is still the, jury asks for transcripts of 2 witness testimony. So that's all I really had for this one. I will see y'all very soon. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, and neither is reading stuff from online, girl. Love you, Mina. Okay, bye.
Shout out to BJ. This is what people were saying too, that they felt like it was too easy to prove RICO. I mean, on a lot of those, or did they prove it, low-key? That's the question that I have, That's the question that I have. Now, hold up. Do we have CNN is not saying anything. I don't know, guys. I don't know. All right, let me see what the poll says. Where'd you guys land with the poll? The poll. Okay, we have 394 votes. We had 700 votes last time. So I don't know if we're going to get to 700 votes, but we were going through every predicate to figure out what they had. Now, hold up. I just got a notification. What is this? Okay. That's where we're at. I'm just looking to see what else we have. Give me 1 sec, guys. Make sure you guys vote, and then we'll review that here in a little bit. What? Exclusive. Diddy's best friend, Charlie Lucci, gives thoughts on guilty versus not guilty verdict. Okay. Hold up. This is out of Armand's channel. Shout out to Armand. Let me see this while I'm looking at the votes and then setting up the next poll question.
We got Charlucci in the building. He's been here since day one, every day in the courtroom, supporting his longtime friend, best friend, Sean Combs. So I caught up with him to ask him a couple questions. So the first question is, if we get a guilty verdict, how does this change the trajectory of dating, especially men with power, money, and access, and women? Like, what happens?
Oh, you don't have to go AI. You're going to have to create your own woman, and you have to date on AI, virtual. I mean, AI is looking good right now, so, I mean, you're not going to be able to trust with it. Because everything now is being looked at as, if they can convict him on something like this, I mean, you can't, anything you do to a woman, she can bring a charge on you about.
Wait, did he really say if he's found guilty, we're going to have to go AI for people that are dating? What? Okay.
That's what I thought. I thought what was interesting was the distribution part. Like, just because you handed her the pill, to do that was very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's very crazy. How many times you been out somebody? I only smoke weed, right? Matter of fact, I've seen people who will puff a cigarette. Can I puff of that? You have people a personal cigarette. You having a drink? Can I get a sip of that? It's just when you're doing drugs. It's like drugs. I guess it's like when someone's smoking weed or drinking, they share it. Here you go. I didn't know sharing drugs or sharing drinks or sharing cigarettes could be a crime. I didn't know that.
Well, I guess what's the interesting part is that it could be a crime because all of a sudden a person could say, I was coerced or I was uncomfortable or he made me do.
If you asked me for it,
right?
A cigarette is not a controlled substance, right? We're not talking about cigarettes, right? Like a cigarette is not a controlled substance, right? If that is, then we lost the plot. Wait, what? Shout out to Armand. But I'm like, wait, what did he say? Not a cigarette. Yeah, okay, so he said if you bought rugs from a minor and gave it to them as distribution, but he's talking about he made a comparison to a cigarette. Yes, that is true. That is true. They're tripping. He said the cigarette. I just thought that was funny. Okay, it's clearly not the same.
Ketamine was not Puff's drug of choice.
Yeah.
Ecstasy, and he did a little bit of coke or whatever the case may be, but ketamine, I don't know how you say it, was Cassie's choice of drug. Even the text he told her, I don't like this drug. I don't like the way it makes me feel. Can we stop doing that? She got upset because he didn't want to do ketamine.
Wow. Okay, and so if we get a not guilty verdict, right? What happens? He gets go home free, party, we forget about everything, or where do we go from here?
Well, as a culture, we're very short-sighted, so if it's not in the news, nobody cares. So he goes home, right? He starts putting his life back together, and he goes on to be a better father, better friend, a better entrepreneur, and he just move forward. That's it. There's nothing. He didn't commit a crime, so it ain't too much for him to do. His personal business, okay, his dirty laundry's out there, right?
Yeah.
It is what it is now. That's it.
But do you think, like, because I'm a gay man, right? And so, especially in our culture, hip hop culture, when you see, we're not really accepted in that community, right? So now,
I disagree.
Okay.
I don't think you guys are not accepted. You probably got a lot of gay men and gay women in the industry that's probably don't want to come out for whatever reason, right? But I don't think that y'all shunned it or anything like that at all. I really don't. I've been in this game a long time.
So you don't think that the people will look at him different because they see the male escorts, or that doesn't change anything?
No.
And the baby oil?
Well, Puff never did nothing with baby oil with the male escorts. Let's start there. Right?
Okay.
He was never intimate with these men. They never did a threesome together with the men. You follow me? He would get off watching. He was a voyeur. He would get off watching the guy have sex with her.
Okay.
He'd take in the room for them two to be together.
Okay.
All right. If you remember back, maybe like 3 weeks ago, the guy testified that he was looking at Puff. And Puff asked, "What is he looking at? Why are you looking at me?" Right. So he's not homophobic, but he's not homosexual either.
All right. So yeah, I think that's
so weird.
Puff is king.
Yeah, I got it. All right. And so
even if he was, who cares? Like, honestly, who cares? Who cares if he was? Even to try to defend that, it's just crazy to me. Who cares? Who cares? I don't know. Is that really a thing? It was weird. It's weird to even defend that. Okay, so we're now, just so people are aware, we're looking at the as I'm playing this, we're looking at the acts. So we're done with Jane Doe. We voted on that. Okay. Now we have count 2, S trafficking of Cassie Ventura, which is a separate question. So I'm about to post it right now. Go vote right now as I am playing this. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a weird. Okay.
Last question, and I'll let you go. And I forgot, but with the family, you're sitting with them every day. They're like, how are you, like, can you give us any insight on like how you are like managing with the kids or how you're encouraging them? Because the daughters have to sit and hear all these things and the sons, and I'm like, how do you guys manage that and keep them focused from like the cameras and the drama and the gossip and you know what I mean?
Well, they grew up under the lights, right? This ain't nothing new to them. The lights, cameras, they Diddy kids, right?
Yeah.
They know who their dad is. They know these are lies. So they just got to sit through and hear the lies, right? If there's any truth about it, yeah, it would be a lot of it would be really hard for them and emotional. Had there been any truth to it, there's no truth to this. So they said through this live like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, I think probably the worst testimony was Jane Doe. I think that she really helped the defense on that.
Oh, yeah. So did Mia. I mean,
yeah.
Mia helped.
A lot of the witnesses helped. Honestly,
I don't even understand why we here at this point. Like this is why the defense didn't call anyone.
You said he kind of looks like Bobby Brown. Why? Craig, thank you for being a member for 18 months. Okay, I know I've been watching Karen read, but I'm back yet. I'm waking up. Is that Bobby Brown? That is not Bobby Brown on the screen. This is I think his name is Charlucci. That's his friend. Okay. Just so people are aware.
They didn't have to.
Right.
Why would you call it? They doing the work for us. They're telling you everything. And we keep telling lies. All day long, they're lying.
I will say I don't think that Mia was raped, and I definitely think that Jane Doe was jealous of.
And you don't think Mia was hung out of a 17th floor window by
Bana.
That would be Bana.
Yeah.
I challenge anybody to take a gallon of water in each hand and do this. Hold it out there for 5 minutes. She said she was helping 5 minutes over a terrorist, wiggling. Let me go, don't drop me. And he's holding it like this.
Yeah.
Come on, stop it.
Now they did continuously play the Cassie video though.
Oh yeah, but that's not. See, we don't like comment on that because, like I said, domestic violence is always bad, right?
Yeah.
It's never good for a man to put his hands on a woman, or a woman to put her hands on a man. Everybody keep their hands to themselves, right? But this is not what he's on trial for. She's not on trial for domestic violence. Had this been domestic violence, we'll be having a totally different conversation right now.
I agree.
Because he did that. He didn't do this.
Okay. I know I said one more, but I got to get this one because I think this is a big thing. Like a lot of people are saying that, hey, this case is not a good case. But I know a lot of people that want a guilty verdict because they feel like that his reputation in the past has been like this monster just in the industry.
What makes him a monster in the industry? Like
well, his business relationship.
As the main boss. Who don't have a mean boss? You have a job?
And let me say for the record, he's not being convicted of the things like we all know that he is not a good person in terms of how he treats people, the way in which he's moved around and everything. I mean, at least the sides that maybe a lot of us are aware of based on some of the industry stuff. Now, my thing is that that's not what he's being convicted about, right? Like, not at all. And I think we have to be objective of that. We're not convicting him of the College City or the New York nightclub shooting or anything like that. It's literally standing trial over this situation that's happening currently with these alleged victims, right? It's good to kind of separate those two, even though, in my opinion, I don't think he's a good guy, even though I feel like a lot of people in his past that he has harmed deserve justice. And he should have paid for those crimes back then, but he didn't. For whatever reason, he didn't. So, I think that's my stance on that. But this trial is specific to RICO. This trial is specific to what's happening currently. So we have to be careful about trying to convict somebody for the things that they've already been cleared for in the past. Does that make sense? Like, I don't like him. And I have a lot of, like, I've told you guys, I have a lot of theories. I have theories about the fact that I feel like he had something to do with Kim Porter's death. Okay. I have theories that he had something to do with Biggie's death, even Tupac. Okay, to cut out the competition. I have lots and lots of theories. But he's not being convicted for those. So we have to be mindful of that, okay? All right, let me hit play on this.
No, well, this is my job. I'm my boss. I'm my own boss. I've had a job.
Why do you work for yourself? Because of the boss, right?
Right.
You don't like the way your boss talk to you, right?
Right.
And then you ask anybody that has a boss feel like their boss. They had a movie called Mean Boss, right? Devil Wear Prada. There's a bunch of movies out there about mean bosses. Can a boss tell you to come to work tomorrow night? Hey, look, why don't you come to work 8 hours tomorrow late?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
no, you got to take advantage of that, right?
We do? Oh, what's going on? Okay, here we go. We have an update. Y'all ready? Inner City Presence. Shout out to everybody. I think I saw Pika first. Shout out to the beautiful people that are giving me updates because I'm like writing stuff down to prepare for the next question that we're going to ask. These, I have to tell you guys, these percentages that I'm capturing are very interesting what the chat is saying. And I might fill out the form based on the percentages that you guys have voted for. Okay. So we might do that and then post it on the community wall. All right. Okay. Here we go. So we have an update. So it's 11:58 a.m. The judge, I understand there's an issue to resolve. Another one? Comey says, I understand that during the break, the defense came up with an issue about Daniel Phillip. Xavier Donaldson speaks. U.S. wants one more question and answer in than we do. It's his later thoughts. Okay. The answer is on the hotel incident, says Comey. Johnson speaks. On the Intercontinental Hotel incident, we think it's the day of and after, not the days before. That's our position. The defense wants to include Miss Ventura's IG post of 2024. Huh? Do we have our dates mixed up on when this happened? What? We think it's the day of and after, not the days before. This is the government. That's our position. The defense wants to include Cassie's IG post of 2024. Oh man, are we going to have another date issue like Bena Brianna Bangolo? Oh no. Okay. We're waiting for an update. We're waiting for an update. Is this going to be a date issue? No update from CNN. Yeah, do they want the DV posts? Dean, I think you're right. Maybe they want the DV posts or something. Yes, they are. I think it was like what, $20 an hour? Thank you, Matt, for the super sticker. Free P Diddy wearers are getting paid an hour. I think it's like what, $20 or something like that. Yeah, we should. There shouldn't be a think. We should know. We should know. Look at the language. It's a little bit concerning. On the Intercontinental Hotel incident, we think this is AUSA Johnson. We think it's the day of and after, not the days before. That's our position. Isn't that what was going on with Brianna Bangolo? Brianna Bana Bangolo and that whole thing is at the metadata, and they thought it was this day, but it was really this day, and on or about type of language. What are we saying here? Then they want to put a definitive date. See, somebody even said, we think, not we proved. Oh, this is not bueno, guys. Esto no está bueno. No. Oh, no. Hold up. TD Garagos, we did include several messages from after the Intercontinental incident where they're talking about it. It's regarding the incident. It's important to weigh whether Mr. Combs coerced Miss Ventura into commercial S on that date. Oh, no. There was an Instagram post. I think I'm not really sure if that's the one they're referring to, unless there's another one. Remember, there was an Instagram post talking about DV or something like that, and it was posted after the Intercontinental video was released. You said, get your ish together, attorneys. We're waiting for an update, y'all. There's some conflicting information here. Government, we don't have time to we think. We have to get right to where we're at. What's going on, government? What's going on? What if anything, what if they mean we think that that's what the jury's asking for? I mean, listen, I'm not a mind reader, but I have a lot of questions. The video feed? What video feed went down? We're waiting for an update. Okay, here we go. Okay, the judge says the request was for Miss Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. How does anything from 2024 regard it more than things closer in time? Garrigo says in 2024 she was responding to the video of the incident and also watching it here. Oh, okay. So the judge says the request was for Ms. Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. Then he says, how does something from 2024 regard it more than things closer in time frame? How are you using something from 2024 for this incident in 2016? Garrigo says in 2024, she was responding to the video of the incident and also watching it there. Okay, there's just so much context that we're missing here. Okay, did I put the pay links for the transcript order? I did not. If y'all want to, I would really appreciate if you guys can donate. Because this helps. If I'm able to get them today, I'm able to do a short little video on it. If I get them today, if not, we'll talk about it tomorrow morning. If you guys can donate, there it is. Okay. Thank you, Pika, everybody. Or if you just want to support the channel, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, but that's not. You're right, Claudia. That's not what the jury. But that's not what the jury asked. So Pinky Blue says, yeah, but the defense is just trying to shoehorn in something the jurors didn't even ask for. They've spooked them, or they spoke them. Pamela says, what does that have to do with their testimony? Thank you, Marsha P. Thank you. You know what? It could be $1. Thank you, my love. I appreciate it. Thank you. What does that have to do with the testimony of her innocence? Of the innocence? Oh, that's what the post was about. DV. Was that the problem? That's what they want. They want the post because the post is about in 2024 about DV. So I get it. So if I'm in the jury and I'm seeing the charges, she's calling it DV, but here it's looking like ST, then that would make it conflicting for the juror to be like, well, in 2024 present time, she's calling it DV, which is what the defense wants it to be labeled as, right? We have an update from Inner City Press. Okay. Johnson, AUSA Johnson, she was asked, do you recall posting on Instagram in May of 2024? There you go. She wrote that DV is the issue, but that's not what the jury is asking about. We like more in about the cans incident. TD says, yes, AUSA, say it. They asked about the testimony on the day of the incident. They didn't ask about anything to do with 2024. Well, hell, we have the questions here of what they're asking. Let's see what CNN said. Okay, this is the first request. Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding Intercontinental incident. Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding the events at Cannes and those that immediately follow. Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions with Freakoffs with Daniel. And then Daniel Phillips' testimony about the hotel incident. So the first one is they want her testimony regarding Intercontinental incident. And then the second one is concerns in Cannes. So really, this DV video that she did in 2024, speaking on it, would have only spoken to they just want that testimony. They don't want anything else. Miss Sean B, thank you for the $2. Thank you. There's confusion. Somebody said, clock it, AUSA. Oh, man. Yes, I'm sorry. Am I not liking it? Sorry about that. I just go through so many and I forget to like them. Moya, thank you. I do support Inner City Press, though. I'm a subscriber and a Patreon, so I have both subscriptions. I don't think the jury cares about the 2024 pose. That's not what they're asking for. How do they find that to be so relevant? If all they're asking for is the transcripts, why do they feel like the 2024 post is relevant? That's not what they're asking for. I'm sure BJ will break this down. Yeah, wouldn't that show she was trying to get away? Well, let me see. I feel like Cassie Ventura. I don't remember Cassie Ventura's intercontinental IG posts. DV. Let me see if I can. She wrote it on IG, right? I don't think I ever saw it. Yeah, I don't know where it's at. I'll have to check. While we wait for an update, did you guys vote on the poll? And make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Did we get it to 1,000 likes? You know, the best way to support, it's not always financial. If it's just you hit the like button, that's always helpful, guys. Always helpful to just hit the like button on your favorite creator or a creator that you're watching, because, you know, they have to balance a lot. I'm trying to see if I can see. I don't see that. Maybe it might be on one of the exhibits. We'll have to see. It's on our page. It's on Cassie's page. Okay. Maybe we'll go to Cassie's page and see if we find it. I haven't been to Cassie's page in a minute. That's the fan page. Oh, her page. I don't see it. Let's see. Cassie Ventura Instagram. Oh, maybe I don't follow her. I thought I did. Okay, here we go. Oh, there it is. You're right, guys. You guys are right. This was 57 weeks ago. So I have her words here, but I'm going to wait for an Inner City Press update. Okay, AUSA says, she asked, do you recall posting an Instagram in May of 2024? She wrote that DV is the issue, but that's not what the jury's asking about. We'd like more in about the cans incident. Yes, that's correct. So this is the DV post. Okay. You said the defense is trying to be slick. Okay, hold up. So this is what she wrote 57 weeks ago. Thank you for all of the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. But this is only the beginning. DV is the issue. Look at how she says is the issue here. I think this is why they're wanting to emphasize this. DV is the issue, which, by the way, even if she wrote this in an ST situation, coercion is part of this. Physical abuse is part of this. DV is part of this. So, I mean, we can go back and forth on that, but she did write this. This is what it says. This is why the defense wants to use it, okay? DV is the issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I'm better today, but I will always be recovering from my past. Thank you to everyone that has taken the time to take this matter seriously. My only ask is that everyone open your hearts to believing victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth of a situation that you were powerless in. I offer my hand to those that are still living in fear. Reach out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. This healing journey is never ending, but this support means everything to me. Thank you. Love always, Cassie. Okay. Yeah, DV covers a wide spectrum of things. It's true. So you said Diddy is the abuser, could be talking about anybody. I don't know. She didn't know any better. Violence is violence. Yeah. We're waiting for an update. Now hold up. Let me see if CNN has a good update for us. No, that was 48 minutes ago. So at least CNN broke down the question for us. They're going back. I think it's question number 1 and number 2 that they're kind of going back and forth on. And I'll show you guys, for those that have not seen the questions, CNN did highlight those while we wait for Inner City Press to give us an update. This is what CNN, I think it's the first 2 questions that they're having issues with. Yeah. I will, Deborah G, when I get a chance. I just can't I can't post all the votes from the beginning, because then everybody would have to revote. So if you're just now coming in, you might you might vote for later on, but you probably weren't here for the earlier votes. Deborah G, thank you so much again for the $1.99. Thank you. But yeah, my love, I can't repost them. I can't post them again. I'm trying to think if I could do it in a way in which I could fill in the sheet about what people said. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Give me 1 sec while we wait for an update, guys. 1 sec. Do we have an update, you guys said? I just saw. Okay, hold up. Sorry, y'all. I might need to take a potty break later. Okay, I think we do have an update. Here we go. All right, so before this, they were arguing about the post. Garrigo says, we think we should start with the first government's exhibit about the intercontinental freak-off. AUSA Johnson says, if we could get the laptop back, we could load a searchable PDF. Government says, I agree with some earlier and messages later should be given. What's left? Reasonable doubt. What's going on here? Garagos, we think we should start with the first government's exhibit about the intercontinental freak-off. Johnson says, if we could get the laptop back, we could load a searchable PDF. Judge says, I agree. Some earlier and later messages should be given. What's left? Yeah. What is left? Okay, here we go. We'd like to include the photos she took of her injuries and the message from March 5th. Ms. Garagos, the judge says, Ms. Garagos, don't those fall in the same category? What would be the objection? Garagos speaks. I have to maintain my objection to the photos. Oh man. So they can still like argue and object while these people are supposed to be they can't deliberate until they get maybe some direction about the questions and the transcripts. I don't even know if that's been given to them. This is why I'm like, there's so many questions here, guys. So for any law, they gave there's another note and they're asking specific questions. The jury is they're wanting specific to pull specific excerpts from transcripts. And so then the lawyers are getting together about what they're going to give to the jury and not. So like one of the questions we reviewed it hold up was and I think they're kind of stuck on this one. The lawyers are the first one, Cassie Ventura testimony regarding the intercontinental incident, and then Ventura's testimony concerns at the events at Cannes, and those immediately followed. They're asking for several transcript sections. Okay, so then they went back and forth. The defense is wanting to give them something that they're not asking, so it's kind of like they're kind of back and forth at this point. Yeah. This was 2 minutes ago. We'd like to include the photos she took of her injuries and the message from March 5th. Garrigo speaks, don't those fall into the same category? What would be the objection? This is what the judge asks. Garrigo, I have to maintain my objection to the photos. Damn. The objection to the photos, guys. We're waiting for an update, y'all. My goodness, y'all. Who knew that this was going to be a interesting case in so many ways, and we weren't going to have a whole lot of resources really to kind of put things together, but you know, we're doing our best, I think, in my opinion. To follow as much as we can. No update. Let me see what CNN is saying. CNN doesn't even have an update. Okay. All right. Did you guys vote while we wait? Okay, 846 votes. On count 2, S trafficking of CV, how do you find the defendant? Wow, 83, 80, you guys are still voting, so I'm going to give you guys maybe like a minute to finish up there. It's a lot. I personally think that they need to. Thank you, Twisted Cookie. Shout out to you. Yes, the Cannes Festival. No ES, no nothing. Okay. Just for the same reason that they would need transcripts. Like it's a lot of information to consume. This is why they're wanting to go back to that. Maybe. You don't see a poll? You don't? It's up there. I see it. Let me know if you guys see a poll. I think Sister Craft says she doesn't see a poll. If you voted, the poll probably disappeared already. So if you voted already, you're not going to see it anymore. Anthony Weaver, thank you so much for the $1.99. Hold up, y'all. One sec, guys. me, once you vote or you ignore the poll, it goes away. That's why if you didn't get to vote, you didn't get to vote. So keep that in mind. Try to vote as soon as I post it up there. Okay. We don't have an update for inner city press, so we're just going to keep it pushing. Okay. All right. I'm going to close the poll now. So on this one, it's a yes or no because that's what the charging sheet shows. Or excuse me, a guilty or not guilty. 38% said guilty and not guilty is 16%. Okay. All right. We're waiting. All right. So the next question. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Hold up. Let me. Where did my sheet go? I got so many tabs open. Here we go. Let's remove this while we wait for Inner City Press to update it. Give me one sec. Here's the next one. Here's the next question. I have to type it up. Oh my goodness. Rebecca Saavedra, thank you for this very generous super chat. $49.99. Just appreciate all that you do. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you for keeping it cute in the chat. I appreciate it. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. It means a lot. Okay. Thank you, Rebecca. All right. So the next one of the things that we're looking at. So we just answered count 2. The next one is going to be count 3, Mann Act transportation, CV. So it's going to be number 12. Count 3, Mann Act transportation, CV. How do you find the defendant? All right, I'm going to prepare a poll for this. Not guilty and guilty. Thank you. This one?
Yeah.
Oh, this one. Okay. All right, my love. Here you go. All right. So I'm going to type that up. But I'm going to see if we have an update from Inner City Press yet, since I'm multitasking on websites. I think we have an update. Here we go. Adjourn. Hold up. Do we not think her testimony about her Instagram post is relevant? This is confusing. The judge says, I think it can be included. Both sides have reviewed. We'll proceed on this basis. So the Instagram post that we just read. Okay. Prior to that, they were talking about, I have to maintain my objection to the photos, is what Garrigo says. AUSA says, do we not think her testimony about her Instagram post is relevant? It's confusing. Or is this confusing? It's confusing. That's what it says. Judge says, I think it can be included. Both sides have reviewed. We'll proceed on this basis. Okay. And then they adjourn. Well, let me see what CNN is saying. Okay, CNN does. Oh, thank God, CNN. Thank God, even though I don't like them sometimes, but CNN has a pretty lengthy update for us, okay? Stop sharing this. Coming through, CNN. Coming through. See, I paid my subscription even though I don't like them. And guess what? They have another update. Hold up. They have 2 updates, guys. 2 updates. Okay? Not for nothing, but I would have loved for El Diddy to have gotten on the stand. El Diddy. El Diddy. Okay, so let's read the first. Okay, we're gonna talk about this, but let's read this one right here, and then I'll type up count 3 because that's gonna take me a minute to type up. Revisiting Daniel's testimony from days 1 and 2 of the trial. As the jury continues to deliberate in the trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial of Sean Diddy Combs, they have already seen several notes to, they've already sent several notes to the court with questions. Today, they've requested transcripts of Daniel Phillips, the male manager, revenue manager, who testified earlier in the trial that he was paid between $700 to $6,000 to have S with Cassie on several occasions. The jury also requested any testimony from Ventura regarding her interaction or freak off with Philip. Philip was one of the first witnesses to take the stand when the trial began. He testified not only about being paid to have S with Cassie, but also about an occasion when Ventura instructed him to yearn on her while Combs watched. Phillips further testified that Combs recorded them having schmeck on 1 or 2 occasions using a phone and a camcorder. During the first encounter around 2012, Philip testified. Give me one sec. Ooh, let me not lose my spot. During their first encounter around 2012, Philip testified that he went to New York City hotel expecting to perform at a bachelorette party. Instead, he only found Ventura and a man wearing a mask whose voice he recognized as Combs. Philip said he received money from Ventura to have Schmet with her. Phillips recounted one incident in which he testified that he saw Combs shout at Ventura before dragging her by her hair into the room. He said he heard Cassie screaming repeatedly, saying, "I'm sorry," while also hearing what sounded like Combs slapping her. Phillips said he did not report the incident because he feared for his life. "I was completely shocked and messed up in my head. There was nothing I could do." He testified she was afraid. I could see what she was afraid. She was afraid and I could see she was afraid. Excuse me. She was afraid and I could see she was afraid. Okay, this is Daniel Phillips' testimony in short. Actually, Daniel Phillips' testimony is what got my channel a warning. Like, I had to be careful how I was talking about this case. Yeah, no, Gina, the new poll's not up. I'm sorry. We're waiting for updates and I got behind, so I'm working on it. I have the question written out. I'll be putting it up in a minute. Let's see. Lawyers debate which parts of testimony would fulfill jury's requests. Prosecutors and defense attorneys are going back and forth on disagreements about what testimony excerpts are responsive to the jury's request for Cassie Ventura's testimony about the Intercontinental incident. So this is what they're going back and forth on. Now, did they resolve? Well, they adjourned. So that's it. They adjourned. The defense is really trying to get doubt. I don't trust Diddy's side that they are a nasty type of specimen. I don't like the defense. They look slimy, just like Diddy. Oof. You're entitled to your opinion. Guess we'll see. RICO will be constantly expanding with a unique criminal empire. Okay. Now let me post this question on the poll. Okay, guys? Hold up, y'all. I guess that's it. That's all we have for Inner City Press. They're adjourned. Okay, which is fine. I wanted to play this while I work on the poll. We're going to talk Banfield. And I know some of you, listen, whether you like being filler or not, it's completely up to you. Some folks don't like her. Some of the information she's putting out there, can be criticized. So they're talking about the jurors specifically. See if we can go and I'm gonna speed her up because I have to.
Off the day, which was a day set aside for jury instructions and then the start of deliberations, with the basics in this case. And
let me work on this question so I can post it on the poll.
And what these jurors have to do. Sean Diddy Combs is presumed innocent. He started there. The government has the burden of proof. That presumption only goes away if the jury unanimously agrees that the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all shadow of a doubt, because that's kind of impossible in life, isn't it? Just beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge explained reasonable doubt as well. He says it doesn't mean any doubt. It just means a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate. And if they have that kind of doubt, the judge said it is their duty to acquit, vote not guilty. And then the judge explained the types of evidence that jurors can consider. And this is one of my favorite parts of jury deliberations and instructions. Trust me, I know it's very nerdy, but I like it because it's the common sense stuff, right? It's really hard to remember for a lot of people, some of these elements. It's very difficult to remember exactly what kinds of evidence are called what and which kinds have more weight, right? But the reminders come in handy, not just for jurors, for us too, who love true crime, because sometimes we can forget. There's direct evidence, and direct evidence is stuff like witness testimony or exhibits that are brought into the courtroom and entered into evidence. And then there's that pesky little thing called circumstantial evidence. And you have heard people ad nauseum say the words, oh, it's just a circumstantial case, right? As though guy's going to get off. It's just circumstantial. It's not direct. So it's just circumstantial. Well, you can tell those people, what do you know about American jurisprudence? Because some cases that are just circumstantial cases are extraordinarily strong. Like the Brian Koberger case is mostly circumstantial, right? But they got him dead to rights, even though they gave a plea deal. But that's an important thing, circumstantial evidence. Let me explain it real quick, or just remind you if you already know. The circumstantial evidence is where facts are inferred, right? And the example that the judge gave this jury is a great one. If somebody walks in the door with a wet umbrella, you can reasonably infer that it is raining outside, even if you did not see it with your own eyes. You're not at the window. You can't see that it's raining, but they walked in soaking wet with an umbrella. It's reasonable to infer that it's raining outside. It ain't crazy. You'd vote on that. You'd be strong. You'd feel strong, right? That is circumstantial evidence. So you see how circumstantial evidence can be so critically important and so incredibly strong in a case? Maybe the witness who saw it raining actually had shower water on their glasses. So the direct evidence might not have been as good. Anyway, when it comes to witness credibility, the judge said that you, the jurors, you are the judges of that credibility. There is no magic formula, right? The jurors can weigh demeanor. They can weigh consistency. They can weigh red flags. If they see red flags with a witness who's out there on the stand, if they notice something like that about anybody on the stand, they can take that into account. That's what the judge told them. And if they think that a witness lied about just one thing in their testimony, the judge said they're allowed to throw out part or all of what that person said in their testimony. It's up to the juror. They can make that decision. That's power, right? The judge also told the jurors that they consider whether a witness might benefit from how the trial ends up, right? If the witness benefits from the...
Okay, make sure you guys go vote. I'm not seeing the poll move. I don't know if that's an issue with the poll or what. Let me see. I only see 72 votes. Or no, wow. There was an issue, clearly. Oh, and my camera just went out, so I got to change my battery. Okay, good. People are voting. I was like, people got to vote. I don't see the poll moving. While y'all are voting, I'm going to change the battery of my camera. Let's see. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm setting up. My camera died. So I'm setting up the camera. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Okay. Got the camera set up. Probably green screen is off. Okay. And that's okay. Let's see. Okay, people are voting. Thank you for voting. All right. So we moving along. If you vote, I mean, don't snooze on the voting. We're doing what we're having to do. Now let me check Intercity Press. I think we have an update. I know, right? That's a hilarious meme. Thank you. Hold up. Let me see. Oh, there's breaking news in the matter of Carter and Busby. Busby's motion to dismiss JC's defamation suit has been granted. Judge says legislature needs to work on protecting claims of serious accusations. Wrongfully accused expected appeals. Stay tuned. Hold on. Side note. What? This is breaking. In the matter of Carter versus Busby, don't forget the Jane Doe situation where Diddy was allegedly to have been involved as well. Busby's motion to dismiss JC's defamation suit has been granted. Okay? Busby's motion to dismiss JC's defamation suit has been granted. Judge says legislation needs to work on protecting claims of serious accusations and wrongfully accused. Expect an appeal. Oh, I'm gonna have to bookmark this, my friends. We gonna have to. Dang. BJ. Jay-Z's attorney Alex Spiro's statement on the order granting Busby's motion to strike. We are surprised and disappointed by this ruling, which turns on a misapplication of the California law and admissibility of the investigator's statement. Notably, the judge expressly stated that his decision would have changed dramatically if he had admitted the statement into evidence, as they would have shown not only that Carter had nothing to do with any essay on Doe, but that Busby knew it, and thus the court would come out the other way to this motion. What does it say about our justice system if someone can knowingly bring some completely false claims of the most heinous nature unimaginable against an innocent individual and get away with it on a technicality? We plan to appeal this case immediately. So there is a Rock Nation statement. We're not going to get into this, but this is interesting. That's interesting. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. All right. Hold up. Yeah, I know. We waiting. Okay. I don't want to talk. I don't want to hear Banfield. So we have three more polls to go through, guys. 3 more polls to go through now. Look at this. Law and Crime just did an update.
Breaking into the coverage right
So the lawyers were battling that out. I'm kind of curious about
now for breaking news. We have a juror question, you guys. This is
Let me check
a
the poll.
breaking update. And I think that's the beauty of the live stream that we have here. I am live in the Southern District of Manhattan with the courthouse here behind me. And kind of what we have as our setup is we have our camera ready, our lights going. Elizabeth Milner and I are sitting here waiting for any updates. Elizabeth gets the notification. Okay, we've got an update from the courtroom. She runs in there. I hop in front of the camera so we can bring you the latest. And that's just what I'm doing now. So here's what we have from the courtroom behind me. This is according to Maureen Comey. She says that the jury is asking for transcripts from 2 witnesses. And Maureen Comey, of course, is the lead prosecutor for the government. So it sounds like just about 7 hours, a little bit past worth of deliberations. And we now have another question from the jury asking for 2 transcripts of witness testimony. I've got a lot of questions, and I bet you guys do too. So if you have them, make sure to write them and send them into the chat there, and we'll get to as many as we can because, of course, we want to know what's happening. And the good news about Law and Crime is that we come prepared, right? So I'm ready to go live, and we have our studio live too, actually, with our lead legal counsel. So let's bring her in right now. This is Elizabeth Zulai. I bet you Law and Crime viewers remember her. She's been on a lot. Elizabeth, thank you for coming on at the drop of a hat to make sense of all of this with us. So what are you thinking, Elizabeth? These jurors want transcripts from 2 witnesses. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, so it's not surprising. I mean, again, you think about the mountains of evidence that the jurors have to go through, you know, all of the witness testimony. We're talking about multiple weeks of testimony here. So the fact that they want to be able to go back and look at certain transcripts, it's not surprising. Again, from the very first week, we saw multiple witnesses, you know, former victims of Combs, people that witnessed, you know, allegedly things happening between him and Cassie and other people. You know, so there's a variety of things that they've listened to at this trial. So the fact that they want to go back and be able to, you know, look through, unfortunately, we don't know, you know, which witnesses, we don't know what they're looking at, but it does make sense. And again, the amount of responsibility that they have on their hands, you know, if he's fully convicted, he could face up to the rest of his life in prison. So they've got a really, really weighty decision on their hands. So it's not surprising they want to go back and, you know, ask for certain things. I think we'll continue to see that.
I think you're right, and it shows that the jurors are taking their job seriously because, to your point, this is about 2 months that they've been hearing testimony from witness after witness, seeing text messages or videos or photos, and it's a lot. I mean, we overall here remember the highlights, right? Of course, Cassie, Jane, and Mia, but there were so many other witnesses that the government also felt were important enough to call during all of this. And again, to your point, Elizabeth, we don't know exactly which witnesses these jurors were questioning or wanting the transcripts from. I know in my mind who I would guess. Could you venture a guess who you think they want the testimony from?
Yeah, it's tough to speculate. I would.
Yeah. So, JC's defamation suit against Busby is dismissed. That's how I understood it. At least that's how I understood it. I could be wrong, but I didn't read the whole document. But that's what it sounds like. I have them sped up. Sorry, I do. Okay, I just put another poll. Let me know. Go vote, guys. Go vote. And I just saw BJ just did a video. Hold up. Busby scores major win against Jay-Z. Shout out to BJ. Let me see if I can. She just did the breakdown here. Hold up. But go vote. The poll is up.
Black box water fountain again. Y'all, this is not Diddy news, even though it is kind of a little bit related. But I have some major breaking news about the Jay-Z and Tony Busby saga, okay? Just being reported today. Judge dismisses Jay-Z's extortion and defamation lawsuit against Tony Busby. So you remember how Jay-Z was like all out here acting like, we're going to sue him for extortion and we're going to sue him for defamation too, and he's going to learn not to. Well, he didn't learn because the judge has dismissed the lawsuit. This is being reported by Rolling Stone. Well, it is loud out here. Let me move y'all closer. It's being reported by Rolling Stone that a judge has dismissed the lawsuit. A California judge reversed course again Monday and fully dismissed Jay-Z's extortion and defamation case against Texas lawyer Tony Busby. In a 65-page ruling, LA County Judge Mark Epstein, girl, I know Jeffrey Epstein's brother's name, said he was not wholly satisfied with his decision, but he tried to balance the competing interests at play, and he would wait for the Court of Appeal to step in to determine whether he was right or wrong. He ended his ruling.
Is that
with
her
the phrase,
sound?
Stay
Is that her sound or is that my sound? I'm sorry. Maybe it's my sound. I think it's her sound.
tuned. Girl, he knows. Okay. No, I mean, well,
Hold up. Oh, I sped it up.
Girl, he knows. Okay. Jay-Z, aka Sean Carter, sued Busby last year with claims that the high-profile Houston attorney, that's Busby, knew that he was peddling lies when he filed a lawsuit accusing Jay-Z of actually doing, what he did or alleged to have done to this Jane Doe, who at the time was 13 years old whenever it allegedly happened. But Jay-Z said that never happened and it was just fake. And Tony Busby knew that it was fake. So he sued him. So Jay-Z sued him for defamation, extortion, and all of that. So also he was a co-defendant alongside Diddy. Remember, it was just a lawsuit against Diddy, and then it was like, celebrity 1, celebrity A, B, celebrity B, all that, celebrity B, and then they tried to blame me for saying celebrity B was J-Lo, even though other YouTubers were saying it a week before me, and I never.
Oh my God, I forgot that's where that came from. It seems like such a long time ago. She's so right, though. That did happen.
said it was for sure her or whatever. So yeah, that whole story, that whole saga, that lawsuit is still going on, not against Jay-Z. It's been dropped. But now Jay-Z had turned around and sued back, and that one also now has not been dropped like voluntarily, but the judge has dismissed it, and he very well knows it's going to get appealed. So he's like, we'll see what the appeals court says, because one way or the other, I already know that Jay-Z's going to appeal it. So Busby, so Jay-Z claims that Tony Busby sent him 2 demand letters last year in November to squeeze him for money. And he says weeks later, Busby named him as a co-defendant as Celebrity A or whatever in the Diddy lawsuit against Diddy, because he refused to pay a settlement. And so Jay-Z is saying that is extortion. Pay up, or else I'm going to put these lies in a lawsuit. That's Jay-Z's side. Okay. The judge said in his decision to dismiss Jay-Z's lawsuit against Tony Busby, quote, "There is no demand for a particular sum of money, although that is not enough to protect the letters. The real problem for Jay-Z," the judge said, "is that the mediation request is about the abuse allegations, and that underpins a potential civil case, nothing else. There are no extraneous allegations as to publicizing other unrelated, unsavory things," because Jay-Z was like, he told me if I didn't pay up, right, through his lawyers or whatever, right, if I didn't pay him and do this mediation, then he was going to go and release all these salacious lies about me in the media. But that, the judge is saying that is not what was said in the letter. The only thing that was said in the letter was a typical, ordinary, average, let's mediate so we don't have to go to court. There were no promises. Also, the judge based his decision on another reason, that there were no promises by Busby to refrain from going to law enforcement if Jay-Z agreed to mediate and settle. He said, "Hey, I'm live." Hiding, well, a little, I'm just hiding from the people. You want to say hey? Hi. Having a little BJ investigate the surprise witness. What's your name? Mallory. Mallory's out here, y'all.
Oh my God. They recognized her. Shout out to BJ.
They're giving us the notes. There's no notes to give.
I know. I think something did just happen. I'm going to have to go live again or just read it after this. They are doing notes. Can you get in there?
You can get in there. Have you been in there?
I went yesterday, but they put me at the overflow room.
Oh, no, you can't get in there. If you don't come in at Tisa time, well, Tisa's got it in there.
I know. She's got a whole system.
She got a whole system.
I
it's
know.
Only her.
Oh, really?
It's only her.
That's interesting. I need to figure it out. I should have came earlier.
Come earlier, or come earlier, and in that moment, you're in.
What time is earlier?
Early for here?
Yeah.
It's like between 3 and 4 o'clock.
Okay, so
wait, 3 o'clock in the morning is early? Damn.
She used to be here that time. She had somebody.
A line sitter. So if you get a spot in the morning, like, can you come out and they let you go back in your spot? I might try to do that.
They let you can't. You don't have to stay there.
I'm reading about Tony Busby and Jay-Z lawsuit.
Okay, you will understand this more than anything. Cause
1 second, y'all.
It's your fault that I'm thinking this way.
It's my fault.
It's your fault. And it's watching your show.
Which thing?
You said something, and I'm like, did this go over her head?
Me?
Or did she not just realize she just. So you
stuff goes over my head all day.
When you interviewed
Demore. Mm-hmm.
Interviewed her?
Yeah.
Did you not? Because we were trying to figure out, how did they get him in here without a 911 call, without anything prior, right? They just walked into this house. Where did that come from?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, do you not see how these two things are associated?
No, it was still going over my head right now.
Demore said in her thing, there was just some little piece where she was like, "Oh well, she has pull with Homeland Security, right?"
Desiree has pull with Homeland Security.
And I'm like, okay, so how is it?
Yeah, they're talking about the case.
She didn't pull this off.
Okay.
Because nothing.
So you're saying like she's probably like, in with the feds, Desiree.
I think that there's no in with the feds. There's no reason why he's here. That's what the defense is saying. They're not defending Diddy. Diddy should have been here.
Okay.
When these things happen.
Uh-huh.
But today there's no reason.
Okay.
Like, what woke them up, right?
Right.
And then here comes Demore saying, Her mother has all this power. Do you get what I'm saying?
Like the competition thing.
How she got Homeland Security to come after them is the same way she got them to come after Diddy.
I never would have put that together, Mallory.
You did it.
I never.
But you did it. You put it together by
Having her on.
And then I'm sitting there like, you didn't miss it. So
I did. I missed it.
And I'm sitting there waiting.
Because the whole time I'm doing stuff, I'm also thinking, like, I don't want Alex Spiro down my throat. I don't want him sending me a.
Everybody's been talking and talking and talking.
By the way, Alex Spiro does go after people for JC, so it's like it's a real thing.
JC did this. Why hasn't JC come out? Why did JC say he's not my friend? Why did right?
He's trying to.
Right. But then I'm like, okay, all that, but then how did he end up in this crime? We could see our Kelly because things were happening at the time.
Right.
There was a girl that was missing. Her parents were putting charges on him. They were calling the police all the time. But this one doesn't happen. This one doesn't happen prior. It's just
it is interesting. And look, listen, I don't think Diddy's the
all right. So let me see if we can move on a little bit because we got to get to
because if they can
the
do
next
anything
part.
to anybody in the here, including Diddy, they can do it to you and your mom and me and you
and
and.
Use them to get us. Like it's like. Okay,
you're right. They do. They popularize a certain type of thing, like a conservatorship. I agree.
And then all of a sudden, they're in your house for no reason.
I do agree with that.
And then that happens. So I'm not saying your fault like it's a bad.
I know what you mean. You were just kidding.
You did a good job.
It's true. I do agree with you on that. I do. All right, I'm gonna get back to my live, Mallory. I'll be around here though. I'll see you. Okay, y'all. Okay, back to what we're doing. Okay. You know, I told you I don't really know. You know, she was like, "Are you still hiding from us?" No, I mean, well, kind of. I mean, but no, not really particularly. Okay, definitely not her. She was super sweet. Okay. So look, they say the judge goes on to say, while it is true that the alleged conduct here constitutes criminal activity, the judge is saying the alleged if what Jay-Z is saying is true, it is a crime. However, defendants, meaning Tony Busby in this case, fall well short of threatening to go to the police unless Jay-Z pays up. It's not like saying like, I'm going to go to the cops unless you pay me. It's like, no, we're going to go to a civil lawsuit unless you pay me, which is not necessarily a crime. That's just a mediation. And they said selling silence as to law enforcement for money is extortion. But there's no
okay. As soon as BJ finishes, we have a CNN update. Okay.
Promise of silence in a criminal context here, and selling silence for money in a civil context is not extortion. It is a settlement with a non-disclosure element. The judge said, "We're surprised and okay." So then, Diddy's lawyer Alex Spiro, speak of the devil, is speaking, and he says, "We are surprised and disappointed by this ruling." I bet they are because they always win everything they want. He said, "Oh my God, we're shocked." He says this ruling by the judge turns on the misapplication of California law and on the admissibility of investigators' statements. The judge expressly states that his decision would have changed dramatically if he had admitted the statements into evidence, as they would have shown not only that Jay-Z had nothing to do with any assault on Jane Doe, but Busby knew it. But Busby, he's on Instagram, he's on X. Yet another huge win. He's rubbing it in their face, y'all. John Doe's case against me and the Busby law firm alleging John Doe is Jay-Z, alleging extortion and defamation was thrown out by the court. As I said, when it was filed, the case was completely meritless. Busby said he's doing a victory lap, y'all. Now we're gonna seek our attorney's fees against Jay-Z for bringing this legally flawed case. Okay, y'all. The article goes on, but I mean, obviously, I got stuff to do. My phone's ringing, the thing's buzzing, and I want to catch up on what's going on in the jury. But I did want to come through here and tell y'all the breaking news. Jay-Z had sued Tony Busby for extortion and defamation. The judge tossed the case, but they're gonna appeal it. And you know, Alex Spiro is very, very convicted and convinced that it was the wrong decision. So appeal watch on the loose. I mean, there's all kinds of other things going on in the world, so I can't stay too long on this one. But I'll be back on here live in a little while to update y'all. There's some more stuff going on with the jury notes right now. It has to do with Cassie's testimony and what's that guy's name? Daniel Phillip, the previous escort, you know, one of the first ones to testify in the whole entire case. So I'll come back on here and update y'all with that in just a little while. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, and neither is reading a Rolling Stone article. Love you, okay, bye.
Okay, hold up. We have let's go to CNN real quick. Here we go. Transcripts should be sent to the jury by 1 p.m. ET judge rules. I think it's Eastern time. 1 p.m. Why does it take like I'm like, why would they take that long? Just give it to them. The judge ordered the lawyers to send the transcript excerpts regarding the Intercontinental incident to the jury by 1 p.m. ET. The judge ruled that the jury will get the transcripts for Cassie Ventura's testimony about the days before and after the incident at the Intercontinental. The jury will also receive Ventura's testimony regarding her Instagram post in response to the release of the Intercontinental surveillance video. The judge ruled over an objection from prosecutors. Prosecutor Emily Johnson said that they could send the jury the testimony excerpts that they that are responsive to the jury's other 3 requests now. Oh my god, that was 23 minutes ago. Is it just me that it's like I didn't know that it was not okay for them to have what is it what's the word? Transcripts. I just feel like this would be a given. Like it's a given for them to have transcripts because then they can reference the transcripts anytime they need them and they don't need to bug anybody about them. But hell, maybe I'm just like thinking that just would make sense and that's not really the case. Maybe I'm just thinking that that's like the most logical thing that you would do. I don't know. What do you guys think in the comments? Maybe I'm like literally thinking too much of it or overthinking certain aspects. That's just my thought on that. I can't check it right now because she's live and I don't want to play her content as chef. I have to be respectful of that. And I don't have a relationship, so it's a little bit different. I gotta be careful. You said I love Whitney as a kid. Okay, wait, we talk about Whitney. All right, everybody come through. It is now 1. So they're just now getting the excerpts. There's so many transcripts, you guys, like so many transcripts. But I thought that they would have had the transcripts so that they don't have to ask for transcripts. Yeah, Rando from Iowa says most courts don't have the transcripts right away, and they would have to have the court reporter read them for it. So they have to have the court reporter read them, or maybe just highlight those specific parts that they're asking, like the excerpts. I just thought it was standard procedure that after deliberations, they'll get the jury instructions, they'll get the transcripts, and then they'll get whatever's available to them. It's too cumbersome. I would agree. Lord, it just makes more sense to me. But yeah. Natasha, have a good day. Okay, you said excerpts are available on request. Why dump thousands of pages on them? And it reads to them, not handed over. Well, I don't know. To me, it made sense. But I don't know. I could be wrong. You said, when does a jury go to lunch? Same time every day? Well, I don't know because they would have been on lunch like at same time every day would be what, 12 o'clock? It's 1 o'clock. So do they go out? Do they come back and get excused for lunch, or do they eat during deliberations? I think every courtroom does it a little bit different because I remember when I did jury duty, we had lunch and we ate during like the lunch was provided and then we went back to deliberations, but we couldn't leave the courtroom. Like we couldn't leave a section of the courtroom, or excuse me, the courthouse. A section was we were in a specific section of the courthouse, if that makes sense. And then lunch was delivered to us during deliberations. Not while the service was going on what the trial was going on, but during deliberations, you're basically excluded. So unless they do it different over there, I really don't know. Venus Blue, thank you so much for the $5. Jury can't see sidebars or things. Oh, that's a good point because the transcript does have the sidebars. I didn't even think of that. I forgot Venus Blue. So this is why they don't have the transcripts. I mean, they could remove those, but you're right. The transcripts have all the arguments and stuff like that. Give me 1 sec, guys. So jury can't see sidebars or things outside of the presence. Yep, that's how you do it. Jury can't see sidebars or things set outside of the presence, so they have to redact them. They can see everything we have seen. That's right. My bad. Donald Smith, thank you so much for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just assume. Oh, uh-oh. Give me 1 sec. She dropped something. I didn't think of that though, but that's a good point. Hold up. Why is that coming up? Okay. Sorry, y'all. I know, baby bunny. She's doing too much. Let's see. All right, did you guys vote already? Let me know if you voted. Let's see. I think we're ready to vote. See where people land. I think they should be having a lunch at some point. Let me play this while we figure out the voting. Hold up, y'all. So this is what's going on. They're going to get the transcripts delivered. Here we go. If you missed it earlier, we were live. We were reading the transcripts. So you might want to go back a little bit to figure out what happened to juror number 25 if you're late.
Jury deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Late this morning, jurors sent a note to the judge requesting readback of some testimony. Specifically, they wanted to review the transcripts of Cassie Ventura's testimony about that hotel incident when Combs was caught on security camera attacking her.
So what does this mean? We will be joined by an ABC News legal analyst in just a moment, but we do want to begin with Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson. She is live at the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Kimberly.
Well, Lauren and Tanya, yes, jurors have been deliberating for roughly 8.5 hours at this point. And yes, a short time ago, a new note, the fifth note, the jury asking the judge for transcripts from two witnesses, as you mentioned, Cassie Ventura and a male escort. Remember, the prosecution put up 34 witnesses, the defense none. But none of this should come as a surprise because the charges in this case are very dense. Sean Combs facing 5 counts. Early this morning, first thing this morning, his legal team arrived here at the federal court in Lower Manhattan, as did Janice Combs. She waved to the crowd. Day 2 of deliberations started with the judge clarifying a note sent yesterday. Jurors asked about the drug allegations that support racketeering conspiracy. That charge alone has 8 predicate acts tied to it, including kidnapping, arson, and drug distribution. The verdict form says jurors should consider the predicate crimes if and only if they find Combs is guilty of racketeering. During testimony, the jury saw pictures of drugs. Prosecutors maintained Combs and his associates committed hundreds of acts of drug distribution. The judge simply referred jurors back to the section of their legal instructions that spells out what the word distribution means. He pointed out it doesn't require a sale. In the end, the judge decided to leave the instructions as is, telling the defense changing them at this point would only further confuse the jury. We're also learning more about the jury foreperson. He is 31 years old. He's an investment analyst who lives in Manhattan. He told the judge during jury selection he did see the video of Combs dragging and hitting Ventura inside an LA hotel in 2016, but he vowed to decide the case solely on the evidence at trial and that he could, quote, be a blank slate. As for that fifth note, yes, it asks, the jurors are asking for transcripts from several things. Ventura's incident when she was in that LA hotel with Combs, where we saw him beating and dragging her. Also, her trip with Combs to the Cannes Film Festival. Also, an incident with a male escort. The testimony from him. Jurors are also asking for those transcripts. For now, we're live in Lower Manhattan. Kimberly Richardson, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Okay.
Right, thanks so much. We want to get into
Kellyanne, thank you so much for this super sticker. I really, really appreciate it. I just put in the new poll, guys. Go vote. I just put in the new poll up there. Go vote, which is in regards to the Mann Act. This is the final thing on our list, the Mann Act, for transportation of Jane Doe. How do you find the defendant? Go vote, okay? I've been keeping track to see kind of where everybody lands with them. And see where things go, okay? Let me know what you guys' thoughts are in the comments now. I'm just trying to see what else is going on outside of the courtroom, what other videos we have while we wait for updates. Truly, that's what we're doing. We're waiting for updates on things. I do wonder how people are going to rule on things, what people are going to say. Is this Fox News? Hold up. I'm going to see if I have I think Sylvia might be outside the courtroom too.
All right. It's looking like Diddy is. No, I don't think so. I disagree with you.
Shout out to infamous Sylvia.
I disagree with you. They're taking too long. It's a good thing to take long. It's a very good thing to take long. That means they're going thoroughly through this.
That's a good idea.
Actually,
they're outside.
It's a good thing. That's all. I don't see anything. You don't see anything? Hey, we see each other again.
I saw some stuff yesterday. I wanted to join, but I was so tired. So,
I'm trying to see if there's any other videos.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the way it's supposed to be, honesty.
The UN, so I was like rushing. So I just got here because I am covering Summit there. This is why I have the Summit.
Okay.
But any updates? Anything?
No, nothing yet. They just had a question.
No?
Yeah, it's not really lunch break. They had a question about the testimony, Cassie's testimony of being in France. Remember when she was in France? That one, and then also at this Intercontinental Hotel.
What was the question about that?
No, they want the testimony. They want to reread her testimony. They're gonna reread it because remember. Yeah, I'm live.
You finish your
Okay. See you later. Okay. Yes, please don't put other content creators' name in the chat unless they're on live with me. Okay? Please don't put other content creators' name in the chat unless they're here online and I'm talking about them. I mean, CMT put the surprise witness because I'm looking for her. I'm trying to find out where she's at.
She's in the court. She's in that area. Go
find out where she at. Let's see. Got all these news people everywhere. My tap. Hey, how you doing? All right. Hey, I'm gonna go to the side over here. Hey, AP. I'm good. Hey, CBS.
There's more to juror number 25. Hold up.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for following along with us this afternoon. We begin this hour in New York City, where the jury has been deliberating the fate of Sean Diddy Combs almost an hour, 2 hours rather, and a half at this point. The disgraced music mogul, he stands accused of using his fame and fortune to run a criminal enterprise involving coercion, violence, sex trafficking, and more. But the defense says the evidence only shows that Combs lived a swinger's lifestyle, that he created a, quote, wonderful, sophisticated, and real real businesses that have stood the test of time. So what will a jury think? This verdict form that they have comes with some complexity. So let's break down exactly what they are deliberating over. First, the government's umbrella case, count one, is racketeering conspiracy. And under it, these jurors have to decide if any of the predicate acts have been proven by the state. And they only have to prove that at least one of them happened at least 2 times. So we have kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, and possession or distribution of narcotics, drug charges. So all of that falls under just count one. If they find that at least one of these happened at least 2 times, then they can find him guilty of count 1. So let's move to the next page, which is counts 2 through 5.
All I know about the 4-person is that it is juror number 5. I don't know anything else other than that. I don't know if somebody says they know something. It must be somebody in the courtroom that knows something, because it doesn't say in the transcript is if juror number 5 is a woman or if she's a 42-year-old nursing home aide. We don't know anything, so I couldn't even answer this, Judith. I don't know. That's what I'm gonna say is I don't know, because we don't know.
5 charges in total against Sean Diddy Combs. And what we have is between these 2 different types of charges, we have transportation for prostitution in relation to the 2 alleged victims. We have Jane and Cassie. Jane, of course, was a pseudonym that was set up for this witness to be someone who is not identified by the public. But Cassie Ventura, of course, that second one. So we have transportation and sex trafficking, both charges for both of those victims underneath. And we want to update you on this breaking news that is happening inside of the federal courthouse. Let's bring in Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft. Kelly, you have the latest on this jury note. It sounds like there may be already some infighting inside of that deliberation room.
Ooh.
Well, hi there, Julia.
I do wonder if they're all getting along. I do wonder if they're all getting along. I have a lot of questions about that. Jennifer Cook, thanks so much, Rabbit. I like how you seek all sides and are not biased. I think it's the only way to use critical thinking. Disagreement allows conversation and debate. As long as it's civil, it's all good. I try. But sometimes people will try you and then you have to kind of figure it out from there. But, I think that it's okay to have conversations that aren't similar to you, or like maybe there's something you didn't think about. I'm here for it. Yeah, that's what I have to say. You said Stephanie, juror number 5 is a white male in his 30s. Really? I have no idea. Where did you guys find that out? Because I had no idea. Wow.
Interesting development in the federal courthouse behind me. So it was just around 1 o'clock. There started to be some movement, and we began to hear that there was a juror note. So, of course, when that happens, everyone hurries back inside the courthouse to hear what the note is going to be, what it's going to say. So everyone began to gather. It took about a half hour, a little bit longer for everyone to make their way back into the courtroom, the attorneys, all the parties involved. And then we heard what the note said. The judge read it aloud. We have a full screen made for you so everyone gets a chance to see exactly what the jury note said. It says, we have a juror number 25.
Which we read that, by the way. We read that note. Clearly the juror still number 25 is still in there and there's no issue. So they must have fixed whatever was going on, if you know what I mean.
We are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. The 4-person then asked to speak with the judge or that particular juror be interviewed. So what do we know about juror number 25? We know he's male. We know he is a scientist. We know that during the jury selection process that he had told both sides that he had seen that hotel video in which Sean Diddy Combs is seen assaulting Cassie Ventura. This is inside the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. He had said that he did see that video, and he also said, Julia, that he had formed an opinion about that particular video. But then he was very clear that he was able to set his opinion aside to be able to go forward and have a fair, impartial look at this entire case. But now we're having a situation where this same juror now, according to the note that was just sent out, is not following those instructions. And so what did the judge end up saying? How did he handle this situation? He sent them back and said, you are supposed to follow the jury instructions, go back and continue deliberating. So that is where we stand right now, Julia, with that big development here in court. How that's going to proceed, we'll have to wait and see, because if you have a juror
that's unwilling to follow instructions this soon in. Of course, that's a big disruption when you have to go through such a long, the jury instructions are huge in this case. And if you have a juror who's unwilling to go through those and participate and really give a thoughtful, deliberate process in regard to deciding a man's fate, that's going to be an issue. We'll have to see if there's any more developments in regard to that. I know we also have a jury full screen. We can just kind of tell you in general more about the jury. So, of course, this is a 12-member juror, as usual, and they have to come up with a unanimous agreement in order to find Sean Diddy Combs guilty.
Yes, you said the internet is slow. I don't know. I think maybe it's YouTube acting up. That could very well be the case.
These charges. So we see that here. This is 12 jurors. And we also can kind of go through and tell you a little bit about what that makeup is when we have the jury here. So we have 8 men on the jury. So there are 8 men on the jury. There are 4 women on the jury. Of course, this particular juror we're talking about is a man. This is juror number 25 that we were talking about earlier. We also have a further makeup that we can share with our viewers, in which we can tell you a little bit more about the racial makeup of the jury pool as well.
Hold up. I got to show you guys something. Okay. Diddy's ex, Gina. I won't be scared if he walks free. He's not dangerous. She is victim 3. Today. Why did anybody tell me about this? Did TMZ talk to her? I didn't know. I had no idea. Nobody told me. The prospect of Diddy possibly being acquitted in his criminal trial isn't weighing on his ex-girlfriend, whose name kept coming up in the witness testimony. Okay? Because she says she's not scared of him. Give me one sec, guys. It is what was said. You did tell me? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. There was too many comments, y'all. Too many comments. You guys might have told me. Okay? Diddy's ex, Gina, was leaving a Whole Foods in Las Vegas on Monday when a photographer asked her if she thought Diddy was going to walk free. Gina says she's not sure what the jury verdict will be. Deliberations start a few hours before. She was asked the question, but if he does get acquitted, it sounds like she won't run for the hills. Oh my God, this thing is like, it's too many damn ads. Diddy's ex says he never did anything dangerous to her. What? What happened to the whole Tasha K interview? Gina? Yes. So now Gina says she's not sure what the verdict will be. Okay. She was asked the question, but if he does get acquitted, it sounds like she won't run for the hills. Diddy's ex said he never did anything dangerous to her, which is interesting considering prosecutors were trying to get her to testify in the Diddy trial. Yeah, I mean, she says she's not a victim, so we're not going to make her a victim. This is her words, you guys. It would be one thing for her to say, I'm going to cooperate with the feds and then testify, which she had to, but then they said, never mind, because they didn't want to make her into a hostile witness. PR stunt, Fed tricks. Y'all are dropping green apples in the channel. Her deposition says differently. Hold up. Let me gather myself because this is too much, man. This is too much. All right. Prosecutors confirmed last month Gina was victim 3 in the Diddy indictment, and the document labeled her as an alleged victim of trafficking. Gina didn't end up taking the stand during the trial, with the feds saying early on in the case that they were having difficulty contacting her and weren't sure she would show up to testify, even if she was subpoenaed. Well, TMZ found her. How hard could she be if TMZ found her? Diddy's defense lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, told the court they had a hard time believing federal prosecutors couldn't track her down and compel her to testify. I agree. Instead, he claimed that the feds were choosing not to call her as a witness. I'm wondering about this. I'm sorry, guys, but if the federal government is sending me a subpoena to testify, I am testifying. I am testifying. I don't have a choice. I'm not going to go to jail. You know, I'm not doing that. We broke the story. She never cooperated with prosecutors and made it clear that she did not want to testify. And then they quote, shout out to Tasha K. They put in the interview that a lot of us saw back when it first came out, where she said that he had stomped her and done a bunch of things to her. And then people saw him throwing green apples at her. TMZ, man. You said, girl, you better call a lawyer first. They said the government said we can't, and that's no lie. The government did say they couldn't locate her. It's in the transcripts. She is victim 3. So TMZ isn't putting words in her mouth. They said it. They did say they couldn't locate her. She's at the Whole Foods in Las Vegas. Go. When you guys want to collect money from people, you do go after people. So go. Figure this out. Maybe she changed her mind. I don't know. This I don't know, man. They say they can't find her. She's at the Whole Foods in Las Vegas. All right, Let me stop because I literally cannot. I cannot. All right, let's keep going. Do you think she got paid for that comment? I bet. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there it is. That's the fact of the situation. She could not say anything disparaging about him. Not agreeing, but that's the fact of the situation. There you go. And I mean, if she doesn't see herself as a victim, even though she got paid before to testify, she got paid. How do we know about Diddy if it wasn't for a lot of these Tasha K's interviews or that Tasha K interview on Gina? A lot of us found out about what was going on with Diddy back then. So it's like, I don't know what to make of it, y'all. I don't know. But maybe she got compensated for that comment on TMZ, which I don't know. It's too much, y'all. Okay, let's keep going. Gina's name still popped up several times during the witness testimony. Diddy's ex and alleged victim Cassie and Jane both testified about jealousy involving Diddy and Gina's relationship. And former Diddy assistant George Kaplan testified that he once saw an angry Diddy throw objects at Gina's head. They were green apples. I don't know why. That is forever going to be in my mind. But here is what she's saying. Diddy isn't dangerous, even though in the past she has alleged that he was physically, mentally, and emotionally abusive. Well, it makes you wonder if he plans to I don't know, man. Let me keep my comments to myself because I have too much to say. Okay. I was not expecting that article. That kind of took me out. I don't know. Thanks, Diddy Docket, for showing it to me. However, that did take me out. That's crazy. This must be the article that everybody's talking about. Y'all. Let's see. see what everybody's saying. It's too much. Associated Press is outside. What Audrey O'Day would say to him, exclusive. Audrey O'Day, like, okay. Let me know what you guys think. Shout out to Ticket TV. I see that he's live too. Let me see. I have a lot of questions about this. There's serious charges against Diddy. Gloria Allred said Gloria has an investigation happening. There's that. I do wonder what today's going to look like. Are we going to get a verdict today? All right. What does the poll look like now? Let me see. Hold up. All right. Let me play this while I look at the poll and look at everything else.
The outcome of the trial, the jurors are allowed to weigh that in any way they want. He reminded them that they are allowed to use their own life experience and their own common sense when making those calls. And one more thing, just because a witness met with the prosecutors before getting up on the witness stand and testifying, the judge said that doesn't mean anything shady happened. It is normal. The jury can factor it in, but it is not improper to meet with prosecutors before going into testimony.
CNN has an update for us. This was 2 minutes ago. The jury has been deliberating for 10 hours. Oh, put together? It's been 10 hours? Really? The jury in the Sean Diddy Combs trial has been deliberating for 10 hours. The jury started deliberations yesterday around 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, and they were dismissed for the day around 5 p.m. Eastern time. They returned to the court around 9 a.m. Eastern today. The jurors have sent several notes to the judge, including a request for testimony transcripts. Okay, so that's just a little rundown on that. Now, I got to go to the channel while I play this.
And then came the charges. The judge broke down all 5 charges against Diddy one by one. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy from 2004 to...
You know how many channels, guys, like you said, why are channels saying that they came back not guilty? Who said that? Well, don't put the names. Yesterday, like, let me tell you how many channels said that this man was not guilty or that the verdict is in. I'm like, the verdict is not in, guys. There was no verdict yesterday. People were hitting me up talking about, oh, there's a verdict already and it's not guilty. No, none of that has happened. I don't know. I mean, it's an easy clickbait. If I put in my title, Diddy's not guilty, verdict in, people are going to click on it like really crazy because that's what people want to see. But I've seen a lot of them, and some of them weren't even farm channels. Some of them are regular schmegular regular channels, and I'm a little surprised that they would say that verdict is in. No. You guys, we've been following this to the T. How is the verdict in? Unless it's in now and I haven't even checked. Come on now. Guys, this would be like breaking news all over. Every feed would be saying that. Then I heard, they said that Usher testified. What? When? Are we attending the same trial? Are we in the same trial? Maybe we're not. Maybe I went to a different one and you guys went to a different one. I don't know. No worries, no worries. You're fine. There's different channels, or you're not the only one, I promise. There's other people that have hit me up about verdicts. I'm like, no, there's no verdict. Now you could have a verdict prediction. There's that. But there's no verdict. People could I could write on my title verdict prediction. Doesn't mean that it's the verdict. It's just my prediction. Okay, I'm writing this down. 19%. Okay. All right, I think I got everything, guys. I got all the counts on paper now. Okay, I got all the counts on paper now. From the chat. Shout out to you guys. So we'll look at those in a minute. Let's see if I can post them somewhere. You fell asleep. It's a lot of different channels. The only AI channels I mess with is they're reading the made up Reddit stories. Hold up. Yeah, there is nothing. Let's see. Nothing. There's no, guys, I'm telling you, if we had something already, trust me, I bet you we would be, This would be a different live at this point. We would have, I mean, we may get a verdict today. We don't know. I mean, they have, I don't know. Did they say they were leaving at 5? I don't even know if they decided what time they're leaving. So there's that. There is nothing. I promise y'all. But it's an easy click. All I need you to do, if I were to write on my title, Diddy guilty, get Diddy verdict in, I'm telling you that I get paid by the click. Whatever it may be, you know how many people would click on that video? So many of them. Too many of them to count. So yeah. That's why I'm like, we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful. I do oh man, let me see. What else do I have? Do we have an update? Jay-Z's being talked about right now, so everybody's talking about Jay-Z. Hold up. Lord have mercy. It's a lot. It is a lot. Maybe they ambushed her at the Whole Foods or something in Las Vegas. Even though the government said we can't find her. Maybe they ambushed her. Maybe she they were waiting for her. You think they don't have people following her to see what she has to say? And then she got a little coin when she was out there. Maybe that could be the case. Maybe that's what it is. We don't know. Jury Diddy trial verdict. Jury left shocked after bombshell. What are you talking? Oh my God. Here's another one. See, TMZ used to have yet to correct this. Let me see what they have to say. When was this? 37 minutes ago? Kind of want to see about Beyonce's car. I heard that was a crazy situation too. Hold up. That the car kind of like broke. Here it is. Is this where they get to Diddy? I want to see what they have to say. Okay.
If it took over seats, could those people get their money back?
Yeah.
I don't know, Derek. Why are you always trying to get a refund?
I'm not Derek, first of all. I'm just curious.
You sounded kind of Derek.
It did sound Derek-y. Okay, we're going to move on.
Yes, moving on now to the reaction from people in Diddy's world to the jury beginning deliberations and what they think is going to happen. So we got outside the court in New York. Lala, we've spoken to you about. We actually talked to Lala a few months ago when this case was starting out. Now, she, as one of Kim Porter's best friends, is the guardian of the twins. And she talked to us about the testimony. Remember, the kids weren't there for most of the graphic testimony.
I remember when she was on, because she was saying, I am trying to keep these kids as normal as we can. We don't talk about the case.
And so they weren't there for the graphic testimony. They were there, however, for the closing argument. So they certainly heard references to this. But this is what Lala...
The only reason why I'm playing TMZ, just so people are aware, is they have an in the court. So we kind of have to get ahead of it so we can call these people out like we have been when they gave misinformation about the charges being dropped and people misinterpreting that. It started with them. And then also about juror number 7. So I'm always kind of like leery, like they get called out all the time and they don't do shit to correct their information. They don't do nothing to correct it. So I'm always like keeping an eye on it because I know that they have an in with there's a reason why they switched up their stance, if that makes sense. So hold on, bud. I'm gonna hit play.
All I had to say to us about Jane and Cassie's testimony in particular. And remember, she's been around both of them. This is what she had to say about their testimony.
Jane Doe I knew her before. She knew Mr. Combs, and she really wanted this. She has caused a lot of ruckus in our lives in the past 3 years to where the kids didn't want her around. I feel like she is doing what she wanted to do to get what she wants.
What do you make of Cassie's tale from the witness stand?
I have had to deal with her for the whole time of the relationship because Kim, there's a picture of the 3 of them. Kim was still with him and she was 4 months pregnant with twins. So there's a lot of things that weren't told and didn't come out in that my friend went through and the hurt that she caused.
It sounds to me like this is someone who was a precipient witness to a lot of things that went on, Charles. As you mentioned, she seemed to be around. So why not get on the stand during Diddy's defense?
That's
if
what
she
I
has
was
all
thinking.
this pertinent information about Cassie lying or Jane lying.
Okay, I have that clip. Hold up. I think I could probably play that specific portion. So that's how she feels about Cassie. Well, she was. Something's off about this. Hold up.
You're telling me that Diddy is very positive, that he's been reading positive thinking books.
Yes.
We've even seen him reading a passage of scripture at
Yes.
one point in the trial.
Yes.
What do you know Diddy has done to train his mind for whatever is to come?
Well, what people don't know is that he has suffered a lot of losses the past 10, 15 years. And before 6 years ago, he was always reading his Bible. He was always going to church. He was always doing things like that. So he is very sharp in the sense of keeping his heart and his head clear. And that's where he is right now.
The children speak to their father or communicate with him almost every day. But the last time they saw him before the jury would sit in judgment against him was Friday, and you were there with them. Tell us about that family meeting once the courtroom had cleared.
It was very nice. It was the family and a couple of his closest friends. And we just had a conversation, and we were able to tell him how we love him, and he was able to express how he felt and how he felt about what we're going through. And he is very apologetic for that his children have gone through this.
Okay. I think her speech sounds a little bit. I could be wrong. Look, I don't know, but it does give a little bit of a slur to it. I had seen this. It was bookmarked. I go through my Instagram and I just bookmark a bunch of things and I don't ever watch them, or sometimes I do. Let me keep playing. Listen, maybe I'll have a better thought process after this.
You know, and it was a nice conversation, and we all ended on a prayer and stayed positive. It was very a positive conversation.
You're telling me that Diddy is very positive, that he's been reading positive thinking books.
Yes.
We've even seen him reading a passage of scripture at
Yes.
one point in the trial.
Yes.
What do you know Diddy has done to train his mind for whatever is to come?
Well, what people don't know is that he has suffered a lot of losses the past 10, 15 years. And before 6 years ago, he was always reading his Bible. He was always going to church. He was always doing things like that. So he is very sharp in the sense of keeping his heart and his head clear. And that's where he is right now.
The children speak to their father or communicate with him almost every day. But the last time they saw him before the jury was
¡Ay, Dios mío!
Friday.
¡Cálmate, por favor! Okay, let's go. That was the bookmark that I had. Let's go back. This is why you got to stay on TMZ, because TMZ will do things like that. You just got to stay on it. Let me hit play on this.
Why not tell it to the jury? I
Why
always
didn't
look with
the
a very
defense
jaundiced
call-
eye
Yeah.
at interviews like this.
I think they were calculating. It looks better if they call no witnesses, but she would have been a good witness for them.
She may have been good, or she may have been someone they didn't deem would be credible in front of a jury. So we don't know. It sounds like she had interesting things to say.
Yeah, why didn't they make, you guys said in the chat too, why didn't they make her a witness? I mean, even if she was still getting paid by Diddy, she's taking care of those kids. I mean, hell, nobody wants to take care of anybody for free, right? Like, that's fine. Then she's a Combs Enterprise employee. She could have, like, you couldn't get the HR people. Okay? You couldn't get the HR people. Listen, Moni, he said Diddy's a lot of things, but a man of God he is not. He is a man of God by proxy. Okay? It's by proxy. Wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. Yeah, she does sound, her speech is different from that one to this one. She sounds a little slurry to me. She could have spoken to the character. Could have said, like, yeah, you know, he pays me on time. He's never once put his hands on me. You know, I take care of the kids. Yes. Why are you guys laughing? By proxy, yes. He's a man of God by proxy. I mean, isn't that... Lord have mercy. You guys don't take me serious. That's the problem. Let me hit play.
Say, but what's the help of it to Diddy in this context?
Well, she also said in that interview that Diddy did some bad things and has a lot to work on. But she also said that Cassie and Jane did some bad things too, back to Diddy. So it wasn't all positive toward Diddy.
But it sounded like...
Okay, no, and this is a good point. Didn't Jane say that Diddy got her into church? That is true. Jane did say that. Remember, there was some specific scripture stuff. So he was working maybe on a relationship. I don't know. And as a woman of God, my job ain't to say who doesn't have a relationship with God. Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion, but I think we could say that Jane did testify. Now, people praise all kinds of gods, right? My God may be different than your God, and your God may be different than my God. I might praise other gods. Isn't that... I know in the chat we don't all praise the same God, right? That doesn't count. Come on, but she did. It's true though. Fact Check TV is absolutely correct. I'm on side with Fact Check TV on this one, but let's be very real. Everybody in the chat has a different kind of God. And then you have the atheists. Shout out to the atheists who don't believe in God. So we might not, if I say, I'm always very leery. Somebody says, my God, I'm like, we might not have the same God. We just don't know, But anyways, outside of that, okay, to be quite honest, if why didn't she testify to the character? I think if you're paying her to take care of your kids, you're technically an employee one way or another. If that makes sense. So let me hit play on this, okay?
The testimony was mostly helpful, and I just wonder why the defense team didn't think she belonged on the stand.
Hey, you guys, this is Lady C from Baltimore. I am very curious as to why she didn't take the stand. This testimony would have been great during the actual trial. We heard so much testimony from Cassie and all these other people. We heard the word freak offs about 1 million times, but this testimony would have been great to include. And, hopefully we get a deliberation or some kind of verdict soon, or maybe even a pardon from Trump. I don't know. I'm curious to see where this trial actually goes.
Hey, that's not the craziest thing.
That pardon is not a crazy thing at all.
Okay, we are going to take a break.
All right, when we come back, SeaWorld, like you've never seen it before.
Turned up.
Oh, boy, I wish you had.
Did you guys watch this? Speaking of SeaWorld, let me see. I don't think I could play it. Let me see. I have the clip. I thought this was hilarious. The Yin Yang Twins, as a side note, let's do a little sidebar distraction. The Yin Yang Twins were performing at SeaWorld, okay? They were performing for Keiko. They were. Look at the crowd. This is supposed to be a child theme. Look, there's kids in there, and they're twerking it up. Oh my God. Can't make this up. To the walls. All at SeaWorld. No, you didn't see this? Oh, I saw this on Sunday. I was like, oh man, people gotta repent. They did do the whisper song. They did. Oh no. Oh no. They're performing there. Look. To the wall. To the wall. To the sweat right down my balls. To the sweat right down the. And then look, everybody's turned up, and there's little kids right there. You know what my biggest fear though is? Let me tell you what my biggest fear is. I'm watching them on the bleachers, right? I said, Lord have mercy. They're doing this at SeaWorld in the ocean. It's like right under those bleachers. One wrong twerk or one wrong move, and those bleachers go straight to the ocean. I'm not doing that. No. But this is very viral. This went viral. Yes. Look at this. Look, they're singing it. I have to stop it because of the music. I don't want to get a copyright strike, but this was posted by the Shade Room. Look at that. God, you get me. Look at this. Now, don't be weird. I'm going to be honest with you. If I was there, I probably would have been dancing too. I'd have been like, yes, it's hitting. Let's go. Let's do it. I would have been there too. Yes, I would. I'm just being not. And some of you guys are like, oh, we would never. We would never. That is so 2000s. You know you would. You would be right there twerking it too. So don't even. Like, I would too. Even though I'm 40. I would too. I would have too. Yeah. I'd be like, all right, let's go. Why not? If I don't have my kids. So if I have my kids, it'd be a whole different story. But I would. Yes, I would. This is Liv. Oh my God. You know who they're missing? It's Little John and the East Side Boys. Look. Anyways. I thought I showed you guys. Now my grandbabies, come on, Moni, you know you'd be out there too. We would all be out there. Yes, we would. Be like, take these kids home. It's our time. Take these kids home. It's our time. It's our time. Go take these kids over there. Oh my God, y'all are too funny. Okay. Now on to some serious stuff. Oh man. Oh my God, Popcorn Planet also did an update. I see that. We could look at that a little bit. Combs jury requests review of Cassie Ventura's testimony. Okay, let's look at
Two of jury deliberations in Sean Combs' sex trafficking trial. And right now, the group of 12 is sorting through the massive amount of evidence in this complex case. Here are the charges that they are considering: racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution.
Now, the government alleges that Combs was at the helm of a criminal enterprise and used his employees to help commit several crimes. But Combs' defense is downplaying the extent of his criminal activity. They admitted to the jury that he was guilty of domestic violence, but they said his so-called freak-offs were consensual. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now from just outside that courthouse. Chloe, we're learning there was actually a note from the jury not too long ago. What did it say?
I wonder if BJ is going to see Chloe Melas out there. Because BJ's out there and Chloe Melas is there. I do wonder if that's going to be interesting.
Hey there, everyone. So this is the fifth note that the judge has received from the jury, and specifically they're requesting some testimony. They want to look at Cassie Ventura's testimony in which she spoke about that 2016 incident that took place at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles when Combs was brutally beating her, that was caught on security video and later released by CNN. So they want to look at that. They also want to look at some testimony from her about another incident, a violent incident with Combs that took place in Cannes over in France. And also two testimonies from different escorts. And they want to see what these men had to.
Okay, she's taking too long to talk. I'm going to go to Nate the lawyer because I like Nate the lawyer. Hold up. And thank you, Misty, for the heads up. The end of the Diddy trial. Will the jury convict? That is the question. Oh my God. I love Nate the lawyer and his videos.
Trafficking and racketeering trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Jury deliberations are set to get underway this morning in the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs.
Let's slow it down.
12 New Yorkers, 8 women, 4 men are currently receiving instructions.
Deliberations are set to begin today in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs.
So the jurors have the case in the P. Diddy trial. Let me lay out exactly what they have to do to find P. Diddy guilty. Okay, so we've made it to the end of the P. Diddy trial, and it has been a long, long road. Now, to understand the end of the Diddy trial, we got to understand the charges. So here's a quick recap of what Diddy's being charged with and how the jury has to kind of flush it out. So P. Diddy was charged with 3 crimes that came out to 5 counts. Racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, 2 counts, and transportation to engage in prostitution. That's another 2 counts. So now I've just put the charges in a list so we can just see 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, 2 counts of sex trafficking, and 1 count of RICO or racketeering conspiracy. Now, transportation to engage in prostitution is essentially taking prostitutes from one state to another state to engage in sex. That's essentially what you're looking at. Now, transportation to engage in prostitution has a maximum of 10 years in prison. So if Diddy gets convicted on this, he's probably looking at probation at most. He's not getting 10 years in prison for transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, the next charge we have to look at is sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. That's 18 U.S.C. Section 1591. And this sentence has a minimum of 15 years to life if you're convicted of it. So this is a very, very, very serious charge. Now, the difference between sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution is sex trafficking is done by fraud, force, and coercion. They're essentially the same thing, but it's in the means in which you do them. And last up on the list is the RICO conspiracy or racketeering conspiracy. Now, your next question should be, well, Nate, we heard testimony about drug trafficking, witness tampering, bribery, kidnapping. Why wasn't he charged with all that? Well, those charges are all wrapped up under the RICO statute. So let me explain. So to be convicted of a racketeering conspiracy,
Guys, make sure you check out Nate the Lawyer. Nate the Lawyer is really good at breaking this down. Actually, he's been, I think, probably one of the helpful law tubers to really break it down, as well as BJ, of course, and who else? Good Logic. I like this commentary, but I don't see him doing any more on it. So there's that.
you have to commit what's known as RICO predicates. And these RICO predicates are the things that put you in jail for life. Now, with the RICO predicates, the person on trial doesn't have to be the one to commit those crimes. They just have to be committed on behalf of the organization or to foster the organization's illegal goals. Now, the government is charging Sean P. Diddy Combs with 8 RICO predicates. The first one in the indictment is under 13A, which is called kidnapping. The second is arson. That's Kid Cudi's car. The third is bribery. 4th is witness tampering. 5 is forced labor. Then you have sex trafficking. Then you have prostitution, transporting them over state lines. And last but not least, you have drug distribution. Now, if the government is able to convince the jury that P. Diddy and his cronies committed 2 of these underlying RICO predicates during the past 10-year period, then you could be found guilty violating the RICO statute. We can get you a minimum of 10 years in prison. And as you can see, 13F, which is sex trafficking, and 13G, which is transportation of prostitutes across state lines, if the government convicts them of those 2 charges, they also apply to the RICO predicates. So it's a 2-for-1 deal. Now, with all that said, you're going to hear some excerpts of the prosecution's argument on why Diddy should be held criminally liable for racketeering. Here is Abba from the channel Abba and Preach reading the transcript.
Brendan Paul, who's an employee of Diddy, said he made $100K a year. KK, one of the co-conspirators, made 6 times that. When your boss asks you to buy drugs, you're committing a crime. When you kidnap someone or lock his girlfriend in a hotel room after your boss stomped on her face, it's a crime. The law does not require us to know that they like committing these crimes. You saw KK chiding the defendant to not be so reckless, but she got him cash. Drugs. She was a member of the enterprise. It impacted interstate commerce. Minimal is fine. Combs knowingly became a member. He was the boss. He was the through line. The racketeering acts, you got distribution of drugs, kidnapping, arson, bribery, facilitating of trafficking. You only need to find that someone would commit 2 acts in any of these categories. It could be 2 acts of drug distribution. It could be 1 kidnapping. It's just 2. USA Slavic, the most involved were D-Rock, KK, and Fahim, but others helped keep the drug supply. We are not talking about marijuana or what Brendan Paul calls hard drugs. There are stipulations of the drugs found in the searches. If you don't remember, Diddy was caught with drugs in the hotel when he was arrested. And then some of his employees were on jets flying across, arrested also with drugs. So they do have hard evidence of them traveling with these drugs and them having it. Quantities are not relevant. It's not an element of this crime. Distribution does not require sale.
So that's the government's closing argument. If you look at the RICO elements, you don't need two, let's say 13A and 13B, you can have two 13As alone and get RICO. You can have 2 times he distributed drugs. You can have 2 times they had a prostitute go across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. You can have 2 times of sex trafficking. So you can literally find Diddy bribe 2 witnesses and find that he didn't do any of this other stuff and still have them on RICO. This is why a lot of people have problems with RICO, because it's very, very, very broad. Now, on the other side, Diddy's defense team is trying to downplay the severity. They're essentially saying he did all this stuff, but it doesn't rise to the level of drug distribution, doesn't rise to the level of sex trafficking. Yes, he beat Cassie, but that was domestic violence, not sex trafficking. Yes, he paid these prostitutes to come across state lines for sex, but it wasn't prostitution. It was something else. Here is Abba reading some more of the transcript.
The trial from the evidence, what is it? Is it personal use drugs? That's all it is. That and swingers, a lifestyle. But the prosecution have charged one of the most serious statutes on the books. They call threesomes and drugs RICO. And they found it. Boxes of Astroglide. Take Diddy off the streets. They got the baby oil and the personal use drugs. America's safer.
Here's how the defense addresses the Kid Cudi car bombing situation.
Yeah, he was there. I'm not saying Sean Combs didn't go there. He wanted to fight Cudi. Motherfucker. Combs is not a coward. He's ready to fight. At the risk of being sexist, they are men. They fight. We're going to have a good old-fashioned 8 a.m. Hollywood Hills John Wayne fight. The Porsche, not a style. There's no evidence. Who else would do it? Not evidence. Burning a car is cowardice. Be a man and fight him.
So P. Diddy didn't burn Kid Cudi's car down because he's a man, and he was going there to fight him with all security guards and all that stuff. So that's the defense for the arson. Now, one thing about being a lawyer and listening to the defense's closing is that, think about it. They've essentially said he's done all the acts, right? He did have the prostitutes. He did have the drugs. He did beat his girlfriend. None of the actual facts are in dispute. They're just saying this shouldn't be a life sentence.
Okay, yes, and I'm so glad that Nate the lawyer broke this down, because I did not feel like, and some of you guys said in the chat, you're like, they're not disputing that this didn't happen. They just don't feel like it should be a life sentence. Like, they're not saying this didn't happen this way. They just feel like it shouldn't be a life sentence, which is like, well, I mean, okay, maybe it shouldn't be a life sentence, but this is what it is now, right?
Shouldn't be sex trafficking. This is something weird, but it's not criminal. So now it all depends on if a juror believes that what they saw in that testimony was criminal or not. So now, since the prosecution has the burden of proving that Diddy's guilty, they get to speak last in rebuttal. And Abba's going to read a part of the rebuttal.
The defendant did not take no for an answer, certainly not from his girlfriends. He beat them. They suggest he didn't pay for sex, that there was no enterprise, and that the witnesses lied. But he flew sex workers across the country to have sex with Cassie and Jane while he enjoyed himself in the corner. It was not for their conversation. It was for sex. Remember Daniel Phillip? He said he got paid for sex. When he had a performance issue, he stopped getting paid. The Punisher, 500 with no sex, thousands win sex. And the 500 was just for travel. I suspect you'll hear that uncalled witnesses were equally available to both sides.
Well, and that is a good question. Why didn't he take the deal? And I think it was twice hardwood floors. Hardwood floors. Hardwood. Why did I say hardwood floors? Hardwood, because I'm thinking of a hardwood floor. Hardwood facility manager. Why didn't he take the plea deal if they're not denying the allegations? So I have a lot of questions about that.
Maybe some of these men would have worked for free. You know, who wouldn't want to have sex in front of the master celebrity? But they got paid. The defendant is guilty on count 3 and 5. Mr. Gniflo said Mr. Combs is just a fist guy. Sure, when it is his girlfriend's. With men, he needs guns. He went after Cassie and stomped on her face. She wasn't allowed to go home to her mom. That is kidnapping. Eddie Garcia, he believed he could not go to the police under the agreement and the bribery. And Combs said, watch out how you spend it. This is a guy who can't get his own water bottle or plug his own phone charger. He's a general. He delegates. KK knows the Wild King Knights involved escorts. The only reason he needs thousands of dollars in hotel rooms is to pay for the escorts. KK reads all of Combs' texts, so she knew. KK alone makes Diddy guilty on count 1, racketeering. Drugs, Mr. Agnifilo talked about conspiracy to distribute, but giving drugs to Cassie and Jane is distribution. That is enough. Mr. Agnifilo claims they wanted it. Mia said no. Cassie said no on her 29th birthday. Jane said no before Anton after being beaten. These women had no reason to lie. The defense says it's for money, but Cassie already got paid. The defendant did hit Cassie during freak-offs. Cassie said it. Daniel Phillip, who was one of the escorts in the room, said it. He witnessed Cassie get, and it's on video. The defendant was in that towel. The freak-off was not over. There's no separating the violence from the sex. Remember when Cassie OD'd in a hotel room in Long Island and they still had the freak-off? When Jane performed oral sex on Anton after Combs beat her, that was trafficking. He coerced Cassie and Jane into this. Nothing happened. He raped Mia. Nothing happened. He beat Cassie and nothing happened. He beat Cassie in hotel on tape and then bribed the guards to buy it and nothing happened. He was untouchable.
Now, with those experts from the defense and from the prosecution, I just don't see how Diddy beats a RICO charge. I just don't see it. Unless there's a juror there who just is like, I'm not convicting him no matter what I hear. I just don't see it. The paying prostitutes to come across state lines, that's there. That's as golden as you get.
What do you guys think about what Nate the lawyer is saying? Now, this is a former prosecutor. This is a man that was a police officer. This is a man, I believe that right in New York City too, right there. So this is somebody that was right there. And he's giving us a lawyer perspective as somebody who was doing prosecution work. He says, I don't know how he's going to beat this.
If he's not convicted of that, then no one should be convicted of that, because you literally got the prostitutes saying they were paid. You have the money, the invoices, everything. So I just don't, that's a gimme. The sex trafficking, now it all depends if you believe the victims. If you got 3 victims, so yeah, I would believe sex trafficking. And for RICO, 2 drug distributions gets him convicted for the RICO. And I already think they got him for the prostitution and the bribery and all this other stuff. So I don't know, it's going to be interesting. Now, I want to be clear. The longer this deliberation goes on, the better it is for Diddy, because if jurors are confident that you're a scumbag, then they come quick. Here are some other verdicts and how long it took for them to come in.
For R&B singer R. Kelly, who was also indicted on federal charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, it took a jury 2 days to find him guilty of all 9 counts. For NXIVM leader Keith Raniere, who was on trial for racketeering, sex trafficking, conspiracy, and other crimes, it took jurors less than 5 hours to...
Keith Raniere, by the way, Agnifilo was his lawyer. Okay? Agnifilo was Keith Raniere's lawyer. It took them less than 5 hours or 5 hours to convict him. Okay.
Return an all-count guilty verdict. Ghislaine Maxwell, known for her association with sex offender and financier Jeffrey Epstein, the jury in her federal trial for sex trafficking and conspiracy, taking 5 days to find her guilty on most counts.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson.
Perhaps the most famous of all, the acquittal of O.J. Simpson for the murders of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown. The jury sequestered for the 8-month trial, taking just 4 hours to deliver a verdict in the trial of the century.
Now, in the Diddy case, we've already had some issues with one of the jurors not being able to follow instructions. The other jurors ratted him out. Here's what happened this morning.
It says, we have a juror number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. The foreperson then asked to speak with the judge or that particular juror be interviewed. So what do we know about juror number 25? We know he's male. We know he is a scientist. We know that during the jury selection process that he had told both sides that he had seen that hotel video in which Sean Diddy Combs is seen assaulting Cassie Ventura. This is inside the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. He had said that he did see that video, and he also said, Julia, that he had formed an opinion about that particular video. But then he was very clear that he was able to set his opinion aside to be able to go forward and have a fair, impartial look at this entire case. But now we're having a situation where this same juror now, according to the note that was just sent out, is not
following those instructions. And so what did the judge end up saying? How did he handle this situation? He sent them back and said, you are supposed to follow the jury instructions. Go back and continue deliberating.
So if you're Diddy's team, that may be good news for you. In the prosecution, I think that may be a little concerning, but we'll see. They are in the fight as of right now. And again, like I said earlier, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Diddy. All right, so now we're at the part of the video where I'm going to give you my prediction. And my prediction is Diddy should be found guilty on 2 or 3 of the counts, just because there's overwhelming evidence to show he's guilty of those things, like transporting prostitutes across state lines. I think that's obvious. Drug distribution, I think that's obvious. Now, when it comes to RICO and the sex trafficking, I think that's maybe a little bit tougher hill to climb for some jurors. And I think if you have anybody sympathetic to Diddy, that may be a harder thing to sell. But if you get the drug distribution or something else, you can maybe salvage a RICO conviction, and you can also get the prostitution across state line conviction. So at the end of the day, I'm thinking Diddy is probably going to be convicted of the RICO, and is probably going to be convicted of the transportation of prostitutes across state lines. If that's not the case, it's either going to be hung. So I'm assuming it's going to be a hung jury or he's conviction. I don't think he'll be acquitted. But I've been wrong before, and I will be wrong in the future.
I don't think he's going to be acquitted either. I'm kind of there with Nate too.
But let me know what you think. Let me know if you're on the juror, you heard the closing arguments, you've listened to my reasoning. What do you think? Do you think he's going to get convicted? Do you think he should be convicted? Do you think the government proved this case or not? Let me know in the comment section. As you guys know, I try to read them all. I sometimes can't, but I generally try to read them all. So with that being said, don't forget to like, subscribe to our YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out. Peace.
Shout out to Nate the Lawyer. You said forced labor is so obvious. You're with Nate the Lawyer too? Yeah, we'll see what happens. You said it's either will be guilty or hung jury. That's kind of, to me, it could go hung jury too. Like, there could very well be a situation where they don't agree and it's a hung jury. Yeah. There's that. Let's see. Do you think we're going to get a verdict today? That's the question. Thank you, Cheeks, for dropping Nate's link. Will we get a verdict today? That's the question that I have. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Let me know what you guys think about it. It doesn't really matter what we think, unfortunately, right now. That's true. I think they might get him on the distribution, but not RICO. The RICO, I kind of go back and forth, but I definitely feel like, was it 3 and 5? The bribery, I think, is 1. And well, hold up. 3 and 4. Let's see, because I'm looking at them. So these are the acts. I definitely think it's gonna be the Mann Act the count 4 S trafficking of hold up, my notes. Excuse me, count 3, the Mann Act, transportation to CV. I definitely think he's gonna be found guilty on that. I mean, there's some that I'm like, I don't know about this one. I don't know about that one, but I mean, hell, I don't know, man. I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time too. All the time. I don't always get everything 1000% correct. Hold up. Let's see.
Drama in the jury room. Is there a holdout on Team Diddy?
Shout out to Popcorn Planet. Make sure you guys check out Popcorn Planet.
Happened, and I've got lots of notes, and we'll go through them all on the live, I'm sure later when we, or the next time we all see each other live. But just to go through a few notes, we wanted to keep you guys up to speed as to what is going on. To begin, yesterday, after we stopped streaming, there was a note from the jury that was sent to the judge. And it read, we have a juror number 25, who we are
You guys, if I can drop Kim's channel in the chat, please, please, please. Kim, hey, awesome job at your coverage. Listen, if I'm paying attention, I'm diddied out, quite honestly, because my brain is full of transcripts. Because when you read the transcripts, then you're live reporting on stuff. It's a whole different monster for the last 2 months. But shout out to Kim. She's doing the breakdown on a lot of this. She's live every day. Make sure you guys check out Popcorn Planet, because that's where you can get a lot of information from as well.
Concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. The foreperson also asked to speak with the judge or that the juror be interviewed. So the judge then sent back a note saying, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instruction on the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating. Now, this juror is a 51-year-old man from Manhattan with a PhD in molecular biology and neuroscience. And he has previously indicated during jury selection that he was interested in opera and the outdoors, and disclosed that he had seen the video at the Intercontinental. Now, if they have an issue,
now this is my speculation, but I was like, I wonder if this was the remember the juror. It couldn't have been this juror. It had to be another juror, unless we ever got the number. I can't remember, but the juror with the where we called off that Friday, and it was his partner who had to call the courtroom because he had vertigo. I don't know why I'm thinking if it's the same one. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it seems like that might be the case to me.
Continuing with this juror, they basically have two options. They can replace the juror with an alternate, or they have to declare a mistrial. But it does sound like since this happened, jury deliberations have continued, because we did then get another note. So we got two notes before the end of yesterday after that. One just saying, Judge, we're going to go home at 5. We're out of here. And then the other one was asking for clarification on the substance distribution definitions. Specifically, if a person asks for a controlled substance and another person gives it to them, is the person who hands over the controlled substance considered to be distributing them? So it is very clear, essentially, in the jury charge what the definition of distribution means. So the word distribution means actual, constructive, or attempted transfer. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person, or to cause it to be delivered, passed on, or handed to another. Distribution does not require a sale. So before the end of yesterday, the judge basically said to both sides, you guys give me what your responses are. We'll take a look at it in the morning and we'll talk about it tomorrow morning. And that is exactly what happened. As you can imagine, Andy, this got pretty interesting to do with the way that each side wanted to have this term be defined. And that was the argument this morning. But it got a little bit spicy. There was a back and forth between the judge and the lawyers, with the defense objecting to the definition. Combs's attorney Driscoll said this definition of distribution would mislead the jury. To which the judge responded, both sides agreed to this definition without objection. So what is it? And Comey then responded, they're trying to mislead the jury. So you can imagine the tension that then started in this room. And it continued with Mark Agnifilo. Go ahead, yeah.
And it's just important. Yeah, it's important because the defense now sees they're out, right? Oh, there's a juror who's asking these questions. We gotta change the story, and that's incredibly scary. If they agreed to the definition, that's the definition.
Yeah, and it definitely seemed like this argument just went on and on and on. I heard a lot of different people talking about what it was like in the courtroom, the tension that was in there. But specifically, Mark Agnifilo objected to the judge's instructions, saying that he doesn't believe it goes far enough to answer the jury's question. The court is about to make something that amounts to a mistake, he argued. Can I give your honor an example? No, the judge replied. Can you? And then said, can you do what I'm asking? Like, oh dear.
God.
So while the defense wanted to give jurors a broader legal context around substance offenses, the judge, visibly frustrated, replied, that is not the question the jury asked. I have an obligation to answer the jury's question.
So this is more context. These transcripts are going to be on fire right here, my friends. And Me Versus Me, thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you've been blessed by Me Versus Me, put some hearts. Y'all, my camera's over here. Put some hearts or confettis in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, are we going to have a verdict today? Are we going to have a verdict today? That's the question that I have. Is it going to be today or is it going to be tomorrow? What are we going to do? Tomorrow, guess what? If we don't have a verdict today, we're going to read today's transcripts tomorrow. That's what we're going to do. We're going to read what was the question. This should be a lot shorter, actually. Unless I get them tonight, then I will definitely do a quick little AI video to break it down if some of you guys can't wait, because I know. Maramello has been a member for 12 months. Thank you, Maramello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your support for a freaking year. Thank you.
Continued, it would be improper to leave the jury at sea if they asked a direct question. So in the end, the judge decided to refer to specific lines in the jury instruction, in the jury charge, on the substance distribution charge. So that was...
Just to be clear, the stuff both sides previously agreed to. That seems like the fairest thing to do. Yep.
No kidding, right? Yep. But that was definitely a moment this morning. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts, because we still had more stuff after that happened. So right now in the timeline of the morning, we're at about the 10 o'clock hour. That's where we ended up.
Yeah.
Andy, what are your thoughts so far with all of this?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that there's somebody in the mix who clearly is pushing the charges, and we expected this could happen. All it takes is one, right? One person who doesn't agree with the law, him, right? Who doesn't agree with the charges, who's thinking this, well, that's not fair. Just because they had a pill, now they're drug dealers. Like I've been worrying about that. Of just somebody who's going to argue what the law is,
or not even drug dealers, but they distribute. Just because, okay, like even the way in which the definition is written, and I will have to say, in my opinion, I'm like, dang, even if you're handing it over to a person, or like, all right, let me give you an example, and I'll use Adderall because that was something that I think for me it impacts me, even though I don't take the medication. But I think like there was at one point there was a shortage of the medication, and this was a thing, right? And that is a Schedule 2, what is it, controlled substance. Even though there's a shortage, I can't be, if I have some, I can't give it to, say, Pika, who has ADHD, right? Like I just can't, even though we might take the same dosage, we might take the same everything. I can't just be like, here, Pika, you know, I know that they're at a Addy in your area. Here, I know that this can help you with your anxiety or concentration or whatever it may be. I can't do that. She might be prescribed it, but I can't do that. Right. So it kind of weigh that in. And some people will be like, well, that's stupid. Like, I don't agree with that because, you know, I might need something or something. And I'm not abusing the medication. I'm just literally using my prescription or a prescription. So it does kind of get into this gray line. Maramello, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you, my love. If you've been blessed, guys, put some hearts in the chat. And I think I've seen, is it, hold on, Chico, did you just gift? Yes, you did. Oh, thank you. Chico just gifted, guys. Put some confettis in the chat if you guys have been blessed. Thank you. And Fail Pessimist, my love, has been a member for 11 months. Thank you, Fail Pessimist. Shout out to you. I feel like you've been around longer than that, though, to be quite honest. Longer than that. But anyways, guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. Shout out to everybody. Where I paused on Andy's face. He looks high. Andy, are you high in this video? Let me know. Let me stop. Kim's in the chat. She could probably answer. Be like, no, he's in the car. And it looks like he's behind a 7-Eleven, or that might be an RV. I don't know. I'm just talking shit. Fail Pessimist, thank you so much for this super sticker for the $5.49. Thank you, love. Thank you. Mags, great work, Rabbit. Love your coverage, analysis, and great sense of humor. Y'all been getting it right, like when it's happening. This is not scripted. Let me just, like, what you see is what you get. If we were sitting in an office, I probably would have been fired. You'd be like, oh my God, this girl's out of control in her reactions. But it's the truth. Not scripted. That's what you're getting. Okay. Fail Pessimist, thank you, my love. Shout out to you. And Mags, thank you for the $10. And Rotten Banana Peel, Sarah has been a member for 18 months. Sarah, it feels like it's been longer than that. I swear it's been longer than that. But thank you so much for supporting my channel for 18 months. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go through these because I don't want to get behind. Chico. Oh, my God. Chico, 30 months? That's like, that's a long time. It's like what? How much is 30 months? I can't even do the math. It feels like forever. Sorry, but I got to show much of the OG I am. But hey, I don't want to be a hater all your life. Don't be a hater all your life, and hit the like button. Thank you, Chico. Appreciate you. And thank you for modding for me for so long. I appreciate it. Yes, it's ignited. It's times 20 when I'm not medicated. Hence why my song says ADHD but unmedicated. Hold up, I gotta get some water, y'all. Give me one sec.
And that's not what they're supposed to do. They got to go off of what definitions and everybody agreed to. So we knew this could get spicy, and now I'm worried we have somebody in there who's going to try to like think they're better than the law, right? And better than what all was agreed upon. And to me, I don't know about you, it seems clear they're leaning more towards, you know, arguing against things. That to me thinks they're trying to get Diddy off on at least that charge. What do you think?
I think it could go both ways. I'm trying not to make any assumptions because I think it does seem like it's possible they're going through the jury charge, I believe, in order, or they're going through the verdict form in order. So RICO would be the first thing they would talk about, and they're trying to make sure that when they talk about each thing, they're using the proper definitions. And clearly there was an argument over what exactly that meant. But the response that was sent back was saying, hey, if you give it out, you're distributing. Doesn't matter if somebody asks for it or not. If you've given it out, you've given it out. And we know that there's multiple occasions throughout this trial that we have heard multiple witnesses say, yes, I was given substances by Diddy. Or
hell, Brandon Paul, the employee, said, I was given this and I took it. I was given this by Diddy. So there is that. Cheeks, thank you so much. 22 months. Thanks for your hard work. Take a vacation. You know what? I need to. I plan to. I just don't know where. I don't know. We were talking. I mean, Baby Bunny's too. We want to do a road trip, but she's too. Y'all, I don't think Baby Bunny can handle a road trip at all. And if we do a road trip, it might be close by. We were thinking about, we have family in Vegas, so we were thinking about visiting Vegas. If we could stay with family, but I'm like, oh, the hot weather. I love the hot weather, but not everybody in my family does. So yeah, I need a vacation. I think we all need a vacation. And then we were gonna do the Brian Koberger trial, but hey, guess what? There's a plea, so there's that. Rachel, thank you for the $2. Thank you, plus thank you, Chico. Aw. Yeah, shout out to my mod, Chico. Come to New York. Listen, if I was, like I told you guys, I contemplated going to New York to cover, but it would have been too crazy for me. But yeah. That would have been fun. And we still, by the way, we did reach 80,000 subscribers like a couple weeks ago. So we do plan to have a little party at some point once this whole situation is done. I just can't think of any partying right now until we get it together. But let's go.
Or yes, I asked for a substance from him, right? We had it with employees, never mind even Cassie and Jane. So I think it could go.
But I'm referring even more to the foreman being worried that someone's not following the rules. That's very telling to me because that implies everybody else is, right? And this guy isn't. Judge, you need to talk to him, which to me, I don't know, my impression is people are more aligned except for one holdout, right? Is what I'm gathering.
Well, what even led up to that? Let's talk about that a little bit, guys, because we're waiting for updates and we don't have them, and that's fine. We're not going to get them right now. But what led up to the, if you guys remember, we reviewed the transcripts earlier in the morning, right? And it was very specific. Why did juror number 5, who's the who's selected person, right? Why do they feel the need to let the judge know, like, what happened exactly? And Agnifilo kind of fought back and said, well, they're not saying they're not like following instructions. Like we have to look into the wording. They don't even know what's going on. They basically said, hey, we're going to write a note. We're going to send it back and they're going to have to figure it out, duke it out or something like that. And go to the jury instruction forms. What happened? What led up to the foreman writing a letter to the judge to say, hey, judge, juror number 5 is they're not listening or they're not going to follow instructions. We'll have to go back to the transcripts on that. It was very specific. What do you guys think that could be? That's the question that I have. What happened with juror number 5?
And I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe there's another way, but it seems to me this holdout is trying to find little outs to say, well, this isn't what the law was. So therefore, what else happened? I guess let's make sure we have all the notes in before we finish our commentary.
Yeah. So roughly at about 10:15 this morning, Eastern Standard Time, the jury sent another note to the judge. Comey announced in court that the jury was asking for transcripts from 2 specific witnesses, Cassie and Daniel Phillip.
Yes.
Specifically, the jurors want transcripts of Cassie.
Thank you. Juror number 25. 5 is the foreman. My bad. Thank you for correcting me. Hold up, let me hit play. And we'll look back at the transcripts because we have them.
Regarding the Intercontinental incident, what we saw on video. The next is Cassie's testimony concerning the events at Cannes and those that immediately followed. Now, that section refers to when Ventura testified that Combs accused her of stealing his substances and kicked her off his yacht without shoes and a passport. During the film festival, she says he squeezed her leg, hurting her. And then afterwards, on the flight back to New York, she told the court that Combs showed her videos of previous FOs and threatened to release them. When they got back, he immediately made her do another so-called FO. They've also requested transcripts from any of the interactions /FOs with Daniel Phillip, as well as his testimony. He testified that he had relationships with Ventura while Combs watched, directed, and filmed. The Essex reference the jurors requested is recording a time when Phillip alleges he heard Combs yelling and the sound of violence coming from a room nearby during the night he had been hired for an FO. So both sides then argued about what parts of the testimony and other evidence were to be relevant to the request, what should be included. And ultimately, the judge ruled that the transcripts needed to be sent out to the jury by 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, it's fairly recent from the time that we are filming this together. So they now have those transcripts and they can continue to negotiate or deliberate, I guess. Negotiate is not the right word, but that is where we are currently.
Probably both.
Yeah.
This, I wonder what the transcripts are going to look like today, because remember, they have to type all these things up. Don, thank you so much for being a member for 15 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for all that you do. No, I appreciate you. Thank you, Don Gibbs. Thank you for being so supportive. One Cans, thank you so much for the super sticker. I'd say guilty, however, the sentencing will be disappointing. Really, what makes you think that the sentencing would be, if he's found guilty? And again, if he's found guilty, he could very well be acquitted. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Okay, but if he is found guilty, what would the sentencing be? What would be disappointing? What do you think the outcome could be? Hold up, let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, yes. And don't forget this part. Wouldn't this be part of that kidnapping part when he took that? Was it Mia's passport? It didn't take it. It was in the boat. Was it just Mia or was it somebody? I feel like it was Cassie's too, but I can't remember. Okay. Let me hit play on this and let me know what you guys think now. I'm going to pull the transcripts, that specific part, because we did go over it in the morning, and I'm wondering if there's maybe something more to that. Like, was it that he couldn't follow instructions, or that the concerns were that he couldn't follow instructions?
Yeah, I mean, look, to wrap it up, because clearly more is going to come in, and that's, we'll be on and we'll be reporting. And thank you, Kim, for keeping up. I'll be back in studio tonight. We'll be around to cover if news comes in. But it's encouraging in one way because they're taking it seriously, clearly, right? They're asking for things. They're arguing. That's honestly how it should be. There should be a little bit of argument and somebody pushing. This is a man's whole life, right? So I want someone to try to play devil's advocate. Are we all in agreement? It doesn't mean someone's in there who's Team Diddy, but my instincts are telling me it sounds like somebody is in there defending him probably harder than the rest, if given that they're already complaining to the judge. Or I guess it could be the other way around, right? They're all Team Diddy and one's fighting back. It could be that too. But to see that their one lone person isn't following the instructions, to me is a red flag and something we need to stay on top of, because what does that mean, right? Yeah, that makes me concerned that someone's trying to make this a mess.
Yeah, and honestly, only time is going to be able to tell. I am hearing, experts that are following this case saying it's possible that we're going to have a verdict today. It's possible we're going to have it tomorrow. It's possible we're going to have it next week. Your guess is as good as mine as to when we are going to get it.
No one knows, guys.
And to be clear, everyone watching, the timing of some of these videos may be a little bit different than our norm because the jury is able to deliberate today until 7 p.m. It is possible we could get updates later on
until they're going to deliberate until 7 p.m. Eastern. What time is it now over there? What is it? Hold up, man. I got my world watch over here. Hold up. Like, I should be looking at this. I did set it up on my phone. It is 2:33 over there. 2:33. Okay. So if they keep going, they got a couple more hours till 7. Damn. Till 7. What if they could have a verdict tonight, guys? For all we know, yeah, they said till 7. They could have a verdict tonight. Oh my God, till 7. That's 4.5 more hours. That's absolutely correct. You're absolutely right. That's a long time, my friends.
In the day, and heaven knows what could happen this evening and then into tomorrow morning. So we do appreciate your patience. Thank you for checking out this video and choosing us to get your updates today. We really, really do appreciate it. And is there anything
hit the alerts?
Yes, please
subscribe
do.
And hit that bell for alerts, because you're not going to, exactly like Kim said, you don't know when the verdict's coming in. Make sure you get notified. You can follow us over at Popcorn Planet. Become a member today. We'll make sure to notify you guys there as well.
All right. So if there is a verdict today, and I will definitely be live today to figure out maybe in the evening. I'm going to have to keep an update. This is like on my phone, and my notifications are not silent. Now, hold up, my friends, my amigos. We need to go. I want to go to the transcripts real quick, because I could, like I said, we could pull it in verbatim. You guys, I was so tired yesterday that I did not. I was supposed to do did this really just open? Let me close it. Don't save. I was gonna do a pre-recorded video, and I was too damn tired to do pre-recorded videos. I said no. What page is it? Hold up, y'all. I can't remember. Jury. not page 15. We're going to go, I'm looking at the transcripts real quick, guys. Court transcript. Charging document. I want to say jury not present. Please be seated. That was the charge document. What page was it? Here it is. Let me remove this. Let's look at the words verbatim, in verbatim. We read this morning. For those that are like kind of still wondering what's going on or what is the issue, sometime on page 98. Okay, it's 111 pages yesterday. Page 98. This is the exact narrative that was given, okay? The exact word for word. We received a note from the jury. The note reads that we have a juror number 25, okay, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. What made them concerned for that? That's the question that I have. Let me know in the chat. What made them concerned that juror number 25, who, by the way, is a molecular scientist, biologist, PhD, not somebody that can't follow instructions, okay? Typically somebody who with that kind of a degree, what do? They're very good. They're logical. They're people that can understand, give logical explanations of things and, break things down. I mean, they're in the sciences field. Smart people, right? So it's not like they're willfully, like I don't understand the instructions, I wondered about this one, okay? We have a juror number 25 who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. May I please speak with your honor, or may you please interview him? They don't go into detail. That's it. That's all. This is all. Signed by the jury foreman, juror number 5. Okay. When they go into arguing this, they don't really go into, well, what's the issue? Because they really can't. They really can't. The only time that they could really come out here is once the verdict, they have a verdict and, they're ready to, deliver that verdict, right? Yeah, highly analytical person. What made them think that they could, like, what was it exactly that they said, well, this juror number 25, who's a highly educated, analytical person, textbook kind of person, what made them say, well, they're not going to follow your instructions, or we are concerned that cannot follow your instructions. Not that they won't, but that they cannot. Not that they won't, but they cannot. Let me see. That's right. It could be many things, positive or negative. Don't get your my pressure's not up. I just wanted to have a conversation with you guys. I know I get very passionate. Y'all don't assume that I'm like, no, I'm not. I promise you. I'm literally just thinking out loud. Anal about rules, instructions. Okay. Cannot can mean anything. It doesn't mean that they're not willful. Like, they're not saying, I'm not going to. What is it exactly that made it go there? It sounds like an attitude thing. Not juror 25 is probably a secret swinger. Oh, man. Carol, are you trying to lose your Wi-Fi? Like, Carol, what are you trying to do? Shout out to Carol, man. She thought she was funny, and she is. Okay. I wanted to get to the language because I'm thinking about it. And I'm like, I wonder what more is there to this. You think it sounds like an attitude thing? An out of the box thinker. Okay. Where did the alternate juries go? They went home. If he can't do, then they need to be replaced. Well, don't forget my wits in is that we did get into that this morning. They said that they're preparing. So they don't know what the issue is with juror number 25, but they're preparing arguments already from the and the research to cite sources if they have to excuse juror number 25. So they're prepared to do this already. This is why they cited United States versus Baker, United States versus another one, and then another. There was 2 other cases that they were looking at. What do you think will happen? I mean, hopefully no more jury issues situations, but it does. I have to wonder. And some of you guys said, I don't remember me doing this, but maybe you guys might be right about this. A lot of you guys had said, well, maybe they took a vote earlier on and they all decided one way before they decided to deliberate. Maybe they did that and then they went that route. And then they were like, well, I don't know about juror number 25. Maybe he's not going one way and we're going this way, which is not okay. Like, nobody should be bullied into making a verdict. Like, we want this to be, we don't want an appeal later on, right? Like, we want to make sure that they come up with a good, sound decision based on a logical inference, a good logical conclusion of what the things that they have presented. I'm here for it, right? Let's see. And it said, we think. Okay. Let's read that. We received a note from the jury. The note reads, we have a juror, number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. That sentence right there. We have a juror, number 25, who they're concerned. It's not saying that he can't. It's not saying that he won't. They're saying cannot. They're concerned. A majority of them in this group are concerned that juror number 25 is not going to follow instructions. Let me say this. If I was juror number 25 and juror number 5 went out there and wrote a note about me, you better believe I would feel some type of way about it. Like, you better believe that I would feel like I'm being singled out and I'm not part of the cool kids club at the jury selection table. I would feel some type of way. I would. I'd be like, did they just snitch on me because I said something that was different than they said? Did they really just say that to me? I don't know. Unwillingly to collaborate? Maybe. You think it's bias? Okay, I'm looking at the comments. I think he was trying to be a smartass? Maybe. It says, I agree. He didn't want to follow the instructions. Mine was made up. Okay. You can't just do what you want. Need to follow instructions to come to a decision. Well, what if he doesn't see Diddy guilty of a certain thing and he voted Daisy Rose? What if he didn't see Diddy guilty? Right? Because like I said, it only takes one to say, this doesn't make sense. And there's a lot of evidence that they're showing that they're shown that we're not seeing. So this could very well be a situation where it's not as black and white as they're sitting down reviewing things, right? The language had to change in the acts, guys. There's still the charge, the predicate acts are there, right? But there were certain things that they had to figure out to make things work under the RICO. So I can understand and see a situation where I'm like, well, maybe the language they removed really impacts the way in which I see this now. I'm thinking out loud, but let me know what you guys think in the comments. Maybe he felt he should be the 4%. Oh, yeah. So he got mad. He's like, I should have been the 4%. Why did you get selected? That's what it was. Let's see. Looking at the age of information, most of the jurors, I think they're between the 40s and 30s. There's some young ones in there. We did see the list. You said it's a non-issue. They've gone past that. Maybe they have. Yeah. But it was an issue. And I think for the most part, a lot of us are wondering, could it be an issue later on? That's the question that I have. Could it be an issue later on? Whether it's this juror or another one. I don't know. You said just a thought. Maybe juror number 25 just finds him guilty and doesn't want to go through all the BS. There you go. Maybe he was like, he's guilty on everything and wouldn't deliberate. Maybe. Oh, there was a juror. I don't know if I can't remember, but there was an issue with language being an issue too. So I don't know if it's not one, but it could be. You disagree with the attitude? It says it's about the way his mind works. I think it's about the way his mind works. Or it could just very well be that maybe things are complicated. I don't know. Like maybe there's something else to it. You said, I think he had an issue with the definition of distribution per the judge's instructions. There you go. Maybe that's what it was. I'm looking. Sorry, I got to catch up on the comments. We can't assume anything. Maybe they're thinking more than the others. Maybe. The Swingers Association said Diddy didn't even go there. Did they make a statement or something? Swingers Association said Diddy didn't even go there. Okay. I don't even think did he classify himself as a swinger? I didn't even know the swinger I didn't know they had an association. Wow. Okay. They said, we think. Their note reads, we have a juror number 25 who we are concerned cannot follow. This is the whole note. Let's see. Said he sounds like an asshole, not willing to follow instructions, acting like a 2-year-old. I don't know, man. They said it was European accent. Okay. What if Diddy did something to juror number 25? Perhaps he was at one of the bazillion freak-offs? I don't know, man. I don't know. Not a single trial is perfect, cut and dry, because people are not perfect. Memory is fickle. Yep. Inconsistencies happen. Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe he wants to go straight to the verdict without having proper deliberations. Maybe. Rabbit, more like the initial poll, not a final vote. Gotcha. Let me see. I'm going down a little bit. 25 is mad he isn't a foreman to pursue his way. He's like, I wanted to be the foreman. They all chose juror number 25. Let's see. I'm going down, y'all. I'm going down because we have too many comments. No worries, Shauna B. The wording is off for sure. It's a little bit different. Oh man, I gotta catch up. I'm really behind the comments. Really behind. Lord. Not even the Swingers Club will claim him. I didn't even know they had an association. Well, do they have an association? I didn't know that was a thing. What if he doesn't agree with the government case that was presented? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's like, listen, I'm telling you guys right now, I don't agree with what they're presenting. I don't agree with the government's case. I don't agree with this. And now the government was like, well, you got to go back. They did a letter together and they say, you got to go back and you got to review this again. We got to do this all over again, or you got to figure it out. Even Agnifilo said it's too soon for you to just deliberate. It's too soon for you just to have a thought behind this, if that makes sense. It could very well be the case. He says, yeah, I be reaching with these opinions. I mean, we all have them. We're just talking. That's all. You guys, we are just talking. Oh, somebody's got a birthday? Who? Sorry. I missed it. Whose birthday is it? Oh, Desert. Happy birthday. Desert. Happy birthday. Y'all drop some hearts and some beautiful flowers for Desert in the chat emojis. Thank you. Well, did they make a statement? I don't know. Okay, let's see. What is it called? The Swingers? Okay, mama. Association? I didn't even know they had an association. Are we sure that's not like a prank? What? I'm looking, y'all. I don't see anything. Did they make a statement, a formal one? Who said it? I don't know. I can't find it. Maybe there is. I'm not really sure. Brent Chamberlain from the executive director of Open. There's an executive director to the Swingers Association. Oh, there is. Hold up. I thought this was a joke. I thought you guys were joking. I guess he gave a statement to like some news outlet, to USA Today. There is a executive director to this association. Wow. Okay, mama. You're dying. I didn't know that existed. Shows you I'm not part of the I'm not part of the association. I'm like, what? I didn't even know there was a president to the club. What? Let me stop because I don't want to say the wrong thing. I might say the wrong thing, you guys. I'm not trying to say the wrong thing. Coco's mom, thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you. I just got the notification on the computer. And Tony, thank you so much for the Cash App. Oh my God. Sorry. And what is this was today? Veronica, thank you. Sorry, guys. I'm not even checking my phone. There's an alliance? I had no idea. Y'all don't make fun of me because I didn't know. I didn't know. There's an alliance and a club and stuff like that for things like this. Okay, well, that's good. I mean, I guess. I didn't know. I don't know, guys. You said, hey, you got to protect. Yeah, girl, they got rights to protect, right? It's a different lifestyle, I guess. I don't know. Ask Jada and Will Smith. Well, as long as they're consensual, I really don't give a crap. I did Google it because I didn't know that existed. I thought you guys were joking. And somebody in the chat said it. I didn't even know they had an executive to it. I'm learning. Okay? I'm learning. We're learning. There's an ethical, it's ethical. Listen, if you're into that stuff and your partner's into that stuff, sure, why not? Sure, why not? Do it. I mean, who am I to judge you? Do your thing. Do your thing. You said, for them said, not today, Satan. See, even the club has very specific, strict rules, no violence. I think that's why they gave a statement. And if it's a club, I mean, literally, they probably wanted to give a statement, not to give a bad name to that kind of a lifestyle, right? You have ethical clubs in the UK too, Marsha? Really? Said no idea. No idea, my friends. Hold on. I'm going to see if we have any more updates. Shout out to the people that just followed us on Twitter. Thank you. Sonic? You want Sonic? She wants Sonic. What do you want, a Coney? Okay. I think she meant Sonic the Hedgehog. No update. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to log off because I got to go tend to baby bunny. I don't have a sitter today, so it's going to be a little bit of a shorter thing. I'll be live later on today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. If I get the transcripts, definitely going to be live, but I got to go. I got to go. Hold up. And again, shout out to everybody that I'm sorry, I didn't look at my phone, but if you send the Cash App, I appreciate it because some of this is going to go to the transcripts for today. Thank you for your support. Oh my God, Sylvia, thank you. I didn't see this. I'm sorry, you guys. I wasn't even looking at my phone. Tony, thank you. Coco's mom, thank you. And Veronica, thank you. Yeah, we got to order them today. So thank you. And if you supported today, I really appreciate it. You guys don't even know. So anything helps. Thank you. Yeah, to each his own. Y'all do what you got to do. As long as you're consenting adults, do your thing. All right. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye.